Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for joining us again this yeah, it's morning. Sorry. Yeah, so thank you for joining us again today. Been a very eventful Grand Prix, you know, I think this reminds me of Monza 2020 when we had a couple of was it Monza 2020 or 2021? But yeah. Couple of red flags. Um Yesterday, when we're doing the predictions, I predicted a DNF, but I didn't predict that there will be a couple of red flags and what do you call it, standing starts, rolling starts, all sorts. You know, this Grand Prix is the people with stamina that survived basically. You know, I think let me start with Charles Leclerc, Ferrari. Quite unfortunate what has happened with what do you call them? Quite unfortunate what happened with Leclerc at the start. Um, I don't know Leclerc and what's with Ferrari and Aston Martin basically. Why are they both drivers hitting? Um, is it both drivers hitting each other? Yeah, both drivers. First lap what's his name? Leclerc and Stroll. Then after this restart was Alonso and Sainz. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, very what do you call it? Very unfortunate to see. Well, both of them not in the points, which is quite sad. They both look very promising all weekend, at least to score points. But when you have both drivers not in the points, it's a shame. And then the next race is not until 4 weeks time, which hurts a little bit because redemption is a bit far. Mercedes, the well, I say for them this Grand Prix is a bit of y- well, there's a positive, there's a negative, and if we're starting with the negative, George Russell was out with, and him being out is no driver error, but a reliability issue, which um, which is quite this reliability issue Mercedes has, or rather, yeah, Mercedes have or has had. When I mean Mercedes have had, I'm including Aston Martin of Stroll in Jeddah and um, Melbourne of Russell. It's this. Let's say this is a new issue, a new um, weakness for them because Mercedes engines are usually, or what rather, power units are usually known to be very reliable, but Jeddah and now Melbourne is a cause for concern. Um, Red Bull, they we all saw the pace. Since I've been watching Formula One for more than a decade now. I can't remember when last one pulled out 2 seconds within a couple of corners. And it's not that the driver behind him is slowing down. So will I say the Red Bull on the straight line with the DRS is something else. You know. What McLaren, yeah. McLaren, finally scoring what do you call it, points. Both drivers scoring points, which is impressive. Um, Hulkenberg as well. Hulkenberg scoring points for the team after K-Mag was, I believe K-Mag retired. What? Yeah, K-Mag. Yeah, when he hit the wall. So and then he lost his right to, which was quite unfortunate. So at least it's not only Mick that has driver error issues. Um, last it will touch everybody. Who else again? Alex Albon. Driver error. Pushed too hard in turn, I believe three, turn four, and then bin the car. Another close shot for um Hulkenberg. Luckily Albon wasn't trying to get back on track because that could have been very nasty. But yeah, I'll just pass the mic on to the rest of the room, and then we'll carry on from there with the top four teams and is it top four, top three now? Because Ferrari is not even did not score points. Yesterday I said this thing that I said it that this thing is 3.5. Okay, so okay, so we'll carry on with or rather we'll proceed with the 3.5 teams at the top, and then we'll continue with the rest of the grid. So yeah, let's have first of all let's have Lumi, then Dr. Tech, then Abbasia Kemer, then Malik, Daniela, and Abdul in that order. Thank you very much.
Hi. I hope everyone can hear me. I don't know what's
Yeah.
going on. Okay. So, wow. Where do I start? It's been a really interesting race. Very a mix of everything: frustration, anger, swearing and cursing, and all of that. But I mean, at the beginning, when I had the feeling because I always about Melbourne, I always have a bad feeling about turn one. I think turn one, turn 13, I always have a bad feeling about coming into those corners too hot and forgetting that you have like it looks like a small turn, but most drivers just I don't know maybe forget themselves that corner and you kind of like and in a car like that you except you have like really good grip and you're like sure and you have been like over and over again anyone could like easily make that mistake especially at turn one, and I think turn 10 and turn 1, 10 and 13. It's easy to fuck things up there. And saying I'm just like every time there's a cluster of cars from the race start, the cluster into turn, I was just like, oh god, that I was literally holding on to my chair. Oh god. But when my guy got out, I was like, fine, good luck to everybody else. Well, my guy has passed. Good luck to the rest of you. Then before the second restart, I was like, oh god, here we go again. But I just again, I'm glad my guy passed. Then the last one, I was just like, oh, I knew something was going to happen. But this is one thing a lot of people don't understand about like a lot of things that the guys don't understand about like F1. So there's a part when you are in the middle, it is a bad place to be. You are literally at the mercy of the person in front of you, and you're hoping that you don't have an idiot behind you. Yeah, just pray that you don't have like Latifi behind you or an impatient driver behind you or beside you because if they will mostly try to dive into your left or right and when you do that you go wide. The driver tries to cover, then it feels like he bumped you. No, the guy was just covering because if you go on that curve you lose time, you lose performance. You go on that track, you just feel your car go up and down, and that's it. Before you know, 2 cars, 3 cars have passed you. So why should I be the one to leave? Why should I be the one to leave space for you when clearly you are not here? When we had the same like size of mirrors, me I will turn and try to cover myself, but you are coming in from my other side and I clearly cannot see you, and you're expecting me to leave space for you. How can you leave space for something or someone you cannot see? So now at the end, seeing the science thing, I'm just like, come on now. Okay, the only way that penalty will stand if it was that they didn't give Alonso back the place, and just like, okay, everybody must collect. But you gave Alonso back the place, Stroll moved up, and you still kept the fight. I don't understand who does that. Because every time you see like they don't the rules, everybody clearly read the rule book and we know what is there. And when they don't apply like that, you just your mind goes back to these guys like applying the rules when they want to apply it and when it suits them or whoever they want to favor in the race. It's starting to feel like a pattern. And to be honest, it gets tiring at some point when you're like, what are these guys doing? You already know what is going to happen. When at this other red flag, I was just like, okay, so I was telling my friend that this is what we'll do. The race finishes like this under safety car. That was immediately as I said, The race is gone. The race is done. We're going to finish under safety car. Then, or option B, you start again the way you started. Can give, because that lap you didn't go any lap now. So 2 more laps of racing, a two more lap sprint. Good time. Everybody gets ready and they go. Or the safety car goes, they get everybody do a formation lap, and you and the safety car pits. You have 2 laps of sprint. Whatever you want to do, good luck to you. But that no overtaking, if they were going to apply no overtaking, they should have just finished on that safety car then at the beginning. Then what's the point of this one? It's just like they look up and down and say, what do we do today? Alonso come. And the other day they were just like, you take. I'm just like, what are you people doing? Follow these rules to the end now. I mean, what is this now? He really just get. And when Alonso was saying at the other race that we at the Hamilton GNF, and he said that, this guy does not know how to start from only knows how to start from the front, because that is the best place to start. You do not want to start at the middle of, like, you do not want to start from like fourth, fifth, sixth, when you have like 4 cars going to cluster you and try to outbreak you by turn 1. You do not want that. Again, maybe if you have like maybe a Pierre or something coming by your side, or maybe Ocon, or maybe you have somebody as patient, maybe like a Checo, that will probably be patient enough to outbreak you or clean, and maybe do a clean one. Hamilton that will probably not dive bomb you and take you out at the, just wait for you to corner effectively and take you out at the next corner. But if you have impatient drivers like Alonso, like Verstappen, like this guy Yuki, and you both 3 or 4 of you hiding into one corner, I'm sorry for you. That is the race. That is the race. Nobody is going to argue that. You better break and let them go ahead, and you come clean behind them and try to take them with like speed or something. But if you try to cluster yourself into that front, look at it, every race. Imola, Melbourne, look at it again. Jeddah. If you try to cluster into the first turn, now wahala every time. That's why you see some people just break, and you see a lot of lockups, because you just realize that you don't realize that you're just an idiot in front of you that is going to put like 3 or 4 cars in trouble. He wants to try and break so he can corner effectively and get out and go out with good speed. And he's also trying to cover his side. So when you try to dive into his side like that, it becomes too cascashing. And I really, it was a mix of a lot of things, because I think I've screamed more. Like, I haven't screamed like this since Abu Dhabi 21. And this is like the second or third time I'm screaming like this. And I said, like, what are these guys doing? Man, it's really interesting. And yeah, you get as to be. Also, I'm happy to, well, let me not talk. They're probably, let me not so. But for the people that think that they were smart enough to pit early, I kind of knew that turn 1 is all. I always look forward to that turn 1 incident, because I know it will favor some people. So it always favors the patient. Because by the time we were quickly pitted, everybody interchanged to hard tire. Come on. It is Melbourne. The sun drops. By the time the sun drops, you will have a problem getting grip. You will have a problem your tires will cool out, and you do not want a cold hard tire. Nobody wants that. You can do with maybe a cold medium tire. You are fine. You will still corner, maybe lose 1 or 2. But if you are on a cold hard tire, it is the worst thing that can happen to you after reliability. Your car will be moving, but you will not be. You will feel it in a car that you are not moving. You will just be driving, and you are wondering. And it's not like the C3 is not like a tire that you can easily get, pressure in and out and just go and get like more heat in. No, it's not like, no. That hard car tire is a tire I hate the most in the race, followed by a complete wet tire. But you have a tire like that, and you suddenly pit, and now not only you now change to a hard tire. Wait, do you know what is going to happen at the race? Oh, let's not forget that how many tires do they have like that you want to pit and switch to a tire? You are now hoping that something will happen and be able to pit again. No, you have to hold on to what you have. That's why when Hamilton did, I was just like, good call. Let's go. You're on a medium, Abby. Let's go. Let's keep this. Let's keep this. What are you on? Let's keep this. You still have good tire pressure. Whatever happens, you can still battle and keep the other car at bay. Saying everyone, by the time the red flag on, I say, of course I knew it. If you have been watching Aussie GP for some time, you will, every time there's a problem at turn 1, qualio, practice, so you see people struggle for grip at that turn 1, and I think it's turn 11 and 13. Every time it happens, and I think everybody just comes and forgets that this is the same racetrack. It has not been upgraded. Nothing has been changed. So it's still the same track. It has straight, but those corners are very tricky, and you are not sure. You just one turn and you see that your tires are not turning, and that's it. And you don't have enough heat coming into that corner. Your car goes. So it's really, I'll just stop here now. I really just stop here. But yeah, every time the FIA doesn't apply the rules, I'm just like, what the hell are these guys doing, man? Like, why? Just do this and let's get the race. Let's go back to. But this is very I enjoyed this race, and Yeah, let's hope we can do better in the next race and get better results. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Lumi. Well, once again, I know you are defending your man Hamilton, so congratulations. Um, yeah. Okay. Now moving on. Sorry. The list I called earlier on, they told me it was not correct too. So, well, who goes next? Tech. Doctor Tech. Yeah. So Doctor Tech, then Abasia Keme, please.
All right, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello?
Carry on, boss. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah, so chaotic race, to say the least. But I still think there were some enjoyable elements to it. But yeah, and obviously, last speaker spoke about that on one. Yeah, obviously, it was very tricky, especially on the initial start, right? I'm not sure what was going through Matthew's mind. Either he just got a bad start or maybe he thought he shouldn't struggle too much because he knew obviously the Red Bull who had enough pace to get back at these guys later on in the race. Maybe that wasn't why he was so aggressive, right? Because normally I think we all know Matt to be a pretty aggressive driver. So yeah, that was an interesting one. Yeah, obviously John Russell was unlucky, obviously he probably too early, I guess, in the end. But was looking to be a pretty good race for him. Quite turned out flat in the end. Quite it was quite unlucky. Quite unlucky. Obviously, Lewis, had a much better race. Um, the Merc had quite enough pace to keep Fernando Alonso at pace. So yeah, that was good to see. Yeah, I mean the Mex pretty much had good pace all through the weekend, even from what we saw in quad yesterday, right? Yeah, so I think the Mercedes fans will be very happy to see that. Ferrari, I guess Ferrari just being Ferrari, I guess. Obviously, Leclerc was unlucky in the initial start. I think I'm not sure who tapped him, but obviously got spun around into the ground. Yeah, that was in the best. Stroll, says Stroll. Sainz was having a much better race, but obviously it's all cascaded down pretty much from there. But I mean, they don't quite have the pace that we we expect. Oh, there was quite a stint where Sainz was doing some pretty amazing laps. I'm not sure what around lap, I think 20 something. So it was very fast, but obviously they have enough pace in the end. On the Aston Martins, right? Um, yeah, Fernando just being Fernando, giving us space. Obviously, he didn't have enough pace in the end to catch Lewis in the front. But I think he pretty much understood that he just needed to drive a good race and hold on to third, right? I think he kind of accepted that after the initial pace to try to catch Lewis, he knew he wasn't going to get that, so he just kind of settled second in the end. Orlando, I know we all give him a bit of flack. I mean, being Lawrence Stroll's son and all, but I think we've come to see that in this sport, just being able to drive the car from the beginning to the end without any incidents is not. I mean, not every driver can do that. Two was that to pretty much drove their red tire into the barrier for the second restart. I can't remember what that was, but it's even drivers like Latifi that we've seen in the past. Just being able to drive the car from the start to the end, it's quite an achievement in itself. So to be able to put in some sort of consistency, I guess, in the races that we've seen from him this season, I think that is commendable. Obviously, it will be interesting to see how he uh, progresses along in the season. And if he can, obviously, I don't think he'll be able to give Fernando Alonso much of a challenge, but at least to get some consistent points and results for the team on the board, that'll be very interesting to see. Then in this space, last race, I think quite a number of people spoke on Lando Norris and quite questioned. Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe question is too strong of a word, but put some questions about his ability and his performance this season. But I think that in this race was able to show that, you know, he's still the Fernando asset, Fernando. He's still the Lando Norris that, you know, we've seen for the past couple of seasons. You know, given a pretty decent car, you can do something as we saw today. Yeah, and to be fair to Piastri, had a pretty good race. So that was it was good to see him move a bit the McLaren rather move a bit higher in the rankings. Like, so that was good for them. I think this will be a race that presents them confidence going forward, right? Yeah. So all things considered, I mean, a chaotic race in the end, but I think there were some interesting things to note that to consider ahead of the next race in a month's time. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, boss. Okay, let's have Abasia Karen, please. Thank you very much.
Uh, Good morning to everyone.
Morning, boss.
Yeah, good to be back. Elon has kept me in prison for about a month, so I think the issue, just in case anyone is having issue coming up, if you are logged in with the second account, so you can still join spaces on your first. You can still join spaces on your first account, but on the second you can't join. I don't know when you start that bullshit. Elon is doing everything, so I've had to log out of first account today to speak here. Just for anyone having the same issue. Good race, very exciting and drama. I think my main agenda today is to play devil's advocate for Carlos Sainz because I mean we want to see penalties handed out fast. We've all been calling for that in recent. But I just think with the way today's race ended, how delicate things were not clear. I think maybe he has a point with wanting to speak to the stewards after the race, not just before. But then it was weeks ago we were all displeased about the fact that they don't make things clear before the end of the race. So it's just now we're seeing the other side of it and how it could turn out to be a disadvantage for a driver and team. And also for signs also it's confusing because I mean I've always been an advocate for harsh penalties. You win the drivers race, you should be out. I've never 5 seconds has always felt too little to me. I mean, we saw last season with George Russell trying to murder people and ruining their races, and not just for other drivers. You just get 5 seconds at the end of the day, you finish on the podium or you finish fourth, and that other driver has lost 15, 12 points. So, but today feels like with the restart procedure, the final one after all the hundreds restart procedures that we had, everything was restored. Alonso got his place back. A lot of people even got places they didn't deserve because of Gasly and Ocon crashing out. And then you still hand out penalty. I don't know, it feels sort of, I'm not sure, I don't really understand it. I wish IBEX was here. It's our legal counsel in this space. But I mean, if you reinstate, if you say the last lap doesn't count, because the sector wasn't completed, restore things, and then you still punish the driver for accident in that lap. I don't know, it feels, I don't know, maybe that's what the rule is. I just follow correct. I don't know, but it feels sort of, should I say, unfair. But I won't be too hard on the FIA. I'd say, the decisions they made and, the points of the races where they had to make it and how delicate those times where they took their time and they applied, what they believed to be correct. Things weren't rushed. Things weren't, I mean, there was a point of them going over for entertainment over, with the red flag. But then fans have also called for that too. So the FIA, I won't criticize them much. But the teams and across the field, I mean, I think everyone can be happy except for Alpine and Ferrari. Great drive from Max, great drive from Lewis, great drive from Alonso. At the end, Alonso said couldn't keep up with Mercedes. That it wasn't just about like him, preserving his tires. So I think that's a good sign for Mercedes. I mean, I'm happy my team is at the top, but I'm not. I don't want to put my hopes in Checo Perez to make this an continuous season for us. Max and Perez battle. It's possible. I'm not putting my hope there. So if the other teams can come in, I don't expect them to catch up with Red Bull. At least, make things harder. So that would be good. For Mercedes, I should be happy today, but I think the issue with Mercedes has always been the next race we could go to and you'll find themselves 6 tenths down. It's a very shy car that turns up on the day she's feeling up to it. So let's see how things will go from here on. A month before the next race, that's very long. But yeah, good race, good weekend. Few for signs. Don't know if any other person shares that opinion of few. The penalty was deserved, but yeah, I'm happy all my guys are, you know, got good points today.
Thank you very much, Abasi Akemi. Okay, who do we have next? Sorry. So we have Malik. Is Malik here? Okay, yeah, we have Malik, Abdul, Daniela, then Miss Catrock in that order. Thank you, guys. Abdul, please go ahead. I'm sorry, Malik. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. How's it going? Uh, First of all, thank you, Carlos Sainz. You fucked up my fantasy Formula One. Yeah. So, anyways, it is. I think it was a great race. I think it was an amazing race. Obviously, the major problem with this race is the consistency of the FIA. Because today we have this, tomorrow we have this. In fact, I'm just even learning now that your car is allowed to like touch the white line of the starting grid. Because if it's there, if it wasn't there, Max should get a 5 second penalty because it's outside the grid for the last restart. And also, I think the Carl Sainz penalty was harsh. He hit the apex all right, and yeah, it was just that it was a racing incident. I don't think it was a 5 second penalty because I've watched it times after time. It's not like he didn't turn the steering wheel throughout. He did. Anyways, I think Lewis had an amazing race, and I feel bad for George the most because this is kind of the chaos George thrives in, and this is kind of chaos he loves. So it was sad to see that he couldn't participate. And I think we're getting to a point, as the F1 Ninja guy said, where Ferrari is like leaving the top three teams, and we are noticing the decline, and it's kind of sad to see, especially that like even though you're a fan of every other team, you always have a soft spot for Ferrari. I don't know, they are the oldest in the business or something like that. I'm a Mercedes fan, but I just love Ferrari sometimes. So yeah, I felt bad for them today. Actually, they walked home with like no point. Like this is terrible compared to their last season. Um, yeah, but it was an amazing race, and Aston Martin. I think Mercedes they are doing everything they can to get back on top. Like they were the second fastest car today. It was so obvious. Um, Alonso tried all he could to get behind Lewis, but Lewis was always one up in him by 1/10 or 2/10 or 3/10. It was amazing to see. And yeah, the chaos made the race fun. And also, oh yeah, Hulkenberg. What happened there, fam? Like I think well, they're with the Steelers right now, trying to appeal the whole restart procedure, and I hope he gets it, man. It's like so that this course of Hulkenberg on the podium can finally end. But I think it was also amazing we have three world champions on the podium. But FIA consistency it needs because if they say, oh, it's allowed this time, it leaves a loophole for other teams to try it, and then they have to address it at some point. So it's better they address it the first time rather than them going over and over and over again. But it was an amazing race. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malik. Thank you so much. Who do we have next? Hey, what's wrong with me today? Um, Abdul. So we have Abdul, then Daniela.
It was Daniela before me in the original order.
Okay. So sorry. Okay, ladies first. Oh yeah.
Abdul, God will bless you. Thank you. Please, I have to start work in exactly 7 minutes. So me, my own is to celebrate and cook agenda and be going. Please, we woke up early this morning, chasing a race win, looking for the bag. That's how Massey entered the paddock. Red flag everywhere. Races crashing. People. No, Australia really, really showed itself. What? I've sung Miracle, no, they try Jesus. I've sung Everybody Luku Luku, see what the Lord has done. I've sung Miracle Worker. No, no, it was a very intense, funny, wild, crazy race. Me, my own is that Lewis made it through unscathed. Very happy for Lewis. Lewis is 192nd podium. He is the only F1 driver in history to have a podium in 17 consecutive seasons, continuing to show us why he is the GOAT. Congratulations to Lewis. Congratulations to the C team. It's nice to see them coming back. Very unfortunate for George, what happened to him. I'm sure the team will look into it and fix it. As for Max Verstappen, there we go. Me, my only thing that I have to say about Max is Max said, why the red flag? I said, it's like Australia is trying to be Abu Dhabi because they both have A in their name. Australia said, let me show you something. Hey, so many flashbacks when they said, Crofty said, what do you call it? We'll have 2 laps of racing. I said, hey, what? Somebody said safety car risk, and I said, hey, flashback in reverse. This race. What? No. It was very interesting. Sunoda scored points. 1 point. After all the kerfuffle, Nick De Vries finished P15. We'll continue to cook that agenda. Ferrari, please, I've been inviting Ferrari fans to prayer meeting. I send WhatsApp message. I send Twitter link. You people don't join. So I don't know what else to say to you, but apart from I don't know how to help you. Me, you know me, I'm not engineer. I'm not driver. Even to be part of the marketing team to overspend, I'm not part. My own is prayer. That's all I can do as a fan. So please, I don't know. No points. Hey, this race was very exciting, and I look forward to more races like this. It's a long time till we get the next race, but an exciting race. So many things about the rules. I feel like you guys are going to be here for a long time talking about all the things that happened in this race, the restarts. Very exciting, but I definitely think Mercedes have taken a step forward. A lot of people are like, "Oh, we think this is track specific, da 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 da." But I do think they've taken a step forward. Lewis was saying that he wasn't comfortable in the car. He doesn't feel connected to the car, and yet here we are at a podium in front of Alonso. And after the race, Lewis and Alonso were smiling, hugging each other. Hey, things are cooking. Crazy things are happening. But I'm looking forward to how the rest of the season unravels. Lewis, Mercedes. I'm very happy, very content. Let's see how the only thing is George and obviously some of the issues that they've been having at Aston Martin as well. I'm sure that now that we have these 4 months, I don't know whether they can't work, or don't know what the rules are, but hopefully they'll be able to sort it out before the next race. I really enjoyed. I woke up 7 a.m. This race started. I was up at 6:30. Hey, no, I like yesterday and today from qualifying today to the race. Mercedes, they've done what they need to do. I'm very happy. We are jubilating everywhere. Hopefully more of these, more podiums, staying in the hunt for the championship, because I don't think it's too early to call, but I don't think it's too far away from us. I I believe, I hope that it's not too far away from us, and that we are making so much of an early comeback. Like our first podium was in Singapore last year, and now we are here, third race of the season. We have a podium. So yes, very happy. All things put together, we'll have a few more exciting races like this. And yeah, see what happens when Michael Massey in the paddock. Hey, interesting. Somebody should check that he wasn't inside the race director office. So go and check. Anyway, thank you so much, admin. Because admin, really, Abu Dhabi replay. The ironies. It just happened like that. Just They said when Crofty said safety, and then Crofty said Michael Massey is a human being. Crofty, we don't remember. We don't see him. We know he's a human being, Crofty. We are Ted was just cooking agenda on the comment. Hey, a great race. I really loved it. Thank you.
Felisafa, Daniela, thank you very much. Okay, let's have Abdul, please.
Yeah, morning everybody. A chaotic race, but here we are. Race win number 37 for Max Verstappen, and it's been actually great because I've been here on this piece counting from 20 something. Now we're on 37. Race win 37. 3 wins in a row from the opening 3 for Red Bull. two fastest laps out of three, good lead in both drivers and constructors. I mean, life is good actually. Life is really good on the Red Bull side of things. It's really really good, and the car is good. I mean, the car on that DRS is just fantastic. Big ups to Adrian Newey and co that have designed a proper rocket ship of a car. So it was actually a very very chaotic race. Nice, nice, really nice for McLaren to score points and Yuki Tsunoda to also score points. And then for the I had someone talking earlier on for the local stewards that we're going to have, and they're still going to cook agenda on this space. Um, Max's tire was on the white line. There's nothing to cook there. You cannot fugazi or fraud your way into a race win for the P2 guy on the grid. There was nothing that has happened there. So the local stewards should calm down before they put on gas. And for Ferrari and Mr. Sainz, I mean, I would expect them to fight that the same way Alonso and the Aston Martin team fought and got their podium back. Because there's no point giving Sainz a penalty in the sense that they restarted the lap. Alonso got his P3 back. And if not for the crash by the Alpine boys, they would have still been in position. So why now apply a 5 second penalty to him when you know that you're just doing a procession of his final lap to finish it? I mean, it's up to Ferrari and their technical team. Let's see how they can fight it. But I really expect them to do. And in my opinion, Science has been really, really shanked. Yeah, I mean, you could see him begging for his life out there, and yeah, they should really fight that because that's one decision I do not agree with. And the final, yeah, that's the main decision I do not agree with. The decision to make it a stunning start at the end, two lap shootout. Well, I mean, in hindsight, could they have made it a rolling start because they could of the chaos we saw, but never can see. Anyway, it's a good day for Red Bull, and no F1 for the next 3 weeks, which is going to be tough. But what a way to sign out before the mini break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdul. Congratulations on your end. Super Rockets. Um, yeah, it's not Super Rocket I wanted to say. Ah, what was the name of that Elon Musk company? Starship. Is it Starship or Starlink? Anyway, forget about it. Miss Carter, please go ahead.
Hi everyone. So it's a really good day for Team LH, not so good for Team Mercedes. But it's sad that we weren't able to maximize points today. But I am cautiously optimistic about the car, although it seems to have a mind of its own. And I thought that they had done upgrades, but then when Lewis did his interview, he said nothing has been done to the car, which is interesting because he said that he doesn't feel at one with the car and he's not feeling it. But interestingly, he drove as though he was at one with the car, which is a bit of an oxymoron to me. The race was so chaotic. I feel like my heart was just beating the whole time. Like I was so stressed out, and I wasn't even the one driving in the bloody race. I was thinking, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And 8 DNFs to me in one race is so wild. But when I tweeted it, somebody said that it's been more before, so that was interesting. But yeah, if we could have some more races like this, bar the DNFs and the crashes, but like closer, more racing together, I think that that would make a more exciting season than we were expecting. So yeah, it was good to me. Worth staying up for.
Thank you, Miss Catrock. Thank you very much. Okay, let's have Regis, then Yemi, then Honorable Dunwaya, please.
Hi, morning guys. Before I go ahead, I want to say big ups to you, admin. Like I scroll through Twitter. When I see your tweets with the whatever that goes with it, brother, you deserve. I don't know whether I will give you Oscar. What award do they give for those things? Because you are killing me. Then this race mixed feelings for me. I don't know. I was so pained. I joined that lap on lap 17 and I'm like, what was I doing? How did I slip off? But for some reason, I just discovered that it was Alex Albon that brought out a red flag, and so the race, it wasn't giving. I don't understand, but the only exciting thing about this race is the fact that Lewis was able to keep Alonso behind and said it like this is what champions do. He was on the radio and said, "Look, you see this one, I am not losing out. My guy saw it through." I feel like these are the kind of things that just gives you confidence that will propel you throughout the season. I don't know if anybody that started the race, if someone could just give a 1 minute countdown or rundown of what happened. Like I came and Leclerc was out of the race. I can't even see a replay because I'm prepared. It has to be later in the day. Leclerc was out. Where's Alex Albon that I'm expecting to be in the points? Alex Albon is out. I just heard George Russell posting that he could have won the race, and then I hear George Russell was in front, started the race number one. So I'm like, brother, like, have I missed this? In fact, all the action of the race or whatever, all those other things that happened at the end, I just feel like someone said, I feel like it should have been a rolling start. Maybe the Alpine guys wouldn't be so pissed the way they are right now because they are the greatest losers. How can somebody go from fifth position to having nothing? Valtteri Bottas from nowhere now is scoring points, something he did not work for. Even with all 8 DNFs, Nick De Vries is still not even nowhere to be found. I know he DNF'd too. Like, if somebody that started the race can just give us quick 1 minute what happened in this race, because I'm not really happy, but big ups to Mercedes for being able to like keep that Aston Martin behind. I'm seriously hoping that this is not track specific and it can be carried on to Baku and even going forward. And bro, man, I don't know. It's mixed feelings for me, especially on the part of Alex Albon not finishing the race. But yeah, 50 points in the championship, 20 races to go. I feel like it's still wide open, and Red Bull, they know it, and that is why I'm not going to say anything conspiracy. But this championship is still wide open. Nice one, guys. I'll use the mic.
Hey,
Okay, so
Wait, sorry, come on, one second. Which lab do you start from? Because you use like start after the second safety.
As in, I joined lap 17. If you see the way I'm like, what
Lab
I've
17.
missed everything.
You
I,
have missed. No,
I,
you know they
I'm
don't, they
not.
don't
I'm
used to
not
use
happy, man.
they
I'm
don't
not
used
a
to use
happy man.
Nigerian time to do when it comes to F1. You will miss the action. You
Me that even
understand?
wanted to watch the 1 hour before the race starts. All those they are
Oh,
sleep carrying me.
you not set alarm. Sorry. And please go
Enough
ahead.
on, please. Let's go ahead.
okay, so I was going to give you a mini rundown, first few laps, right? So lap one, George Russell jumps Max Verstappen, right? Lewis jumps
Mado,
Max. Yeah, so Lewis
Mado
jumps
again.
Lewis jumps Max, but then I think right at the corner, Leclerc and Stroll get into a mini. Well, I don't even think it wasn't anything. I think Leclerc's front tire clips, so I mean his back tire clips Stroll's front tire. I can't even remember what happened there. So Leclerc ran off, and then of course there was a safety car, so that's how Leclerc got off the race. But then I think
So clearly
yeah,
Leclerc's fault that one.
not necessarily.
No,
I
no,
mean it was
no.
racing incident.
Stroll hit Leclerc because he was trying to avoid Alonso, and that's how that happened. It
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
Leclerc's fault.
Yeah. So
And
it
then
was
that was a racing incident that he didn't
yeah.
get penalized for, but Sainz did. They're unfair.
Yeah, yeah. So racing incident, and then I think what happens? George Pitts, red flag. Um, yeah, George Pitts, and then of course, we go into a red flag situation. We restart the race, standing restart. Lewis gets ahead well, so Lewis leads the race. Lewis gets ahead well. Then, of course, the Red Bull is fast. Max gets ahead of Lewis, and and we stayed that way for a while. So that's kind of like a rundown of what happened.
Please, can I ask a question? One
Go
question.
ahead.
Why did Russell pit? What tires did all of them start with?
You
Because
know,
I don't understand why he
He
went to
thought
the
the
pit.
safety car gods would be on his side, but Jesus said, "Not today. Not today, history. Today belongs to 44." That's
but
what
I'm
happened.
also the reality is that I mean to be fair, the reality is that the team made that decision too. It was a strategic call. It wasn't. I
Was
mean,
he on hard tire? Was he on hard compound?
they were both on mediums. They were all on mediums. They started on mediums. So, once a safety car came out, and because tire deg is low, the team thought, if we can get
George did
George
not
in,
need to pit. He was on a medium tire. He was still fine.
but George
Well,
did not
wait,
make that decision for
I
himself.
think we are
George had a history
forgetting
of
that.
making that decision for
Wait,
himself.
hold. Yeah, I think we are
George decided to
forgetting
trust.
that both drivers were struggling for track position, and Mercedes wanted to put them on different strategies.
Yeah, but you
Yeah, I
also
think
need,
it was a
but you
good
But
also
not, it
need
gamble.
to
was too early.
understand. No, wait, relax. But you also need to understand that the every team, not necessarily, I mean, some teams had analyzed it and said that in normal situations, that was not supposed to be a red flag. So the team is thinking this is the safety car. Let's make use of it. They're like, it wasn't supposed to be a red flag. It was just supposed to be like a safety car. And no one saw the reason why a red flag came out at first. So really, the strategy call would have been a good call for George to keep track position. If the red flag didn't come out, no one expected a red flag. So I mean, these things happen, to be honest. There's no need to be blowing off you.
Okay, so
I think
basically, if it was just a safety car, George would have pitted and still come out like maybe second or third or something,
no,
Exactly.
and
He would
he
be
would
have
have
come
come
out.
out,
and
not
be in
necessarily
position.
second
If
or
those guys
third.
now pit, he'll take
Exactly, he would
back
have led
position.
the race.
So
Yeah,
Exactly.
he
because
was
of the
trying to
red
It
flag,
wouldn't
undercut. He
have
was
been
trying to
second or
undercut.
One
third.
to the
second,
pit.
guys. One second, guys. Please, there are a lot of hands up, so let's keep it moving, please. Thank you.
Anyway, yeah. So just to round up, I mentioned that Reggie's Bottas didn't score any points. Let's not give him credit here. He did not get any. He did not score any points.
Oh,
Oh,
Joe
please,
did.
please, please, please,
Bottas
please.
did not
Lock
score
was
any.
on his side.
Bottas did not score any points. Now what's up?
so he
No,
finished. Okay, he
no, he
finished
didn't score
11th,
again. He didn't score again after the restart.
Yeah, he
Restart.
didn't score. Joe
but
scored.
Sonoda got 10th.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Then Joe got ninth.
Nice one.
Okay. Thank you very much, Anobang. Let's have Yemi, please. Yemi, thank you for waiting.
Yep, I've been waiting patiently because I actually don't have much time. But in any case, I won't cook too much today. Just mild garnishing here and there. Congrats to Mercedes, or actually, congrats to Lewis. I thought he drove a very very good race. I mean, that's to be expected in a car that he's not connected to. But I like what his father said on I think on the F1 TV, or was it F1 TV, or maybe interview with Jensen Button. That look, man. Um, you just have to love the car. Yes, the car might not be connected to, but at least you have to find something you like about the car, and then that can, you know, give you a better mindset. Because one thing about Lewis's performances is always tied to his mindset. I mean, a lot of it, I mean, his baseline performance, right? In normal day is fantastic. The guy is a machine. But then when you want to, when he's in that great mood, the guy just does wonders, right? So, and a lot of that comes from how you feel with the car, so I like the fact that I just like seeing his dad being around him recently. I just like that. I like that presence, as an advisor, confident and stuff like that. So I think it's positive, and I think we're seeing it on track. Shame for George. I thought it would have been a very exciting race had he remained on the racetrack. But I think if anything, there's also a perspective of you know what, if this is we have a DNF now, then at least the team can then go investigate what is wrong, see the weak points in the car, improve it. Right. So I think that's a good thing. George is yet to score. I mean, well, it's too early, but he's not scored any podium this year. He's actually been very inconsistent. If you have to actually if I was to keep it real, Bahrain, not the so average race. I had a decent race in Saudi, but then his teammate that was so far off finished behind him. Um, then obviously this race, not. I mean, he qualified well, so I'm not knocking him, and he was driving well just before. I mean, well, you only had 10 laps of him, so we really can't tell. But anyways, onwards, we move forward. I think people were celebrating very, in Bahrain. Enemies were shouting, "Oh, we told you so." This. Look at us. They've not upgraded the car. Updates have not come. My own driver is not. Louis is not connected to the car. Look at where we are. So, I think there's a lot of positives to take from today's race. I also like, I like the fact that this was very, very exciting. Very, very exciting race. Like one of the most exciting I've seen in a long time. A lot of DNFs. I thought the red flag thing was a bit of a farce. I mean, I like the first red flag, obviously. Second red flag made sense to me still as well. But I felt like it didn't need to be a standing restart. It could have just been a rolling restart. That would have actually that could have been a bit, that could have been safer. But then people will say, oh, look at Mugello in 2020. See what happened with the rolling restart, right? So there's positive and negatives. In any case, the whole fast ended and we still finished under a safety car. So in the name of entertainment, you merry-go-round, sticking back square one. So anyways, I think, but generally, a lot of positives for my team. I think the only thing I would just like to say is, as far as the reservation goes, is see the whole Max thing and the way he parked his car in the final restart. I think that should be a penalty ball. And here's my reason, right? That's not something you see. Look at how far forward it is. It doesn't even make sense. Substance over form. When you look at these rules, Ocon wasn't too forward on his own in sorry, Ocon wasn't too far. I think it was just a bit on the right, or he touched the yellow line, whatever the case is, and he got a penalty for it. And he didn't. When you look at it, he didn't necessarily gain a material advantage, right? But look at this, Max Verstappen zone so forward, all right. And the question is, oh, if you can actually do that, then why don't all drivers do it? We don't see that, so it's not something that is it's not something that is done, right? And they should be penalized for it. Again, this is a case of Max pushing the rules and then the stewards bending over for it, right? Or the whole establishment bending over to get to get done by Max and Red Bull. If I'm Mercedes, I'll protest it, but I'm surprised if they don't. But in any case, that's my own feeling. Like it doesn't make sense that a driver should be able to do that, and then there shouldn't be a warning. I mean, maybe not a penalty, but okay, you know what? Warning, say don't do that again, and right, let everybody know that this is not allowed. This is not allowed, right? But again, we just see a lot of these gaps, excuses for the same type of driver. But it's what it is, man. Anyways, that's all from me today. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Yemi. Yemi, this Max issue, but Toto has come out to say that Max is there's nothing to investigate there. Are you implying the team principal, or rather, you don't agree with your principal?
I do not. I told you guys now in Bahrain when they were shouting, "Oh, we need to change the concept." I said you guys were emotional. Like they did not change anything in the car. Look at the car; it's good. They just understood the car. And again, the team already knew from the winter that okay, there are some things they can actually go a better direction. They already knew, So you know, Toto is not a fighter. Let's be real. Like he's a fighter in a different way. The way
Bro,
he manages the team.
that's exactly what I was about to say.
He's a fighter
Toto
in
is
a
not
different
a
way.
fighter.
He's a fighter. He manages the team very well. He's taking that team to great records. And I had no problem with him not being that kind of person, right? That's that he chooses to do his own speaking on track, and that's the ethos. And it's an ethos I completely agree with. So I don't agree with him on this particular issue, but that's fine. He's expected. Like I already said that. Oh, I don't expect the team to push it. That it is. So, but guess what? You can bet that if this was Ferrari or Red Bull or Aston Martin, and that way was Lewis or George that did that, you can bet everything you have that they will at least protest. And I feel like this sport is a sport of fine margins, right? If they protest and they're able to win it, see what I mean. So look at what Aston Martin did for Alonso in Jeddah, right? Although again that one is a case of Mercedes actually, to be fair to them, they did exactly the same thing that Abu Dhabi. Just that the stewards were they were complicit in the corruption. So that one I understand. But in any case, if this was any other team, they will protest, and something might come of it. It's a game of thin margins, man. Now this guy has 50-point gap. Okay, if they gave him a 3-second penalty, whatever it is, and the guy doesn't score any points, the game. I mean, that changes the championship is tighter, right? Everything is fine margins. You get, but if there's a winning, there's a chance, there's a gap, you go for it. So that's the mindset that I don't, that's what I don't like about. So, but again, at the end of the day, it's how he chooses to to run the team, and this is a team that's won 8 times. They prefer to do everything, let them beat you 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 1 minute ahead. That's how they want to be winning. That's fair. So I don't agree, but if that's how he wants to run it, no problem.
Okay, can we have a Odunwa, please hold on. Let's have a engineer in the house. Our in-house engineer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, boss.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It was an interesting race, and the initial excitement made towards made the latter part of the race weird until Magnussen decided to spice it up for us. With I felt it was Bottas was going to actually crash, but I would have loved Bottas to crash though, so I can ban Bolaji. But on a serious note, about this whole Max Verstappen restart procedure, blah blah blah. It is funny because we've seen these things multiple times. We've seen it from Vettel. Vettel was like the main abuser of such rules. The rules state clearly you must be within the box and you must not be ahead of the line. The fact that other drivers have not been doing it does not mean someone doing it and exploiting the rule up to that extent is wrong. In the chat section of the space, I took a screenshot of the FIA rule book about start procedures. So maybe you guys can check it and see it is written there in black and white. So it's not even about misinterpretation or anything. It is what the FIA rulebook states. So if someone follows the FIA rulebook and then you're still clamoring for punishment for him, isn't that a very weird situation? I don't understand. But that's that. Then the race was good. Glad Mercedes is back into it. At least we can finally discount Ferrari as second or third fastest car. Mercedes, well, Mercedes is. I will still put them as third fastest car, but we're still going to observe and see how they going forward. And at least their PU is finally showing some signs of failure, or it's not indestructible as everyone has, or lots of people have claimed. An interesting race, and I would, I would not fault the race directors for. I think the second red flag was an unnecessary red flag because it was 3 laps to the end, so they could have easily just ended it like Monza, but it's also up to them to decide whatsoever they want to do. And well, sponsors, these companies pay a whole lot of money. The only reason they did not do a callback after this major shunt of the last towards the ending of the race was for the pictures to be taken, for you to tune into CNN in the evening and see the clip of Max winning or whoever was going to win. The sponsors matter as well. So that's why they actually did that, because if they were going to call back this situation, call back the race to what it was before, to the previous lap or the restarting that starting order, then they could have as well just ended the race there. Everyone was done. And personally, for the whole science doesn't deserve the penalty thing, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't understand it. There was a red flag. A restart was called. A collision happened. If he was faulty for the collision and it was not deemed as a racing incident, then he should be penalized for the collision. The fact that they changed the starting order was because all cars did not pass the sector one and they could not establish a racing order. So if they could establish a racing order, then all what we are saying would not matter. So I think by the time when we are saying these things, we should try and maybe sort of distinguish which is which. A restart happened. Carlos Sainz caused the collision. He was deemed to be 100% or majority of the percent at fault for the collision. He needs to be penalized for it. If he's penalized for it, then how do we restart this order since we can't continue the race? So what does the rule book say about restarting the order? So that's my own take on it. I feel for him because when I heard his voice breaking on the radio and everything, it was really sad. But it is what it is basically. So the race was interesting. Sad we're going to have a long wait to the next race. But Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, can I quickly just respond to Madi?
Yes,
I
boss.
not necessarily.
Apologies to Honorable.
Sorry, it's just
Ambassador,
45
go
seconds.
ahead.
Yeah. Not necessarily to argue, but it's just. I mean, I don't want to be too harsh on the FIA, but it's just the the biggest example we can use, the most recent, is Silverstone last. Just crash and things restarted. And I also use Hamilton and Alonso's crash or incident last year. I'll use that one first, where Hamilton was at fault. He crashed out of the race, and the FIA didn't punish him because, I mean, he had crashed out. That was his punishment. But we all knew that if Hamilton continued that race, I mean, that's the big shunt last year they had with each other, where Alonso said some things on the radio, that Hamilton would have been punished. Like, that was the clear consensus that everyone had. But the FIA decided not to go ahead with that because Hamilton had crashed out, which was his way of taking his punishment. So the rules are there, but sometimes you see the FIA, judge things, I don't know, based on the incidents. The rule books are there, but sometimes you look at an incident and see that this is a isolated incident, is not a very common thing, and they sometimes change the rules because of that. Silverstone last year, Joe's crash, everyone was focused on that, but everyone forgot in the back that Vettel almost killed Albon. Like, he was clearly at fault for that one. Albon's crash was, to me, worse than Joe's crash. But Joe's crash, understandably, took their attention. Vettel threw Albon into the wall. I can't remember how many G it was, but that was a really dangerous crash. And the restart happened, and there was no penalty for Vettel. I'm not really calling it inconsistent. It's inconsistency in a way, but sometimes I'm just using an example that the race directors, they see incidents and they judge it, in an isolated manner. And that was the point I was going ahead earlier. Signs sort of, in some way, if he has to give up the place, that's his punishment. Then adding 5 seconds again on top of that is understandable, but it feels harsh. And there's been times in the past where they've judged things because, okay, this person has to give back the place. Okay, well, because this person has crashed out already, we don't see the need to punish him again. So to me, it's similar. I don't know if you get the point I'm trying to make.
I understand what you're trying to say, but the Vettel example you gave was why did he, I can remember that why they didn't punish Vettel for that was they said he was it was everything was happening so fast and there was a deceleration from Albon due to Joe crashing in front. So that created a Constantina effect that affected Vettel, which he couldn't see and couldn't react on time. So yes, I agree that you should judge incidents separately and all that kind of a thing, but it is still the discretion of the stewards. So if he was judged to have caused the collision, and we know causing a collision is an automatic 5 second penalty if you are deemed to be predominantly at fault, then why are people saying, oh, he was too harsh? I felt for him myself, but it's what it is. It's the rules. Do you understand? It's just like the 2021 Silverstone GP when Lewis and Max had that other thing and Max Lewis got the penalty and still went on to win the race. So are we saying, oh, because Lewis could win the race or because he was ahead, we should not penalize him or that kind of a thing? My point is, we want the FIA and the stewards to follow the rules to the letter. Then it's at their discretion how they want to interpret that, and as long as they interpret it well, personally, I feel we should be fine with it. But this is what it is.
Thank you. Let's have Honorable, please.
Morning, guys. I hope everyone is good. Interesting race to be fair. I have a couple of things to touch on. First of all, with Max restarts, I wish Mercedes had protested. At least that way, you guys will know that he did not break any rule, and there was like there's no basis for him to be punished. He was clearly on the white line, and that was all that mattered. Because if you check the FIA rules, it says be on the white line, not outside it. So that was all that mattered. At least if Toto Wolff had said, "Oh, you guys should check this thing," then maybe by now we would have moved on from that. Then also Max had a very diabolical start at the beginning. Like it was, I was very annoyed with him, especially when he was breaking into turn three. Like why did he break that early? Like, it was annoying to be fair, but at the end of the day, he knew like because at the press conference, sorry, when he was being interviewed after, he said that he was just being patient because he knew the card that he had, so that's fine. And also I think like the race at the point like was very interesting because if we should remove Max, there was a point where like from second to fifth was like the gap between them wasn't more than 2 seconds, and it was everyone just okay, like they were playing chess with themselves. Sometimes this one is pushing, sometimes this one is conserving his tires. So like it was very good to watch. That was the fun part of the race. Um then for the because there was a point where when we were talking about the safety car incident when Russell pitted, I think that was what he did then was the right thing because nobody knew that the red flag was coming out. Even Lewis felt he was at a disadvantage before the red flag came out. So Russell actually did the right thing then. Like everyone that pitted then they did the right thing because we all know that in Melbourne, even if like it takes a while for like your tires to heat up, your tires can actually last in this on this track. So there's that. And then there's like also with like Russell, I think there's some sort of I don't know enmity building between his camp and Louis' camp because I think it was in lap three or so when he was like, "Why did you guys tell me to manage?" and then my teammates would be attacking me. So I'm just this is just me playing like listening and saying, "Oh, like maybe this is what's happening there." I don't know. Then I also wanted to mention about Ferrari and Sainz. I I feel for science, but I don't think like if they appeal, I don't think there's anything that will make like the FIA come back on the decision because if he was I think in Silverstone last year, despite like they all like did a count back, there was an investigation for what happened for like when Guan Yu hit Gasly and Russell. So there was that anyway. So if anyone had gotten punished, I don't think at Silverstone they would have said, "Oh, but the lap was nullified." Then why are you punishing us? So yeah, that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Can we have Etuk? Then we'll have Atuma next, please. Thank you, guys.
Hi everyone, good morning. No, I don't have anything to add to this. The reason I raised my hand was because I actually wanted to contribute to the question about why George Russell Pete, and the question has already been answered. So there's no point in me adding anything to that. Thanks, admin.
Thank you very much, Etuk. Can we have Atuma, please?
Alright,
Atuma. Okay. Okay. Can we have uh Wakas Sharif? Sorry if I didn't get your name correctly, but Sharif. Sharif.
If you like, say people have gone back to bed, sha.
Okay, can we have okay, let's have Hassan and Regis, please. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, everybody. And congratulations to the Lewis Hamilton fans who are back on P2 again. And yes, I just have some quick things to say. First of all, Fernando Alonso, I hope he retracts his statements that he released earlier this week, where he said Lewis Hamilton is getting old, getting weak, and didn't really have a real fight and all of that. Even though Hamilton beat him all those times, beat him again today for good measure. It's just normal beating. And then now, yeah. So going to Ferrari, I just want to ask a question to the Ferrari fans. Who do you think your team lead is in terms of points and all this stuff? Because clearly one person is scoring all the points, another person is dragging the team down. and all of that. But I'll just leave that one. I'll leave that one there. And then over to Sergio Perez and George Russell. Those two are seeing imaginary pace lines somewhere all of us are not seeing it because Perez said Red Bull did not have the pace today, and which is quite confusing considering how many seconds Max dropped on Lewis. And then George Russell is saying Mercedes probably had the pace to win, which is also confusing when you see the seconds that Max dropped on Lewis. So these two, I don't know if they need to refocus and actually just like look at what they are doing and analyze better because they are very their PR is not working perfectly. And they're just trying to do PR to save face because both of them are just they just done horrible today. I can't really blame Russell because of the DNF and all of that. But that's it. Another person I'm really sad about is Valtteri Bottas. This guy is in my fantasy team, and look at what he's doing for me today. He didn't have anything for me. At least he didn't even like do a is it Hulkenberg that got P4 or P5 or something. I really wanted something like that for him because like we had only 12 cars racing. How are you this far back? Like, what is going on? This is like the most chance race you could have just got to maybe get like P4, P5 or something that just make everybody happy. But we can't have nice things. Thank you.
Sorry, admin. I have a quick question for Hassan. What motivated you to put Valtteri in your fantasy team? Like, where did you get this
Poverty.
motivation from?
Poverty.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, he's cheap. He's cheap.
Valtteri is in one of my teams as well.
Well, Hassan, I think you have opened a kind of anyway, let me not speak English. I don't know, but yeah, you have opened a serious, or rather, serious talking points. Now, when we talk about Ferrari, every even me as an individual, I've said it before. Oh, Charles Leclerc, they just need to give him a decent car. He's capable of winning a world champion. He's capable of being a world champion. The one thing I've understood is that when we tend to crown people what they are not, it tends to also affect their performance and their mentality. Because I don't understand. You have a
Are
very
you
decent car?
are you trying to say Charles Leclerc cannot be a world champion?
Please let me finish, boss. It cannot be a way. Can you? Okay, okay, you okay? I was taking it easy before, but yeah, let's go. Okay, okay. What happened today? You did not watch the Grand Prix?
Bruh, come
Is it
on.
how many races has he won? How many races has Charles Leclerc won? How
I
many
think he
races
has
has he
won
won?
six
Six. And
or
we are
five.
finishing Valtteri, a
Ah, come.
five-time constructor champion. Please, 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 please,
Charles
please. Let
Leclerc and Perez have same amount of wins.
oh
Exactly. See, see,
no,
see,
no.
see.
Let me tell you. Perez is has won a championship. As Charles Leclerc won a championship. What is his CV?
Perez has not won the championship though.
I,
Constructors.
constructors.
Man, that's some.
Did they not win constructors championship?
Yeah, they did, but I mean,
Eh?
that's more about the Red Bull team than Perez
Was he
Oh,
himself.
not there?
Is it not part
oh.
of the Red Bull
So,
team?
Charles's work is not to win championship in Ferrari.
If no, now we are
What is
talking
it?
about.
No,
I thought
let's
you
call
were.
it.
Aren't we
No,
talking
no, no,
about
no, no.
individual drivers' standard? Are you okay? Will you tell me that
Let me
Sergio
tell you,
Perez is better than
individual.
Charles Leclerc?
Is he driving for himself?
Okay, no, now see, come on, see last season,
Eh?
see how many DNFs that Charles Leclerc had. See, I am a
Okay.
Mercedes
How
fan, but I
many
can
DNF?
admit,
Okay, good,
Some
good,
of
good.
his
Hold on,
own
hold on.
doing.
Sorry.
I am
Oh,
stupid.
Bro, don't go to last season, please. Don't go to last season.
ah.
You will kill you will kill Leclerc here, please. Let admin, please continue cooking. Don't forget. Let's go on, please.
Let's call it speed a speed. I know you might like the driver, but if your anyway, okay. If your driver is not performing up to standard, you have to call him out. This is the prince of Maranello. They don't even are they are they giving did they give Signs room in Maranello? Did they give him boys quarters? No.
Please, did they give Charles Leclerc admin?
I'm just saying.
Were you there? It's okay, sorry.
But what I'm trying to say is that he's the prince of Maranello. He's the one everyone is expecting to win championship. Yet, look, just look at what he's doing with Stroll. Stroll. Oh my lord, man. Yesterday, even yesterday when we were even on this space, I was even still giving him the championship vibe that is what I said it that is Science that is going to bring Dakar. I said it. I said Science is going to bring it in lap one. Lo and behold, he is the prince of Monaco. This is not what a Ferrari driver should be producing, because now it's quite unfortunate. Science got that penalty, even though everyone says is a bit of an oponu, but yeah, it is what it is. But one of you have to deliver. Two of you cannot just be doing anyhow. Do you understand? Now,
I keep telling you that Charles is a downfall driver.
now nobody's scoring points. What the other one beat the car. The second driver is going to cry to FIA that no, that they should have spoken to him. As what? Is he part of the stewards? What's it? Why must they speak to him? Speak to him that Bawo, are you a team principal? Driver, they should must speak to you. You want to hear your view. Okay?
I think he was more interested in not losing so many places at the restart, because clearly he also said that he was looking at points for the team. And when you look at the two drivers that they have at Ferrari, I would say that Sainz for me seems to be more of a team player. Charles, don't get me wrong, Charles has speed, but you know what? A lot of those drivers on the grid have speed. They all have talent, otherwise they wouldn't be there. Now, at the end of the day, sometimes you also need to be able to make your own luck. Although looking at Maranello, I don't think that, if luck looked them in the face, they'd be able to see it, because everything they seem to do, they're the only team, I think, on the grid that has actually gone backwards this season. Obviously, technical directive 39, I think it hurt them more than anybody else, because let's face it, we all saw the Ferrari last year, and if anything, it was bouncing even more than the Mercedes, but it had performance. Now, since that directive came in, where the edges of the floor were raised, and that, the car is nowhere, yeah, and there's just doesn't seem to be any direction. So what they did, as usual with Ferrari, they'll chop off the head of the leader and then bring in another leader and hope that that will change everything. But I've never seen a leader actually, mold himself into a car and get down onto the racetrack. Their focus is, it's all over the place. So I wouldn't expect much from Ferrari again, probably for the rest of the season, and more often than not, probably not until there's another rule change, or another another way of going racing. Maybe it might go back to an engine formula in 6 or 7 years' time, and they'll rise again. But it's Ferrari. I mean, how many of us have been watching this sport over the years, apart from maybe the Schumacher era, except for when Hakkinen was around? How many of us have not watched Ferrari implode, or snatch defeat from the jaws of victory? That's what they are. Otherwise, they should, in theory, be winning all of the championships, but they're not. And it doesn't matter what driver they put there. If they can't mold something and, give people time to be able to bring the product forward, yeah, then it's never going to happen for them. It's sad, but it's the truth. Mercedes, on the other hand, which is my team, but I think most of you on here are Mercedes fans as well. They're taking the steps that are necessary to bring them back to the front. I mean, we all know how fast that Red Bull is when their DRS flap opens. It's insane, yeah. But I'm quite sure that Mercedes will slowly but surely they will claw themselves back to the front because that's who they are. That's the brand, you know. And when you look at it, it's chalk and cheese between them and Ferrari. It really is, you know. So there was something else. Oh, I just wanted to say it. I was never lost with the irony of Massey being at a race where they actually attempted, because I still think it was a farce, but they actually attempted to follow the rules. How many of you saw Abu Dhabi 21 and saw Karun Chandok pick up a rule book? Actually, how many of you saw anybody pick up a rule book? Amazing how they all picked up the rule books today to find out what the situation was. Had they done that in Abu Dhabi, Lewis would be an 8-time world champion, although in my eyes he still is, but it would be official. So that's what this sport is about. It's not about, you know, recognizing just how good a driver Lewis is. He's black, so we've got to keep him down. You know, look at all the sports around the world, ladies and gentlemen, and you tell me a sport, golf, football, athletics, you tell me a sport where black people do not excel. And then, irony of ironies, we have to go into Formula One and do the same. You know, I mean, Alonso still has Lewis living rent free in his head. He said today, you know, he was pacing himself because he was going to get Lewis at the end. Well, I'm sure, you know, in a month of Sundays, that will never happen. I think Alonso will contract arthritis before he gets anywhere near Lewis's gearbox. Thank you, Nudge. And Nudge, by the way, I read this thing that I was suckered into it. I read the post that you put up, and I should have read it properly, by the way, where you said that Max had been given a 15-place grid penalty, and I was hooping and hollering. And it's only when my missus came in and she said, "Who's Nudge? Is he part of F1?" And I looked at her and went, "No." And the worst thing was is I shared it amongst all my friends, you know, and they're all hooping and hollering as well. So Nudge, I have to hand it to you there. You got me. Oh man, damn. I'm gonna have to make sure I read everything that comes from you guys in future. Thank you.
Um, I don't.
Admin, please, I wanted to say that, about the Lewis thing. Please don't set us up. I know that we had a good race and the Mercedes, seems to have some really good pace. But in case this is just truck specific, please don't set us up by shouting that Lewis is back at the front so that they don't cook us next race. Let's, because I still feel that Aston Martin is a really fast car. And I think that if Lewis started behind Alonso, we may not have been able to pass. I think that one of the issues Alonso had was, just being constantly stuck in the dirty air, behind Lewis. I know that, for this set of regulations, was because cars were supposed to, so that cars would be able to, follow closely behind. But we still see situations where, it's more difficult, even if sometimes even if you're a faster car, except you're a Red Bull, right? It's more difficult, to pass when you're behind. So I think that Aston Martin is still a fast car, so please don't set us up for I mean, I'm very happy we are where we are, and I'm excited to see what the car does. But please don't set us up for cooking next next race.
I
Thank
do
you.
agree. I do agree. I do think that, it's too close to call at the moment between Aston Martin and Mercedes. And I think you're right. It does depend a lot on which car is actually in front. In terms of the dirty air scenario, it probably is a little bit the regulation changes has actually made it a lot easier for cars to follow. I mean, you can see that with some of the insane moves they were making. I think it was turn 11 or turn 9. Some of the insane moves they were able to make with the help of DRS, which we probably wouldn't have seen before because they can follow closely without absolutely destroying their tires. That was prevalent because I think most of the cars did 30, 35 laps on a set of hard. And it's only, I suppose, in the end, really, when we got the red flag scenario that they all changed. Otherwise, chances are they would have ran to the end on the same set of tires. So, an applaud for that. But yeah, between Mercedes and Aston Martin, it's going to be probably a season long fight. It'll be interesting to see what type of improvements Mercedes are going to bring to the car. I read a post where I think it was Lewis who was saying it's not just about, and maybe it might not even happen, that we're going to see side pods on the car, because everybody seems to think put side pods on it and it will go faster. If only it was that easy. You got to remember we're in the era of ground effect. I think the last time ground effect was prevalent was back in 1978. And there aren't that many people around that were there then. I mean, Adrian Newey was just coming into it then. So I know everybody thinks that he's the master. He's probably picked up some things and kept some notes, but it's still, I still think in terms of this iteration of cars, we're yet to see the full fallout. The DRS on that Red Bull is insane. I don't know how everybody's saying the same thing, how they managed to be able to drop so much drag is the key. And it's got to be something in the way that the wing is actually set up. And maybe Mercedes have been looking at that in the wind tunnels, and they say they found something. So, I would say let's see what they bring. And Mercedes are good like that. I mean, we all remember the beginning of last year when they had a car that was an absolute. We all thought it was a dog of a car, yeah. But slowly but surely they continued to develop it, and it got better and better. Obviously, using Lewis, whilst George. Oh, before I finish, George needs to actually learn a bit of racecraft. Notice today how everybody else stayed out, but George thought, I'm going to get an offset by putting on a fresh pair of a set of boots. Yeah, not waiting to see what was going to evolve, and he got screwed. Yeah, so he has. Everybody says he's fast, and there's no two doubts he is. But you can be fast as you like, but if you do not have racecraft and experience, which is what he needs to learn, he is always going to find himself in these kind of situations.
Again, his team called him in and he trusted his team. I mean, I understand the issue with George. I also think that George sometimes can rub people off the wrong way. And it's because he's very decisive about what he wants, and he's very vocal. So I get the problem with, I mean, I have my own issues with George, but I think his team called him in. He decided to trust the team. And like I said before, everyone says that was not supposed to be a red flag. If that race was not red flag, they would have paid off at the end. It's unfortunate that things happened the way that they did, but George did not make that decision for himself. His team called him in, and he's. I mean, if he does not respond to his team, then we would say he's not a team player, right? And he doesn't have, he doesn't have foresight, or he doesn't have risk. We will be saying the same thing. So he trusted his team, and he even said, "It's not your fault, guys. It's unfortunate that this thing happened." I'm just very I don't like, I just don't like the way that everyone is, George called. He did not bring himself in. His team did. He trusted them, and that's what you expect from it, from a race driver.
And I think the Mercedes setup is generally they give the first preference to the guy that's in front. They've always done that. They don't differentiate with their drivers. I don't think they have a number one driver. Lewis has a really great relationship with George. He's known George since he was knee high to a grasshopper. And every time that you've ever listened to Lewis speaking about George in interviews, he has always been complimentary. There is, I know that, in the media, TV, and, online, and that they're trying to make something out about this. Oh, George is 3 up, so far this year. George was up last year. How did it end up? The race is not for the swift, it's for the sure. And Lewis has got enough experience in hand, and that's what George also, I think, needs to learn. Don't get me wrong. I think that, if Lewis obviously has signed a 2-year contract, if he doesn't extend it beyond there, then George will probably be in a position where he has the experience to be able to pick up the mantle, to be able to take that team forward and take the fight to the Maxes, the Charleses, the Piastris, and those who are all coming online now. So yeah, they're definitely grooming him for that key position. And I've got nothing against George. I just sometimes think that he wants to be his own man, and he wants everybody to see that. You know, humility. I don't know if that's something that really rings true with him. I could be wrong. You know, but hey,
You're not wrong.
you
It
know,
could
I
do
think
with some humility. And you are right
yeah,
because Lewis never says nothing negative about him.
yeah,
But I just don't like that it's like he's feeding into the British machine of divisiveness and you're a team. So
yeah,
the same way how your teammate doesn't say bad things about you in public, you should also practice the same. Because some of the times when he's giving interviews, he doesn't have all the information at hand and he just pops off
yeah,
because somebody last week told him that Lewis said that he got lucky, and Lewis never said that. And it isn't even something, it's not the way Lewis talks. So why would you assume that your teammate said you got lucky when that's not something that he would have said? Then today you're saying that there was a word that he used. It wasn't pressuring, it was like attacking. I just find that his use of language, what do you mean he's attacking you? He's your teammate. He's not attacking you. And then just now he gave another interview I was just watching and he's like, oh, Lewis could have held back Max. How? He's in the RB19. What do you mean? Like,
yeah.
are you delusional?
I mean,
Holding back with
sometimes,
what? An
yeah,
invisible force?
yeah, I know. Sometimes that's why I'm saying in the heat of the moment, George still. There are so many things
Yeah,
that
but it
George
wasn't
still
heat
has
of the
to learn.
moment 5 minutes ago. You sat out the whole race, so you
I know,
ain't heated.
I know.
So
But
what
look,
are you
George.
talking about?
George has history along those lines as well. We only have to go back to the last race when he had Lewis behind him, and he was looking at. I don't know whether it was preferential treatment,
And he
but
didn't want to take team orders then. It's like he
yeah,
picks and chooses when he
yeah,
wants to do things
yeah,
because the thing that happened today, the reason why he listened to the team is because he thinks that he is that the safety car gods are on his side all the time. And
yeah.
this is the first time that there has been a safety car situation that hasn't benefited him. And he was pissed. He was
Oh, yeah,
mad,
yeah,
mad, mad.
yeah,
He was so vexed. But it was again the team is seeing a 360 degree of everything that's going on. So they're not really doing things to not benefit you because the point is for somebody to win in the team. And as far as the team is concerned, they want one of you to win and not necessarily
yeah,
one over the other. It's equal, too equal, if you ask me. But there you go.
yeah.
Again, there were no team models last race. I mean, I completely today when George was in front and said that entire attacking thing. I know I made a post to say that how can I defend this guy today? That was completely wrong. I have my issues with George about him not being a team player, but I kind of feel like when we want to come after George, maybe with his I understand his whole attitude thing that Miss Catrox talked about and you talked about. I completely understand. I'm on the same page with you guys. But in terms of like let's use facts to judge George's character and not
Yeah.
necessarily like hypotheticals. There were no team orders last race. His team called him in this race. That's what it is. Do I have my issues with George and his behavior? I think that he's a little bit too I mean I understand. I completely agree on how he's behaved and all of that. But let's just use facts.
Yeah, I just
Today there
think
was no yeah.
With George, you also got to remember there's a lot of youthful exuberance. There's a lot of youthful exuberance here. Yeah. And we've seen it before. I mean, a lot of young drivers, they come up. There's a tendency for them to sometimes be a little bit petulant, but they'll settle down. And I'm sure
And
the same.
that is true because that is why Lewis is giving him grace. Because
Yeah,
remember when Lewis was younger in Mercedes McLaren, he didn't give a shit. So
exactly, exactly. And he wanted to
he
he
was
wanted
a
to get
real
in there.
hothead back
Look,
then,
exactly.
if we're honest.
Alonso was
So
top dog.
that's why he gives him grace.
Yeah, because he remembers when he went to McLaren and Alonso was there. Alonso was the top dog. And that first race in Australia, Lewis said, "We know what? I need to let everybody know who I am, just like what George is doing now." And he put manners on Alonso, and it never changed after that. And that's probably why Alonso has got this bee in his bonnet when anybody mentions the name LH. You know, Alonso has him still. He's still living rent free in his head, and he can't get over it. He thought he had him today. because he was holding back. He says he's going to reserve his tyres until the end. Lewis said he had other ideas, and he said he is not going to pass me. And true enough, he didn't. And, him finishing third, he'll be happy with that, but he is not happy with the fact that yet again, in a car that we all know the Aston Martin is probably still a little bit superior to the Mercedes. If he cannot beat him when he has a superior car, he's never going to beat him. And we know that. And it's only, look, we've got a month now. There's not another race now until the 30th of April, Baku. Yeah. And then after that, they're going to come swiftly. We'll be into Imola. We'll see what Mercedes have. We'll see how it performs. And if it performs the way they think it is, well, it could take them closer to Red Bull. But, ifs and ands are pots and pans.
I just want George to recognize that Lewis isn't your enemy, your teammates. The whole point is to maximize the points for the team. And yes, WDR is amazing and it's a great thing to have, but the money is in the Constructors' Championship. So when you do stuff that brings you out of the points, not saying that that's what happened today, then it's just not teamy. Like, I think he's just not as teamy as he could be, in my opinion.
Okay. Guys, please, I would love and appreciate us for to leave Russell now, and then let's focus on the other teams and Ferrari still, But Lukman, I see your hand is up, so
Yeah,
please go
thank you.
ahead.
Thank you, Edmund. First of all, good morning, everyone. I'm tired as hell. However, I'm buzzing because of Mercedes. So that's number one. Just to add very quickly to the George Russell debate, I actually agree with what everybody said. That's all spot on. The only thing I would like to add to it is last year, George was actually very humble. However, I think he's been pushed by the media because every time they praised him that he beat Lewis, he tends to say, "Oh, that's because Lewis is doing this, doing that." And I think they kept telling him that you should accept it that you're beating Lewis. And since then, he seems to have got to another gear. And I agree, he's very, very ambitious, and he's trying to show that he's not second to anybody. And being a young driver, he wants to prove himself. But I think the media are sort of pushing him, and he seems to want to get one up on Lewis. I don't understand why, when they should be working as a team. Obviously, they're racing drivers, so somebody wants to win. Just to talk about Sainz for a minute, I think the reason Sainz was a bit angry about that penalty, well, I think every time when if it is a forced lap, I think they give them discretion, don't they? If something happens, they give them discretion, and I think he was quite taken back that that penalty was issued very quickly without hearing his side. And I think that's the point he was trying to make. It's the first time I've ever felt sorry for him. I felt like he was going to cry in the car when he was screaming, "Please don't give me the penalty." But I think the point he was trying to make is that they get discretion on the first lap after safety or safety car or something like that. So I think that's the point he was trying to make. I'm not quite sure whether he's completely against the penalty. He just wanted them to hear his side. And the last thing I'll pick up at this point is Hawkenberg, who I don't rate. Wow, he got points. That's amazing. I think he did well, even though I still don't rate him. I'll leave it here for now.
Thank you very much, Lukman. I will say on science. Sorry, there's been an update on science. So he has happy 2 points is it to his license. So that's the update as a result of the penalty. So
So, is there any update on Gasly and Ocon, like with their entire collision?
not that I can see at the moment.
I know. I was listening to the interview. Gasly basically apologized because he basically said, I didn't see Ocon coming. So I think Gasly's apologized. He probably get something, an update of something, a penalty or a reprimand or something like that. I don't
Yeah,
know.
and yeah, okay. Speaking about um on someone being unhappy, has have lodged a complaint with the stewards for the provisional regarding the provisional classification. So I feel they probably felt they should have been where they were when the red flag came out again for the last time. But yeah, um that's the update. So where were we? Okay, I think we're still on Ferrari. Guys, please let's try and stay on track with the race, you know. I know it's easy to deviate, but yeah. But okay, yeah, still on Ferrari. I know we're talking about okay, yeah, I was talking about Charles Leclerc and his performance well, let's say so far, and we on the outside giving him the world champion, or rather crowning him a champion before he's even done the work himself, you know. So um I think for Charles he needs to go back to the drawing board. You know, he needs to recalibrate himself. Some of these mistakes, you know, there is, well, I say it's not every, obviously, if they said, according to Senna, if you see a gap and you don't go for it, you're no longer a racing driver. But I feel that it's not every gap you go for. You know, sometimes you just have to wait for the right gap to come. You know, and if I believe if we had waited probably on giving more space to Stroll, you know, and waited maybe on 5 or 6, you know, he might have gotten him or not, you know. But yeah, it's quite unfortunate. And then both drivers don't now score points. You know, where do they go from there? I believe they just have 20. Is it 26 points? If I'm not sorry, yeah, 26 points, you know, it's currently P4. You know, so you could say based on how things are as at today, they are currently the fourth best team on the grid. You know, which should not be so a team that was um fighting for P2 last season. Even though obviously I know they are still about 20 more races to go. But yeah, um, this bad start to the season for me personally does not sit well. You know, I hope in the next 3 weeks or 4 weeks when we are back at Baku, there'll be changes. You know, hopefully Baku will see an improved Ferrari. You know, but yeah, Charles Leclerc needs to do better. He needs to do better as an individual. You know, enough of all this smiling and jiggling and post liking and picture taking. He needs to focus on track, please.
Nad,
Yeah.
you believe that Charles is a replacement for Lewis at Mercedes?
One thing is, like, personally,
You people should
I,
stop pushing this agenda.
personally, I would say no. You know, because I don't know. If
Admin,
Charles
speak your
Leclerc,
mind. Speak your mind. Speak your
no, I'm
mind.
speaking my mind. I'm speaking my mind. If Charles Leclerc does not uh prove himself, rather, or rather, is not able to win multiple races. Oh, yeah, just one main race is 6. You know, at least for me, I would need him. I would need him to win at least maybe another 10 races. Then I'll say okay, maybe Mercedes might consider him because there are some. Okay, yeah, I know Ferrari has been unreliable along with his own unreliability as a driver. So they both have to come in, work together to be able to help him win races. But we might never know which driver might come up the grid very soon. So we still have Lando, we still have the likes of Piastri. You know.
Please keep Lando away from us. Don't push this Lando
Oh
agenda.
no, what? He's a British driver. Mercedes they like British drivers. So who says they cannot go for a British driver? I personally, I would
Personally,
prefer
I think they'll
Lando.
pick Lando over Leclerc first before they even
Yeah,
consider Leclerc because
yeah.
Ferrari is not going to release Leclerc.
I'll prefer Lando over. I'll prefer Lando over Leclerc. Leclerc wins a lot. But no, how many Mercedes? Okay, yeah. I know Lewis wins a lot, but it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not ideal at the moment for me. The way I see it. But yeah. Okay, Miss Catrock, please go ahead, and we'll have P and Lukman.
So are we putting Leclerc into the kinetic energy section with Lando because there's no products. We've planted, we've tilled the field, we've furrowed, we've added the manure, the fertilizer, we've pruned the plants, we've cut back the branches, and there's no fruit. Is he just kinetic energy? That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Miss Catrock. Can we have P, please?
Good morning, people. Just keeping on with the Ferrari thing. Obviously, it was a absolutely crazy race. I hope you all enjoyed it. 3 red flags, first time in history Formula One's ever had that. That's quite interesting, and I think it was all in the safety of the drivers, which I think was really great. I think it's something that we've now seen, which is quite interesting. I think the sport needs to change, and Jackie Stewart's always been, banging on about it, which I think is so interesting. Well done, McLaren. Well done, McLaren. Albon's a joke. For me, the guy now needs to leave. You were running in a great position, and we all make mistakes. I get it, but nah, I think this is why Marco Helmond told him to jog on. So come on, you need to go. He needs to go now. Haas, it's very interesting how you know you can imagine Gunter Steiner again. He's going to be on Netflix 100% next year. He's a savage. I get why they're doing the protest. They've got nothing to lose. But then when you then look at the rules and how they did it and how they waited, and for me, what was interesting is why didn't the amount of time that they took to make the decision of, okay, how are we going to restart the race? Why couldn't have then they done that in Abu Dhabi 2021? That's always going to stick with me. I think it's one of those. It's water under the bridge. I'm done with it, but I think, yeah, I'm just still touched about that one. Is like now they want to make the decisions, or now, okay, because of that mistake, they're now having to decide. But again, there's still inconsistency from the race director of what should happen and what shouldn't happen. And I guess it's a tough job, don't get me wrong, but I just still feel there needs to be that consistency. Ferrari, yeah. Do you know what? I really feel sorry for Carlos. I personally think that penalty number one was harsh. Number two, they should have announced it after the race. Because as you can imagine all these other drivers, now that they know that this guy's got a penalty, we are going to stick with you right behind your wing. And it just changes the complexity and the mentality and everything else. But yeah, I mean, like you said, Mr. Sorry, F1, the host, that I just think now these guys need to prove themselves. Why should you be able to just rate them? But again, it's the car, and again, it's the strategist. But interesting race. But glad to hear the conversation. Hope you're keeping well, and have a good Sunday, people.
Thank you very much, P. Um, just an update. So now every team has scored points, which is impressive. But yeah, Lookman, please go ahead, and then we'll be moving on to the rest of the grid.
Yeah.
And
Just wanted to go back to what you were saying about Charles Leclerc, and I think we were discussing something yesterday about when is that guy is not the guy. Do people actually think Leclerc is the guy? Because when you think about it, you have to have the full package. You have to be consistent. When you look at all these world champions, Alonso, even Max, Hamilton, they're consistent. They've got the full package. Leclerc still makes a lot of mistakes. So for him to win consistently through the season or to be a champion, it's got to be that word that we were saying yesterday, and I think it was Imade that used the word. The guy. Do people think Leclerc is the guy? I mean, that's just that question I wanted to ask.
No.
No, for me.
Thanks for that straightforward answer. That was going to be my answer as well. Anybody
Yes, for
else?
me.
He's not
I,
that
I
guy.
think I think let's say I mean I had my valid criticisms for him last year, but I think everyone was trying to code him last year, just blame everything on Ferrari, but he clearly had his own errors last year, which cost him dearly, even though it didn't matter in the end. Max blitzed away, but Leclerc, the talent is clearly there. One lap pace
Yeah.
to me is the best on the grid. The talents, but that's not enough. I get where you're coming from. He
Yeah.
needs to have a complete arsenal. That consistency is part of that. But what people should take into account is when you're in an environment that it's not stable, it gets to you too. So I think I would just be the devil's advocate for it. Mercedes, Red Bull, things run smoothly. Like even though Mercedes are having a torrid time, but still, you can't compare it to we've seen Ferrari over the years. I mean, 17, 18 up to now. There's the last time Ferrari had a season where it felt like everything was running smoothly was Alonso was still there that time. So if you're in an environment where strategists are making mistakes, team principal is making mistakes, your engineers are making mistakes, your own race engineer, you're correcting him frequently, it sort of affects your own performance too. So I think people are being too harsh. To me,
Yeah.
he has the talent to be a world drivers champion. But
Yeah, I think that's true. That's a really good point, actually. I didn't think of that. Yeah, if the driver needs to develop, but also the team needs to be in a good place. No, you're absolutely right. I agree with that.
I'd
okay,
say no as well. I just don't think that Charles is consistent enough, and he makes too many basic rookie errors. He should be consistently in the points. He should be consistently showing that he could drive the wheels off the Ferrari and have it in second or third if he can't win. But he doesn't have that consistency for me to demand, a seat. Well, Ferrari are at the top of the table, aren't they, in terms of teams? But he doesn't have it. And when you think about it, outside of maybe Lewis and begrudgingly, I'll say Max, there's not a lot that you could listen. You could probably get a fishing rod and pull one of them out. They're all the same. The pool of drivers that are in F1 at the moment, nobody really stands out. I know everybody talks about Lando Norris, but even he has his issues. So it's a bit of a mix and match, really. It's a soup gone wrong. Yeah.
yeah. I
But
think
even when the team's doing well, he does crazy stuff. Look at when he was leading the race and he just ran off into the wall for no reason. Like, what was that about?
no, I think for Leclerc, as I think I said it earlier on, yeah, we we tend to give people titles they are not. Well, if I don't whether it's going to be whether it's going to be a world champion or not, let's wait till that day he crosses the finish line. You
so
understand?
I mean, he'll never be a Lewis, will he? Not because look,
No, I'm no, I'm not.
first season in Lewis's first season, yes, we know he made a basic rookie error. I think it was at China. I wasn't too sure. Had he not done that, he would have won in 2007.
Yeah.
You know, there's no two doubts about it in everyone's mind. He would have won in 2007 had he not made that error. So, and Leclerc doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that you can sit up and think, you know what, a lot of this is going to depend on what he does and how he does it. You know, we can all probably sit down and watch a Formula One afternoon and know that Ferrari are gonna implode because it always happens. You know, past performance, they say. You know, it's the truth. It's the truth. But
I think what happens is down. Sometimes there is the F1 paddock. They're trying to show to us that there are new stars coming through, and the sport is not boring. So they start giving them lots of kudos, even before they're ready. So they start praising them, and you think, yeah, they're gonna come through. But actually, those guys like Hamilton, even Alonso, and even Max, they've really learned their craft and they've been patient enough to know what is required to be a champion. Whereas all these people get given credit for without having proven anything. So I think sometimes, apart from the drivers, it's down to the F1 paddock as well, and even the FIA and all these people trying to praise all these new guys coming in just to show that his sport is not boring, that we have new breeds coming through. And I'm not sure they've got that right, to be honest.
I totally agree with you. I think that after Abu Dhabi, what we saw a massive sea change in what we all know as a sport because it became entertainment.
Absolutely.
Just
And
to interject to
now,
that, I mean, when you look at Ferrari, though, remember they've got their academies where they've got these young drivers coming through, and that's where they get their talent from. So I think that's what you then also have to take into account that as much as, yeah, we need to give them, or we need to not just give them all this praise and there's all this F1 paddock
Yeah.
stance on them, but then they're coming through the academy, so they have proven that they're worthy of a seat. And they're two different aspects. And I think someone touched this before that it could be the actual car itself and the team that's not performing. But then again, look at the driver. There's no consistency. So bye bye.
Yeah. But my point is, I think most of those drivers coming through, they've got talent. There is no doubt. If they haven't got talent, they're not getting into F1. They've all got talent, but then there is something else they have to support that with. They have to be a complete package, and to get there, it takes time. So just because you've got talent, there's been in all other sports that are people that have got talent, they don't get anywhere because they haven't focused that talent very well. So now, and I think that the same thing probably applies to some of these new drivers.
Okay.
Sorry, one last thing, please, because
Okay, please let's round up
yeah,
on this.
rounding up on this entire
Okay.
conversation. Let's just remember all this entire conversation, which of course is good to have and debate about. These are the same questions that was asked of Max. Same questions that Lewis, got right into it from his first season. But even then, after the first championship, and there were years after where he didn't win, for a long period of time. This is the same questions I was asked. So I think major thing I want to say is in the issue of Formula One, there's thousands of drivers. And those who win the World Drivers' Championship are the 1%. I mean, those 1% is those that stand out, 0.1. The Lewis, Schumachers, and Max sort of gets in there. And even 2 World Championships, you're already putting yourself in a very good place. So what I don't notice about Leclerc is the talent is definitely there. All those questions and all are valid. But it's with time that the guy is still 23 or 24 or what. With time, these things come. Might be later in his career when he's 28 or 29. But even if he gets just the one world championship, he's in the 1% from thousands. So there's time for him to get, he's going to get there. All these questions were asked about Max. And Max was inconsistent, he was crashing. And it was 2019, 2020 where he really entered that final gear. And since then, he has been ever consistent since 2019 for me. Has been ever consistent since then. Before then, it wasn't very, it was consistent, but still there was the crashes and all that. So there's time for this driver is what I'm saying. And at the end of the day, if it's just one World Drivers' Championship, Leclerc gets or Lando gets. They're in the 1%. So you don't have to be Lewis, Schumacher. I see someone is laughing because I mentioned Lando. But to me, there's the generational guys. Lewis, Alonso's generation for me, Max's generation for me. And then there's those with that stand out clearly, like Leclerc, Russell, Lando. Those are the next generation, I'll call them.
They definitely won't be winning it with Ferrari, though. Just saying.
Yeah, I think also just to round off. I'm not necessarily saying that's what we are doing, but I think that we can't always just compare other talents to people like Lewis or Max, or see Leclerc. He's not a Lewis, right? He doesn't have to be a Lewis. I think development is personal. Individuals develop at different paces, different learning curves. So I mean, just like what last speaker said, they'll all get there, but just I think it's a little bit unfair to be comparing them, to the Louises and the Max, and because like he said, it's 1% of the 1%. You would find those generational talent. People some of them just have talent. Some of them, some, I mean, not necessarily, but development it's an entire learning curve, and people would get there, at their own pace.
I think very quickly, it's not the comparison, it's the expectation. It's what people are expecting of them. And exactly the point you just made. People don't take that into consideration. They're expecting them to do this. And like you say, everybody's got different development rates. So it's not going to happen overnight. But I think the expectation is what gets this situation in this, people talking this way, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. But at the end of the day, I think when we talk about topics here, we tend to use data to make decisions. You understand? At the moment, Charles Leclerc is not a world champion. But I will say something. With determination and confidence in God, nothing can stop his success. But yeah, moving on. Let's quickly touch on Aston Martin, then we'll just move on to the rest of the grid. Aston Martin, Lance Stroll. I will not lie you. At a point, I had to even just look at the data tracker to see where Lance Stroll was, because you would expect that someone that is in probably the second or third, arguably second, third fastest car on the grid, you would expect that okay, he's finishing much higher. You understand? But obviously that was before the well, or rather, you expect that his what I'm trying to say is that you expect that he would have made more overtakes, but I think the couple of red flags, the safety car came in handy for him. But I don't know, performance-wise, I know he can't match Alonso, but at least I would expect that he should be doing the par, even though he finished P4 just behind what do you call it, behind Alonso. But I feel that Lance has not. Maybe it's still because of his accident, but I feel that Lance has not. We're not seeing the best of Lance yet, with what he can do. Because I feel Lance has much more potential, and much to achieve with that Aston Martin car. But I don't know. Let's see what happens in what do you call it, in Baku. I know many people don't agree, but let's just wait for this hand to heal. If you have wrist injury, it takes time to heal, but let's wait for this hand to heal, and then we'll see a different Lance. Because Lance, I feel personally he would. This Lance is not Bottas or Valtteri. That just drinking alcohol, smoking, bro. You understand us? So I'm not saying Valtteri smoke, so I'm not sorry, but you get my point. But Lance is a fighter on track. You get what I mean? So, I feel by the time we get to Baku, where I feel he'll be much more in a better shape physically, we'll see a different Lance. And Baku is a place that Lance has thrived in the past, if I'm not mistaken. So, and Aston Martin have always done well in Baku. So yeah, I look forward to seeing Aston Martin in Baku. Maybe Alonso might get his 33rd win there. Who knows? But that Red Bull and the team from Brackley won't want that. But it is what it is. Yeah, let's hear from Honorable Dumoya, then we'll have Enobong P, then Miss Catrock, please. Thank you, guys.
For Aston Martin, I have always said it that Lance Stroll is going to be the cause of their problems this season. But let's let the season continue going. Like you said, let's wait for his hand to heal. So hopefully when it heals, we can see more consistency from him. Then why I joined back was I wanted to ask a question. Like this is like completely random. You know that is it from next year or so? They said that they want to stop tire blankets, and a race like today, it showed that sometimes you need like your tires to be heated up for like to have a good start and all these things. So like watching the race now for today, do you guys think that like it's an open question? Do you guys think the tire blankets that they want to remove going forward, do you guys think is going to be an advantage to Formula One or a disadvantage to Formula One?
First of all, can I just say that I don't think they've confirmed that it's going to go from next year because some of the drivers are they're not happy about that, and including Lewis. And I don't think they've confirmed that it's going to go ahead. But I think they need the blanket, the tire blanket. I think they use it strategically to keep the tires warm when they're not in use. So I don't I think that would have an impact. And it might be a safety issue rather than just a let's make the race exciting issue.
Thank you very much, Lukman. Oh, okay. Sorry. Can we first of all have Jinx because I know he has not spoken, and I see Cristobal as well. Sorry, guys. I know I've called out on names, but let's hear from these guys that haven't spoken at all. So Jinx, do you want to go ahead and we'll have Cristobal? Sorry about that.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. About the tire blankets question, I actually don't think it's a good idea because, I mean, if we remove the tire blankets, that means we'll probably be having like 2 or 3 formation laps because the tires need to get to temperature. I mean, even now, it's still difficult to get tires into the right working window. So, like, removing the tire blankets is just going to cause a whole mess when the race starts because I mean people will start locking up and you just have a lot of people crashing into each other. So I mean it's not good. It might sound exciting to some people, but I think it will cause more problems than solutions.
Thank you very much, Jinx. Cristobal, please.
Hi guys. Yeah, regarding the tire blanket, I think the first thing is the safety concern, and secondly, I think the tire blanket idea came up in with the desire to reduce cost within the teams. So I think Pirelli as a manufacturer will be required to produce tires that would obviously heat up in the first lap or whatever. So it's a matter of finding the right balance between these whole ideas. And to touch on the point, sorry to extend this, to touch on the point regarding Aston Martin, whilst Lance has the issue with his hands, we also need to remember that he's driving against Alonso. And obviously, Alonso would make everyone driving next to him look slower. So, yeah, I think that's the point I tried to make.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Okay, Enobong, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to throw the question around Stroll back to you, and maybe anyone else wants to respond. So I know we discussed this yesterday, but I think the big question is what is our expectation from Lance Stroll? because first of all, Lance is a midfield driver. He has always been. I understand that he's driving a better car, which, if you see, has taken him further, on the grid. So if you look at the grid, if what's it called? If Sainz didn't crash out, right? And Russell was around, where do you think Lance would finish? So it would be, I think it would be Verstappen, Hamilton, what's it called? Alonso, right? Then we probably would have Sainz, then Stroll and Russell, or Russell and Stroll, whichever the case. So when I look at the grid, I see that Lance is finishing exactly where I would expect him to finish, for being a midfield driver with a better car. That's what it looks like to me. So I mean, even with other races, he's finishing top 6, top 7. Yeah, I mean, bearing in mind that the Mercedes has their issue this season, but I mean, I know, some a lot of people picked up some lucky points today, during the race because of all the incidents. But it's just, where do we? Because if you keep saying we're expecting so much from Lance Stroll, where do we expect him to finish? Because he seems to me to be finishing exactly where he's supposed to. Alonso is a great talent, right? So he can push the car further. But look at Perez. Perez can do the same thing that Verstappen can do, in the Red Bull, irrespective of, the fact that they may be driving, same but maybe slightly different setups, But so what exactly is our expectation from Stroll? I think that's my question.
I wouldn't be able to answer what the expectation is, but I think, like the host was saying, I mean, I disagree with well, everyone's got their own opinion and they're entitled to it, and with all, with the respect. But I think, look, Lance, to me, he's not a worthy driver because he hasn't paid for a seat, or he hasn't done what other drivers have had to go through. His dad owns the whole company. Fine, he's fortunate to have it. But then I respect his racecraft, and I respect the skills that I need to be, that you need to have to be able to be on that grid or to be worthy of an F1 seat. I'm not discrediting that. But to be honest with you, he's been given that seat. But then, he hasn't actually proven that he's a driver to say that, listen, I'm worthy of being part of this elite where I can be top 5 or top whatever. What has he done differently, even from last year or this year, besides the car itself being designed and manufactured differently? What has Lance actually brought to the team?
No, but that is something that we all agree on, right? At this point, we've all established the fact that Lance is here because Daddy has money. If my child was a racing driver and had money, I would do the same thing, put him on the grid, let him race. That's something that we've all agreed on, which kind of negates the expectation for him to do better, because you're clearly saying that he doesn't have the talent to be top, top there. But so why is there now expectation of him to be doing what maybe Alonso is doing, when you're saying that he doesn't even have the skill to even be in Formula One in the first place? So that's where, so whenever we keep expecting these grand things from Stroll, right? That's so I'm always like really confused, because look at the team. Do you think that Stroll is a better driver than Saints? All the people that could have finished ahead of him today? No. Do you think Stroll is a better driver than Russell? I don't think so. Do you think he's a better driver than Alonso or Hamilton or Verstappen, right? I say no. So he's finishing exactly where he should be finishing. So I don't get the expectation for him to do more. There's nothing more he can do.
Fair point. Fair point. I hear where you're coming from. Fair point.
I mean, just to add to that, my expectation of Stroll is talented enough to be in Formula One. But I will be shocked if he wins a race. So if he wins, I don't expect him. I mean, talking about turning it on its head, I don't expect him to win a race. But he's good enough to be in Formula One. He's a midfielder or towards the back. If he's got a good car, that helps. So, but for him to win a race, I'll be like dumbfounded if he wins a race. So my expectation is that he would always be stuck in the middle between third and sixth or something like that.
Okay. Anyways,
I think
well,
you're even being nice. Third is you being very nice.
Yeah,
You're being very
you pick
generous.
that up.
You're
Yeah,
being very
yes.
generous.
Okay.
okay, guys. Okay. Let's have Miss. P. Okay, I guess P just spoke. And let's have Miss Catrock.
So I actually think that he could come third in this car. I think it's a possibility. I think the first race that he drove with broken arms and toe, and look, he did really well. And considering that he was always at the back of the grid and now he's middle to front, I think it's a bit unfair to say that he's not going to do well because the car is fast. And I think that there is a possibility that he can come third at some point in time. I'm not sure if he can come first or second because of RB19, but I think he could get up there. And I think that we're discounting him, and I could see the progress from when it was Stroll and Latifi at the back to now. He's actually mid to front. He's not just mid.
Well, I don't think we're saying he can't do well. He can do well. If you're coming between third and sixth, like I said, you're doing well in Formula One. So, but the expectation, and I think the question was about what's your expectation of Stroll, and that's my expectation of him. So that doesn't mean I'm not saying he's going to be last. I don't think he will be last. I think he'll be third and sixth. So he's doing well if he's third, if he's between third and sixth
Considering that he's
consistently.
come from 18,
Yeah, no, but that's my point.
that's pretty
That's
good.
my yeah, yeah, no,
And I do
absolutely.
think that if he continues in Aston Martin and they continue developing at the pace that they are developing, he could win. He could win races.
Ooh,
He
shock.
could. Because
That's a bit too
really
extreme. That's a
it's
bit too
not
extreme.
just who's driving, it's
Where
having
will
a good
Verstappen
car.
be?
And right now he has a good car.
Where will Verstappen be where he's winning? I'm just wondering.
Well, we were talking about a certain type of driver that can win things. You have to be able to put things together when you're racing to win a race. And I'm not quite sure Stroll can do it. I think he almost did it in Baku some time ago, and then Valtteri Bottas pipped him at the line or something like that.
I think that I could see the progress he's made with working with Alonso. The same
Mm.
way how you could see the progress that Russell's made with working with Hamilton. So
Yeah.
I don't think that you could completely discount him. Like
I,
he could win. I personally think he could win. If
I wouldn't
if
I wouldn't I wouldn't even compare Russell with Stroll. I think Russell is much better.
I, I, I think that if the Aston Martin continues to develop and other cars are not developing, then maybe you can make an argument for third for Stroll. But if the Mercedes continues to develop the way that it supposedly is, right? I
Yeah, but
promise you,
at
I
the
don't
end
see
of the
Stroll
day,
doing a
F1
third.
isn't a science. Look at today. Do you think the Alpines thought they wasn't getting points today? Anything can happen.
No, no, an opportunistic
And he's
win. I
got
agree with you.
and I'm just saying that he's got the type of car that if there's a problem at the front, he can capitalize and get up in
Mm.
No,
the first second place.
if that's your point, I agree. An opportunistic win, I agree.
Yeah,
But purely on merit, I say no.
no.
Hmm.
So
Miss Catrock, be careful. Be careful of what you wish for. Your driver has not won since
I'm not
2 years.
wishing. I'm just being fair and honest.
Okay, okay. Sorry, but yeah. Okay. Where are we? Does anyone still have any? Okay. Sorry. I see Atuma's hand up. Atuma, please go ahead. If you sorry, just before you go ahead, if anyone still wants to add anything on Aston Martin, just raise your hand up, and then we'll be moving on to uh McLaren shortly. Thank you, guys.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I want to throw this question to the house. Who is the better driver? Or, yeah, who is the better driver between Gasly and Stroll? How would Gasly have performed in Stroll's position? And that's
Um,
one. And two, I don't know if I'm the only person who is extremely disappointed with Checo. It's his driving today. I don't know, considering the power of the Red Bull. I think those are the only things I have now.
Gasly,
um,
hands down. First question.
yeah, because anyway, I was going to say statistically and with data, one driver has won a race, which is Gasly. Monza, is it Monza 2020? And then Lance Stroll has never won a race. Both drivers have three podiums. Um, Gasly has more career points. I believe by over 100 career points. So, and if you are going to look at pole position, Gasly on pole position, Gasly has had three fastest laps, Lance zero. So statistically, that
And a shorter career.
sorry.
And a shorter career as well.
Uh, well, you could say a shorter career. When the Lance come into the, I think they come in in the same year. If I'm being, I think they both came in 2017 or so. But yeah, I think obviously Gasly is the better driver. One with the status of being a race winner. I guess that's enough. But yeah. What does anyone want to add anything before we move on to the second question? Okay, what was the second question? Sorry.
The second question was about Checo's performance today,
Oh,
considering the type of car he has.
okay. Oh, but Checo's performance. Um, honestly, Checo. I was going to even ask the problem or the issue he was facing yesterday in quali. Did it get resolved? You know. Okay. I think it says it got resolved, but I think Australia, first of all, is not, in as much as Australia has a lot of DRS zones, it's not that easy to overtake. And considering the position he came from, starting from the pit lane, yeah, I know there were a bunch of safety cars here and there. Checo, he didn't have the best of starts in the safety car, um, in the red flag restart. So I just think it wasn't. It just wasn't Checo's weekend. He happens to race every race drive. At least he scored points. P5. You know, after having a shitty Saturday, didn't qualify as compared to the one that we are calling future champion and has now and didn't do any better. But yeah. So I think Checo this season, let's say it's a bit early let's to start getting disappointed with him. I know Max is the benchmark, but considering where he finished P5, I personally don't think it's a bad result at all. You know, we'll see in Baku. How he performs. But yeah, that's my take on that. Okay, P then Imade,
Yeah,
please.
just to back you up on Checo, to be honest with you, I think he did absolutely brilliant today to start from the back of the grid to come to the front, regardless of the three red flags. But I think, given what happened with the car and whether it was resolved or not, it seemed to have been resolved. But then we saw Max going off as well. Um, but obviously they didn't say much about it. But I think what we then need to take into consideration is they're going to be holding Checo back, especially the way that Max was so annoyed with last week's race, 2 weeks ago, sorry, where he was just like, I should have caught him, and Checo was, he won it, and I think they're always going to hold Checo back because they don't want him to catch up with Max. Max is their golden boy. That's my personal opinion, anyways.
Thank you very much. Can we have Imade, please?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to actually back you on the whole Checo thing, but you answered it, and I'm just my surprise to the whole conspiracy theory again, but We handled that yesterday. Let's just move on to the rest of the grid. Yeah, thank you.
because it gets tired after a while. You just allow it. Just allow. Just you can't argue. Just allow it.
Well, okay. Let's hear from Jinx as well.
Okay, so about Checo, I think he had a fantastic race. And I think where he ended up compared to where he started, I mean, makes sense. I think he made 15 places, so that's a lot. And there's this thing that most drivers on the grid don't like to defend against Max. I don't know why, but I mean, a lot of people defended against Checo today, so that kind of slowed him down. But like, if you compare to last week, when Max was coming at anybody, they just moved out of the way, or like they didn't even try to defend or anything. So I think that if you compare both races, then you can see why it took Checo longer to move up the grid than it took Max last week.
To your point, to be honest, you can't compare both races because both tracks are different.
No, yeah, that is also a factor. I'm just saying that, like, if you compare the drivers themselves, not necessarily the tracks.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying
But
is,
I think you have to take the track into aspect because it's where you can overtake, where you can't overtake. Sorry to cut you off, Luke.
Okay. Imadi, are you done? Okay, I guess Imadi is done. Okay, let's hear from Bash. Bash, I know you've been here for a minute. Thank you for waiting. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Man, and the race was crazy. It was okay. And I've had some people saying, I had a person saying he was disappointed in the result he got from Chico and all that. No, now, as in, for someone that started from the back of the grid, and I think, if not because of the red flag, I think, ah, well, I don't know. He had a rough week, Sha. He had a rough week. And Mercedes, the pace difference. I think, see, Mercedes, they are dragging with Aston Martin. Like, there is going to be a pure dominance for Red Bull this season again. I think where the battle is going to step in is in between Mercedes and Aston Martin. So there's nothing much to say actually. It was a good race. It was a good race. Nothing much to say.
Thank you very much, Bash. Can we hear from Wizzy da Silva, please? Thank you.
Good day, everybody. Yeah, it was a fantastic race. So, me, as you can tell me, I'm a Mercedes fan. So, prior to today, I was even of the opinion of them to scrap that car and just copy the Red Bull because we can't be supplying Aston Martin engine and then be struggling with them. It doesn't make sense. So, I'm happy with today's race. At least, looks like they found something in the car. So, we'll see what we'll get when we get to Europe and that. Then Ferrari, man, Ferrari is just a bad luck. I don't know. Their drivers is just. I feel they were a bit harsh on Sainz because they restarted. If they were to restart, that means that incident didn't happen. So he shouldn't be getting that 5 seconds. So that was a bit harsh. But the other driver, I don't know, man. That guy, I've lost upon him, and he's not consistent. He's not way too consistent. So other than that, Aston Martin, we'll see how they go, you know. But it was a fantastic race, enjoyable. Red flag happened as it should have because of safety. They had to clear the cars, so I'm not even bothered about that. But it was a fantastic race. And as to what the last person says, Red Bull is on. They are on wings, literally. I don't think Nobody's catching up to them, man. That speed is crazy. So it's just battle of second.
See,
This
excuse me. I don't know. Maybe you watched the last race where the commentator said something. There was one slick overtake, like too easy overtake
yeah,
Verstappen made on Hamilton, and the commentator was like, um, it was like an F1 car against an F2 car. Like, as in, do you understand the level of
no,
that?
no, it was too. Even this race, like the
See,
overtake on Lewis, as
see,
in even
I
after
was,
2 corners, it was
I
already
was
2 seconds
watching. I
ahead.
was watching. He was up front he was up front ahead of Lewis like 1 second. Before you know, the
Like
gap started growing. Three
just
seconds, 5 seconds.
under a sector, it was already 2.5. Like wow, under there. So it's a battle of second this year,
Hey,
and we'll see what we can.
that
But we can't be
pace.
struggling with Aston Martin. That is not
That
acceptable.
is that is the very funny thing. That
We
is the
can't be
very funny
supplying
thing.
them
Like
engine and then
engine,
and then be struggling with them. It doesn't make
the
sense.
the Aston Martin is even looking. They are looking more composed than Mercedes. Looking at the fact that Mercedes is the one supplying engine to them, they are looking more composed. They just need a better, good driver. Okay, maybe Lance Stroll is not as good as Fernando Alonso.
Anyway, I guess I don't know, but I don't know if you have any form of engineering degree. Maybe you just put in application, and let all of us join heads. You understand? Because even me say I will help you join since everybody's out angry. But yeah, it is what it is. Where are we? Okay. Sorry. Okay, still some hands up. Where are we? What? Okay, Aston Martin. Sorry, son of Jesus.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I'm with you.
Go ahead. Okay. Sorry, I
Oh
thought you came up to speak earlier
yeah,
on.
I just finished speaking now.
Oh, was it you? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was looking at Bash. Sorry about that.
No, sorry.
It's been a long morning. P then Lookman.
Yeah, for me, it's a bit off topic. Sorry. While you gather your thoughts onto the next one, have we spoken about Michael Massey being in the paddock out of curiosity? For me, it just makes me laugh.
I think,
What a coincidence, but
I think, I think for Michael Massey, if we're being honest, let's just let sleeping dogs lie.
Okay,
You
okay, which
understand?
is fair enough. Which is fair enough.
It's a lot to take in for a lot of people. Let's not open wounds, please.
Okay, okay, no, which is fair enough. Let's move on then. Let's move on.
Thank you. Lookman, please.
Yeah, just before we move on, just before we move on, I put forward a message on Twitter on Mike Massey coming back, and it wasn't a nice message. So we'll move on because I think that's just outrageous. Um, the second thing is somebody was talking about Aston Martin, and you said they're looking composed. However, today Alonso did say that he tried to catch up with Lewis and he couldn't do it. And he's saying that Mercedes is actually was really fast. They couldn't do it. Obviously, he was trying to save his tire and then go and attack Lewis, and he just couldn't. He couldn't get to 1.2 seconds, and then he just couldn't catch up again. So I think even though the Aston Martin is looking composed, I think Mercedes are starting to find the thing with that car. Um, Checo, just to say about Checo, I like everybody else, I thought he did very well today. Remember, that track is not actually easy to overtake, even though Red Bull has got a very fast car, and also their DRS gadget is amazing. I think lots of people are trying to work out what they've done. They're the only ones that get a lot more speed when they open the DRS, and people are trying to work it out. Even Toto was, when they were in a red flag, went to the back of that car to have a look at it. So there is the Red Bull is just too fast. But I thought Checo did very well today, and I thought he was voted driver of the day as well. So I thought he did very well. And that's it really.
Thank you very much. Lookman. Okay. Now moving on. Let's just quickly touch the midfield teams. I think let's start with Alfa Romero. So Alfa Romero of Bottas and Joe. Bottas started in the pit lane. Started in the pit lane for the first 7-8 laps. He just decided to just watch what was going on. HD for this is what I call 5D because he's experiencing G-force. So he was just watching what was going on, what was unfolding. Red flag. Was it safety car again? Which one was it that came out first? Still, it did not feel any need to move up the what do you call it? Move up the standings. Well, meanwhile, his junior teammate is fighting for his life, trying to secure points for the team. Do you see the mindset? Now, eventually, towards the end of the race, he thought that he could scam his way through, and enter P9. But lo and behold, they say what God does not do does not exist. But this one was not inspired by God because the FIA said no, we're gonna have this order, and he's out of the points. Meanwhile, his teammates that have been hustling, he was in the points. I remember yesterday, Regis brought an analogy of someone reading for 8 hours, and if that person read for if that person read for 12 hours, would he have? Maybe he would have succeeded. Look at. Yesterday we were talking about mindset of Bottas's mindset. Look at. I don't know whether it's, I don't know what is the I don't know when they're in the car. I delayed to play music for them because I expect that they are listening to the engineer because I don't know how someone would all be cruising. Is like him and Nick DeFries. Nick DeFries. That's I'm not even ready to discuss on that subject yet. But we know what Nick DeFries is. Nick DeFries is. Nick DeFries is if he could not overtake Nick DeFries. I personally don't know what to. I don't know what to say. If I'm Alfa Romero, I'll be anyway. Sauber, I don't even think they even care anymore because they are leaving. You understand? But Bottas is not. Is what now? He has gone to post on Twitter that we go again and we'll see him back. It was unfortunate. What's that? Meanwhile, your junior teammate is not even contented with the point that he got. Are you seeing mindset? Yesterday, okay, now let's even just. In as much as I don't even want to even go back to Mercedes again. See this George Russell start today. Do you think if it's Bottas?
Yeah, let's not go back to that one. Let's not
Yeah.
go back to that.
No,
He was a
no.
wingman for a reason.
He
So
was
let's
no,
move
like,
forward.
it was a wingman for a reason. You see,
Yeah, but
I
admin.
tell people this is mindset. If you have
Yeah, but
everyone in Formula One is there to be a world champion. You are not in Formula One to be a wingman. It's not a this thing. It's not a this. Um. It's not a goal. You
Admin,
understand?
we're still back.
This
We're still back.
I'm coming. Look on. This is not football whereby somebody's position is CDM. You know that you're in CDM or you're a goalkeeper. You know that you're not scoring goal. Your own is to catch. You don't have anything in front. This is not football. Everybody in Formula One. If you are in a car, Latifi, Pastor Maldonado, Jensen Button, the race. What's the name of that racist? All of them, their goal has been to win championship. Nobody comes to Formula One to be a wingman. You understand? And Joe has the mind of moving forward. At the moment, Bottas is on a retirement path. You understand?
But it's
Very
the team.
fine
He's not to
in
do
terms
but
that
of
as well.
retirement. He's doing
But
very well. He's not selling. As I said, he's selling tickets. Selling drink. He's selling all what's not. You
so
understand?
admit
But eventually, I've lost my train of thought. But yeah, eventually, this performance you cannot carry on like this. This is almost Bottas' home race. Should the partner be happy? Should the partner be happy that our partner was just languishing in P19? I mean, where was he? P this thing, P wherever it was.
Bottas was 11th, Joe was ninth.
He was 11th until all those crash happened. Bottas was P 18, P 16 most of the races. Most of the race. So I personally, obviously, safety car, red flag helps everybody, but you have to do more. You understand? You have to do more. You have you have to like Joe he cannot just come and be acing you after all your Mercedes knowledge, all your experience. Look how you are driving. Look how you are driving. You and the Freeze were swapping positions for more than 10, 15 laps. Oh, God,
Give him a
sorry.
break, please. Give him a break. Like you said, he's going to retirement, so let him retire. He's going
Hey,
peacefully.
hey, no, see, let me tell you something. In life, when you sign up to do something, you do it till the time is up. Valtteri is there to drive. He's meant to drive to his best till the contract expires. You understand? It does not mean because he's retiring, he should stop performing. Even you think how this gonna give this brother a contract? Oh man, Audi. He does not brand wise. If you think brand wise, all this cigar, all this drink that I said, it does not. It's not. Are you buying it? You are not buying it, because it's you self. You are not even too focusing. You are not even too bad in what he's doing. You understand? So it's not brand wise. Vat yourself. He's shaking. Let me not say he's not that guy. He's shaking. Driving ability. The Alfa Romeo put you there because of experience. They could have put what's the name of that boy that is bullying them in F2. What's the name of that boy? That French boy. Theo Pochel that is bullying them in F2. After 2 laps, it's already 2 minutes up. You think you think if they want to cut costs, they will not kick Valtteri out. Once Joe starts dominating Valtteri, hopefully this thing will not carry on to summer break.
But
You
don't
will see
forget
things
that's the team that he started with, and that's why he kind of brought it back.
okay.
And I'm
Yeah.
not giving that as a justification, but I completely hear you and I agree with you 100%. You're making me
I'm
laugh.
not telling you that if this thing should carry on to summer break, because let me tell you something. At the end of the day, all these companies, they want to save money. You understand? See Ricardo. If Bottas does not take time, he's gonna end up in this one. There's no even boy that want to even put him as carry him as third driver. Plane ticket is expensive. Anyway, got time to be adding one more month to the catering budget. You understand? It's too expensive. So I don't see anything that is going to carry him as third driver. If he does not pick up this performance by summer break, he should just him and his partner, they should just go into real estate, because that's the next form of business that can just provide them money. Real estate. He should just once Abu Dhabi reach by this thing. If this performance does not improve, he should not come back next season. He should just go into real estate full time, because let's not so we just know that he left on his own. You understand? Because this is very embarrassing. Oh, five
They
Do you
time.
can
think
also
Alpha
supply the
perceive it like
paddock
that,
with
though? Do you think Alpha
alcohol.
Oh
perceive it
God.
like
Sorry.
Do you think Alpha perceive it like that, as in this guy is
Hey,
not performing?
no, me personally, I don't think Alpha perceive it like that, because you know why? They have another scammer as a team principal. Andrew Seidel, that guy that wears glasses. Hey, sorry, as CEO, not team principal. CEO. You think Andres cares? And Andres Andres that left McLaren to rot. Thank God McLaren now they are seeing the lights. Even only God know whether the car is even back to its regular self. But yeah,
Sorry
you
to cut
know.
you off, sorry.
No, I'm done. I'm done with Botas and Alfa Romeo. You guys should, if anyone wants to carry on, please.
But the thing is, though, admin, I know we had this discussion yesterday. We are talking about mindset. So we were talking about the team he's in. You've just almost destroyed Alfa Romeo just now. You've just destroyed the team principle. So if I was a driver in that kind of team, how motivated would I get? I know you're talking about Zhou or Zhao, whatever his name is. And I think he's doing well. He's no longer a rookie. But I think we said yesterday he may have checked out because he's found a piece somewhere else. So he's probably not motivated to do as well. But I mean, I agree with the fact that he didn't really perform in this race. But I actually think Bottas is still a good driver. But there is something around motivation that is not working for him.
Then he
Um,
should pull out of his contract and give another person the space to sit down.
because
And
Well,
he should
maybe,
just
maybe,
I
resign.
but
understand. See, I don't understand how someone will be paid salary. You will not do your work. You say you are lacking motivation.
Do you understand?
What
do you
what
know
what
the full
what's all
story
that?
though? Do you know the full story? You don't know the
We
full story
we
though.
know we know the full story. He should
Which
pull out.
full story? Which full
Wingman,
story
wingman,
again?
wingman. That's the full story. End
Yeah.
of.
So now it's a
Well,
wingman
so
to
there you
go.
go. So when Alfa
Oh,
Romeo employed him, they knew they were employing a wingman. Yes.
hey,
No, 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 no,
oh,
no, 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 no. They were employing. Can't even go back and read the news.
they
They
were
were
employing
employing
a
someone
senior.
who had experience to lead the
Yes.
team. Do
Okay.
you understand?
Can
They
I
did not
ask a
expect.
question?
They didn't wait. They didn't expect Bottas. I didn't. I don't like addressing Bottas issue because I feel like I'm done with him. I said all I need to say. But they did not need someone to win championships because Alfa Romeo is not a car that can win championships right now.
Exactly.
They needed someone who would lead the team and at the
Yeah.
minimum outperform his teammates. Do you
Hmm.
understand? But he's
Yeah,
not.
no, I understand. But I was just saying about his motive. Anyway, yeah, we'll see. The season is still a long way. They've got how many races left? 20. So 20 or 21, something like that. Yeah. So we'll see
20,
Yeah,
what
20.
but
is
what
possible.
has Bottas done?
Sorry.
Sorry, you're sticking up for him, which I get, right? But then, even with his track record at Mercedes, and we know it was the car or whatever, let's
Yeah.
take that into account as well. But then, what has he actually then done that you can actually then turn around and say, you know what, Bottas is a good driver?
Well,
Um,
because I think at some point when he
Bottas
was at
at
Mercedes,
Williams, yes, when he was at Williams, not even Mercedes. But Williams Bottas
Even
was
at
in
Mercedes,
Bottas.
he was pretty decent
Even at
sometimes.
yeah,
But on the
Mercedes,
exactly,
days that he
Bottas
was
was
good.
Bottasing. Bottas was really Bottasing.
I
Okay,
actually
exactly.
I actually thought that at Mercedes, right? In more recent years, I thought that at Mercedes, Bottas sometimes was a better qualifier than Lewis. And I say that cautiously,
Yeah.
but I could count on Bottas to qualify at the top. Lewis, I would always hold my hat in my mouth and be like, "Guy, come on," right?
Can
So
I
he's
just
not great, but yeah.
clarify? I'm not defending him. The way we were talking yesterday was about his motivation and why is he where he is, and that's what I'm not necessarily defending him. But he actually had a good record at Williams before, and then came to Mercedes, and obviously he met somebody who is much more better than him at Mercedes, so he couldn't have performed him.
but has
But
Bottas said anything about his motivation? The way we keep on saying he's not
yes,
motivated.
there was a
He
story because
hasn't. Bottas
no,
said
no,
it.
no.
Bottas
Let me
is fully
explain.
pumped
That's
up.
why we are here
Give
talking
me
about this guy's motivation. He looks happy. He looks
give
in
me
his
give
zone,
me
man.
give me time to explain, right? Ted Kravitz went on TV to apologize to Bottas because at some stage he was having health problems, and he said to him, "Oh, you've gone so thin, you've lost weight." What he didn't realize was Bottas was having health issues around his weight. So he had to apologize on TV personally to Bottas. So there are lots of things going on underneath that we don't know about. So, but
Bottas,
I'm
Okay,
not
but
saying that's an
no,
Bottas,
no,
excuse.
but
Bottas was
generally, right?
having an eating disorder and he's coming out of it. This eating disorder is not as if it's today or yesterday. It is something that has been coming up for a while. So it's he's even at his Mercedes. Okay, we can even put it back to his days at Mercedes. But all of a sudden, he resurfaced and he has gone through it. And this is from last season. Last season, when he's driving and he's telling Joe and you attack him at Tondis. Why are we quick to forget that this is a guy that was driving and still telling Joe, at Brazil. This is the one we've seen. Oh, what of the ones he's doing inside the team that we don't know? Remember the first race of this season? Bottas made up was it not 4 places or 3 places? Nobody. This is 2 races now. I know
Exactly.
this race, I don't want to talk about Valtteri. I'm just going to believe that he's going to come good. But
Yeah.
something might be going on. Let us remember the first race of this season. He had a spectacular he did a brilliant
Exactly.
race. So for the benefit of let us leave Bottas, I beg.
Yes.
To whom
I
it may
argue,
Absolutely.
concern.
I
I
agree.
argue that the Alfa Romeo was better in Bahrain than it is now, so that may also be. See, I can't leave Bottas alone. I'm sorry, I can't leave him alone.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just,
To
I
whom it may
cannot.
but let
I
concern.
me tell
don't
you
To
something.
even.
whom it may
Somebody
concern.
that something's going on will not be wearing tank top and be
Thank
catwalking
you. Nothing is doing
the
him.
paddock of
He's
Melbourne. I
having
beg, leave
fun.
all those talk. I beg. Is it the first to have eaten disorder? Many
No,
of
but
us are not even well
No,
as
no,
we are
no, no,
still
no.
talking. Like many of us have
No, no,
had
that was just
No, but not even that, right? You would think that generally, if he's a happier person now, he's in a better space mentally. You would think that that would translate into performance. That's all
no,
I'm
okay.
saying.
but
What
we
if the car
discussed
is
with
not good? What if the car is not good? What if it
guy.
is the
What do you
car?
mean car is not good? Is it not the car that
But
spoiled today?
let's not go back and forth.
but
Joe,
Oh,
I'm not going for Joe.
Okay,
He's
but it's not
no.
as if Joe got in the points today because of the many things that
Joe
happened.
outqualified him yesterday. Bottas was
well,
P19.
George Russell qualified Hamilton yesterday, so that's just qualification.
wow.
Okay, well, Joe is ahead of him at the end of the race. At least Hamilton finished, ahead of
Exactly.
Russell. Why are you going with this?
Okay,
Well,
can I
Okay.
ask a question? Can I ask a question? So, Bottas, right? If we're going to rate him or we're going to say that this is a driver that challenges someone, right? I'm going to bring it back to how Nico really messed up with Lewis.
yeah.
It wasn't a great partnership. What, who, or what partnership can you then tell me that Bottas has done that to? And you do that to your teammates, right? You disrupt them. You want to beat your teammates. Tell me who Bottas has done that with.
I think he outperformed Massa, didn't he?
He did.
When he
He
was
did.
at Williams,
He
Yeah,
he,
it
he,
did.
he
was Massa. Yeah,
outperformed
For
Massa,
yeah.
hundred percent, he
which
did.
is why they brought him to
That is why
Mercedes.
Mercedes brought him.
No,
Yes.
Yeah,
but no. But to Bottas, to his advantage, you need to understand that Bottas was also responsible for Mercedes winning, their constructors championship. You
exactly.
need
Yes.
you need two
Yes.
cars to arrive at the finish point to win the constructors championship. So he
Absolutely.
was. We are not ruling that out. We are just saying that right now,
He's
he could
messing
do
up.
better. He
Yeah,
could do
yeah, hundred
better.
Yeah,
percent. But let us not cast him down too much because I'm just telling you, it's not too long ago. First race of the season, he had a beautiful race. Just last season, he was telling Jogo and you how to attack. So I understand that Joe
yeah.
is no longer a rookie, so he needs to up his game, and that's the
Let him keep
gospel.
his wingman position or his wingman title and end of.
Reggie, this hard to
He's
attack.
not
Hard
really
to
there to
attack.
be
Is he
a
not
wing
team
man.
leader?
He
Well,
was
Is
there.
he not meant? Is he not
wait,
meant to
wait, wait.
lead?
Can I speak, please? Well,
Is that
thank you
Imade?
for
Is that Imade?
no, it's
Who is
Roy.
speaking? Okay, right.
Thank
Okay,
you
right.
all
Go ahead.
for this wonderful space. I've been listening
Okay.
to you since like an hour ago. And what I want to say about the whole Bottas issue is that we have to understand that we have all the drivers on the grid are talents, and we have only few people that can become world championship. And this means that they have an extra mile beyond the talent. So when Bottas got to Mercedes, Mercedes didn't take him to be the next world championship. They took him because he was the person on the grid who could have helped the team to win the Constructors' Championship. Bottas never had a chance to fight with Lewis. The only years that he had a chance to fight with Lewis was 2019 and 2020. I don't know if anyone can remember. In the first phase of 2019, he was going back and forth with Lewis with victories. Lewis would win one, then he would win the next. Then they came to Baku, and after the race, Lewis said that if I had taken more risk at the first corner, I would have beaten Bottas. So next time it's not going to happen. And what did Lewis did from the next race was Spain, and Lewis won 4 races in a row. Just to show you that Lewis was a better. It's not a better driver compared to Bottas. Lewis is far beyond Bottas, and Bottas couldn't like 4 races in a row. Bottas couldn't win.
he began to win at the end of the season, which shows you that even though Butter had a better car than the rest of the field, he couldn't match Lewis' pace. So now that he's at Alfa Romeo, he's not there to win races. Alfa Romeo
Please,
bought
can
him
I ask
because
you
he
a
had
question?
a
Sorry,
speed.
can I ask you a question while you go
Tell me.
ahead?
Yeah,
Those times
yeah,
when
yeah.
Lewis was coming first in those next four races, what was Bottas's position? Because we have established that Lewis and Bottas are not the same level. That one,
Yes,
nope. We are not
Bottas
talking
was
about.
finishing second or third. So
So was he not doing his job?
yeah, I'm not saying that he was not, he was placed there to win. He was placed there to help the team because
I don't think so, brother.
so you are telling me that
When
Bottas
you go
had
to a
two.
team, let
Wait,
me
wait,
give
wait,
you.
wait, wait. Let me finish. Bottas had 2 years with racing one hand to with Lewis, 2019 and 2020. How come Lewis beat him fairly and squarely in those
Lewis
two
is a
seasons?
better driver. Lewis is
That's
the
what
best
that's
driver
what I'm
to
telling you,
ever
that
be in Formula
Bottas was
One.
not brought to Mercedes to win championship. He
I
was
don't
brought
agree
there.
with you. I don't agree with you. It's not true. And
So
I'm
you're
going to
telling me
tell
that Mercedes took Bottas for Bottas to win the world championship?
when Lewis joined McLaren in 2007, did they bring him to? They brought him to come and did. When you come to a
Be-
team, he came there and showed himself that look, I'm not here to come and sit down. When you come to a team and show you're not here to sit down, they'll give you the tools. He came and Lewis was still very much ahead of him. What do you want to be done? Nobody
I,
was going to.
what I'm saying, that I'm not saying that Bottas thought he couldn't win with Lewis. What I'm saying, that the team bought Bottas because they knew that Bottas has the talent to help the team to win championship, not to win the world championship with Bottas. Because you cannot compete with with somebody who is the like of Lewis. Tell me, Bottas spent from 2017 to 2021 in Mercedes, and he only could compete with Lewis with in only 2 seasons,
No,
2019 and 2020.
sorry to just. I just wanted to just say one thing, like before you continue. Sorry, the team didn't bring Bottas to just to help them win championships. The team brought Bottas to give him an opportunity to also fight for
To
championship in a
fight for
championship winning
championship.
car.
But
That's what it is.
Lewis is too good, heads and shoulders above. There's no how you tell me, okay, now that is why George Russell is cooking now. George Russell is cooking. So when it's time to I know they understand anyway, everybody has their own idea or
No,
opinion.
but I think you're right. If Bottas, when he joined Mercedes, if he was consistently beating Lewis, they're not
Thank
gonna
you.
stop. They're not
Thank
gonna
you.
stop him
They're
from
not going to
winning.
tell him, no, brother, you're not going
Uh,
to win. No, you're not.
yeah,
No,
no, they're not gonna
Lewis
stop him. I mean, the thing is,
No,
I'm
I'm
not.
not saying that they were going to stop him, but what I'm saying that the team intention was to bring somebody that could help them win the team championship, not the world champion, because they already have a champion in the team that was Lewis.
While
yeah,
also
And
providing the person with the opportunity to fight for championships. I,
mm,
I still need that cannot be unsaid, right? That's
yeah.
not the only reason why they brought him.
and
The
I'm
two go
I'm telling you
side by
that
side.
Yes, you
Bottas
bring a
had two.
driver and you also bring
Yeah,
a team
Yeah.
member.
sure.
You just
Yeah,
don't bring a team member. Yes,
but what
thank
I'm
you very
telling
much,
you that
Paul.
Bottas spent 2017 to 2021 in Mercedes, and he could only fight with Lewis for 2 seasons. So how can
And
you're
that's on
telling me that?
him. That's on
Yeah,
him,
so
right?
this means that Bottas was never on Lewis level. So I don't think
No, we've
anybody in the
established
team.
that fact. That one is
Yes,
a
but that's what
fact
I'm saying,
already.
that nobody in the team ever thought that Bottas was going to win the championship. It was never in anybody's mind.
I don't think
I don't
so. You
think
can't
so. I
say
don't think
that.
so.
No,
I
I
don't
don't think
think
you can't
so.
say that.
I don't think so.
Quickly. Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Did anyone think that Russell, when he signed for Mercedes at the end of
Sorry, can you hear
2024,
me?
he was going to what do you call it? He was going to put up this challenge to Lewis?
Yes,
No.
I actually thought so.
Yes, I
I
Okay,
actually
actually
thought
okay,
thought
so.
okay,
so.
but I'm sure many
Sorry, I missed what you said.
sorry. Okay,
Admin, go ahead.
so yeah, I'm sure that many people, the having with obviously with Lewis's background of being a multiple time champion, I'm sure many people have thought that okay, Russell without the grand you probably won't come and give this man a bit of a challenge, but he's come, he's proved that he's not just here to sit down. You know, if you remember when they signed Russell, they said yes. The total anthem, there's good and bad news. He said the good news is that you are a Mercedes driver, and the bad news is that what, you are competing with who? Lewis Hamilton. So
I think we also need.
I think
Sorry, I
now,
think we also need to add
yeah,
I think for clarity's sake, right, so that we just don't go back and forth with this argument. I think we also need to add that nobody is expecting Bottas to win a championship in Alfa Romeo because the
Yeah.
car itself is not a championship winning car. The conversation is in comparison, at least from my end, is in comparison to his teammates, who is predominantly new, who we can say is new, right? We just don't think that he's doing the best that that he can do. That's all we are saying. Not that he should be winning championships in an Alfa Romeo. No, no
Yeah,
one is saying that.
and
exactly.
to add to that, every team brings in drivers to try and win the team championships. They all do the same. That's what they want. They don't go and bring a driver and just say you're not going to help us win the championship. You're going to help us, but also you have the opportunity to fight the driver that is there. If you can't get over win over that driver, then nobody will stop you from doing that. I mean, the only people that probably would do it is people like Ferrari and Red Bull because they have their number one driver. So, but apart from them, I think most teams would give you the opportunity to win championships.
Yeah, and I think just to go back to actually like just touching on what the co-host said, and going back to the host, I think it was just more about Bottas and just being about him as a driver. We're not saying that, oh, I think let's just stick to that topic because I think, like you're saying, we're gonna go back and forth and we're not gonna really end it. Just to
Imade,
go back to
Imade
the point.
wants to cook. Imade is ready to cook. We are here for it.
Hey!
Okay, hold on, guys. Let me refresh the queue. So we'll have Imade, then read one, then Fem Fem shots because we've not heard him today. Then we'll have Roy. So thank you guys in that order.
Yeah, Regis, why do you feel I want to cook?
I know you. I know you. Oh, yeah, start. Proceed, please.
I actually don't want to cook, but just for the whole Butter thing, that's like okay, most people have said what I wanted to say, but I just wanted to give an example of the Red Bull situation at this point in time. There's a reason Perez is fighting tooth and nail to be very close to Max in the point standings at this stage. So if that can continue at some point, they would not have to probably give institute team orders. And there's a reason Max is fighting tooth and nail to be far ahead at this stage so that he can start benefiting from team orders. And I want to disagree with Lukman that it's only Red Bull or Ferrari that can do that kind of a thing because we saw it in 2010 when Vettel, Weber, Alonso, Lewis, there were what was the fifth person? There were five people going for the championship that year, and Vettel won it. Red Bull let them fight. So this whole situation of oh maybe Red Bull it seems this way because one person has after that year Vettel was way ahead of Weber. The next time Red Bull was going to have a chance for a championship was Max, and Max has been way ahead of his teammates. So I want to disagree with Lukman as regards that. Then
Can I just quickly say something? Do you remember Multi 21? Red Bull Multi 21, where they ordered Vettel to let Weber pass, and
I don't
he
think you were
refused.
talking about that, Luke. He's not talking
no,
about.
no, 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 no. I'm talking what Multi 21 was not Vettel was not ordered to let Weber pass. It was remain as it is. Weber was ahead. Weber jumped him in the pit lane during the pit stop exchange. Weber jumped him. Weber was first. Vettel was second, and they told Vettel to stay. And that was 2013. So and Vettel was okay. That was when the second. I think that was the second race of the season, and Vettel was so there was really no much established status quo at that point. It was just who is going to be ahead. And Vettel took situations into his own hands at that particular point in time. So my point, the point I'm making is teams would prefer whoever is ahead at a particular stage, and it's up to the drivers to fight for that. and that is why Perez is doing it at this point in time. So Bottas never put himself in that situation. We can say ultimately, and that is why yesterday I was saying he was simply not that guy because he was in one of the best cars in the most one of the in the most dominant era of a particular team in F1 history. And all he could bag was less than 10 wins or 10 wins altogether. In that same period, Vettel got 15 wins in a Ferrari. And we can argue that in that same period, Ferrari was not on par with Mercedes, either with car performance, strategy, whatsoever you want to call it. So, but this argument is simply, to me, is moot because Bottas is not that guy. And he
Imade,
never
Imade,
put himself
Imade,
in the picture.
you made a very good point. Aside Vettel, in that same era, tell me any other person that had more wins than Bottas. Because no, Vettel is world class. Don't put Vettel and Bottas. Just tell me what any other person you tell me, then I'll tell you again why Bottas is a stupid man. But I will not. I'm not going to agree to you. Tell me one other person. Vettel is almost is close to Lewis. Don't forget that. Call another name, man. Is it Verstappen? Verstappen never even starts
Verstappen
then.
had, Verstappen had almost the same. And
No,
in 2020 season, about the last race where Charles crashed into him, Verstappen would have finished ahead of Bottas in Champions League
okay.
in a
I
car
mean,
that was far inferior. So yeah, I think Verstappen had 8 or 9 wins in that period, which is just maybe one less or so. I'm not sure. So what are we?
just very quickly, Madi, I think we've shifted this debate. I don't think we've argued that Bottas is that guy. That's not the debate. I think the debate was just about whether he should be doing better where he is. Nobody's argued that he's that guy. I don't think that argument was
No,
about that.
look, man, I understand. Mike, it's still all encompassing to me because
Mm,
he should be doing better. He's not that guy, so I think
yeah,
we're just putting too much on his shoulders. He has never been that guy to challenge Lewis. He has never been that guy to actually even push a team. So the fact that Joe is simply decking him at this point
yeah.
seems to be
But come
we
on,
It's
should expect
all
it to happen.
experience.
it's decking him after 3 races. Give him time. But the point is, we're not saying he's that guy. That's my point. I'm not arguing anything else. So I think we just need to put it in context when we're having this discussion. I'm not saying he's that guy. I'm just saying that yes, he's not performing as we expect. Yeah, there's an expectation with Potters, isn't it? Really, that's what it is. And it's not performing as we expect him to perform.
Okay, okay, we'll leave it as that, that he has not been that
Yeah.
guy. And why I refer to Mercedes is even he was not that guy, he's not performing as you expected, we expect better
Yes.
from him. And why I
Yeah.
refer to Mercedes, he had a very good car in Mercedes and he didn't perform as we
Wingman,
expect.
wingman, wingman. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Hashtag
I
wingman.
mean, well, sorry, Iman, just going back to your point. When you say at Mercedes, he didn't perform as you expect. His benchmark was Hamilton, isn't it? So you're measuring him against Hamilton. He still did very well, but the benchmark there was a different benchmark.
But then
When
going
he goes,
to his team though,
But
going to
if you
Alpha.
compare number of wins, to be honest, right? I
no,
mean,
that absolute, but he also helped the team to win, isn't it? And the team, how many?
Look, man,
Yeah.
can you compare Lewis and Nico when they were together and how they pushed the team forward and the performances they had to Lewis and Bottas?
No
Sorry, that's
Because
way.
a
we're
whole
not
different
saying
pedigree. That's a whole different pedigree.
That's a whole different picture. No, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't
yeah, yeah.
compare it.
So
No.
let's not compare that one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so how are you guys telling me that Mercedes brought Bottas to fight for the championship with Lewis?
Uncle,
How can you tell me?
see,
It's not possible. Okay,
see,
um
anyway,
can I
Exactly,
sorry,
answer
bro.
sorry,
see.
sorry,
Exactly.
sorry,
Thank
sorry,
you.
Ah,
sorry,
can
sorry.
I
I was
answer
just
Exactly.
kidding. I was just
ah.
kidding. Anyway, I want to finish my point. Yeah, I'm not talking more about the Bottas period in Mercedes. Well, I think now in Alfa Romeo, we are just in the beginning of the first 3 races, so we have to wait, let's say about 10 races, then we can see what Bottas is capable of doing in the Alfa Romeo. I think going forward in the season, Bottas is going to outperform Wanzhou, so I think there is no need to discuss this because Bottas is a good driver. Even when he was in Williams. We saw what he did with Massa. So I think it's just a bad day for him in the first in this race, but Bottas can deliver when he has to deliver. Thank you.
Mr. Host,
Massa was
watch
at the
out.
end of his
What is
career,
coming?
though. Massa was towards the end of his career, though. That's one thing we should actually take into cognizance when we're mentioning Massa.
If you are saying that, you keep on making excuses. Nobody expect Bottas to win.
I am not
Yes,
making
so no,
excuses.
no, you're
Actually,
saying
just hold.
you're saying Massa was at the end of his career, therefore that was why he was making
See,
his
if
No, no,
if
so,
Bottas
sorry, sorry,
doesn't
sorry.
meet up the expectation people are setting for him right now, I'm going to be very
No, no,
disruptive. At the end of
sorry,
the season,
Kunzi.
and people will have
the
to kick me out of this space. I'll be so disruptive.
the table doesn't lie.
It's Alonso.
Please, one house, everybody, please. I'm just hearing multiple voices. Please, let's not talk over each other. I don't expect I've had to bring this sort of drama, but it's crazy out here, you know. Anyway, Mr. Drygen. Okay, yeah. Enobong, please go ahead because I believe you were speaking. Then we'll have Ridwan, and then Fem, then Roy, please. Before we have Fem, Roy, then Kingsley, please. Thank you, guys.
No. So I'm just going to briefly and let the person go on. I just wanted to say that, with these high expectations that we are setting for Bottas, if he doesn't meet it at the end of the season, I'm going to be so disruptive that you're going to kick me out of this space because I'm going to make so much noise and I'm going to name names, right? So for his sake, I really hope that he picks up the pace and he's able to deliver at the end of the season based on people's Lookman and Roy's expectation. Because
It's
if
Lookman.
not,
Lookman is the main
if
culprit.
if not, I'm going to be so disruptive. Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Enobong. Let's have Ridwan, please. Thank you.
Okay, good day, everyone. Hope you guys can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, bro. But speak a bit louder, sir.
Okay, so I just joined this space, so I'll just drop my own take on this Botas thing. So, like, as as at last season, I was actually defending this guy. Like, yes, don't blame him, stop something like that. He might have an issue, something like that. But to be honest, let's look at the big picture. The thing is that this guy hasn't been performing since the second half of last season. It was showing that he was declined. Like, but you actually say maybe because they were not fighting for the points, they had engine like because of the Ferrari engine. It was the end of the season. There's nothing much he would do. So we actually just left it like that. That yes, that's Bottas. But this season, to be honest, he hasn't done anything except from like we can see Bahrain. So even the Bahrain was just the opener of the opening race of the season. So you can't judge with that because this guy, his teammate, is don't let me use the word decking. It's like actually outperforming in the same car. Look at what Bottas did last time out in Saudi Arabia. He did absolutely nothing. Today, he was fighting with Nick De Vries at the back of the grid. Alfa Romeo's like their expectation on Bottas is that he should be able to get them points, and this guy is not doing it for them. Like if we look at how he started with them at the beginning of last season, yes, he did well for them. Yes, he scored points for them. But this season, what exactly has he done? Like let's from the second half of the season plus the first half of this season, he hasn't done anything for them, like even to improve them at all. And this is the same Bottas whereby at last season Bottas missed free practice and he will come to the race and he will actually do well. But this season he has free practice, he has quali, and this guy is not doing anything. Even his quali pace. Like the thing is that he has been declining from the second half of last season, and it's actually declining at the rate of not like it's just coming down. So he needs to pick himself up. That's just the thing. So if we continue doing like this, I don't think they will actually give him more time at the like in that team at all. So my own is just that he should actually like because as admin said, he's selling tickets and selling alcohol. Like what's the meaning of that? You are currently like I don't even know how many points he has this season. He's coming to the paddock with flip flop, like with slippers and singlets. What's the meaning? Like, fine, you have to enjoy yourself. That's the out. But you are coming to your business, your day of work. Like, just come and work, and just leave the rest. That one you can do it maybe on Wednesday or any other time. Yeah, like the beginning of last season, if we are looking for expectation from Bottas, the beginning of last season, Bottas was actually fighting the Mercedes at the front. I remember the Miami when he had that mistake, like when Russell and Hamilton passed him. That was his expectation. He should be fighting like maybe 9th, 8th, 10th. Bottas is fighting 19, 18, 17. Bottas should be like maybe like he should even be outperforming like Yuki right now. Yuki finished Saudi and Bahrain P11. He finished today P10. You can actually say that yes, this is the guy that fine is actually doing something. What exactly is Bottas doing? We are just defending. Like, let's say the truth. Fine, he has his problem at Mercedes. Those times are gone. As wingman, Lewis like affected us because of Lewis' greatness. It affected him. Those times it's gone. You should forget about Mercedes. This is a new team for him. So he should just do well and he should pick himself up. And if he continues like this, I'm sorry, the transfer market is crazy, man. He will actually just get maybe we just be another Daniel Ricciardo. So I'm sorry. So just be another Daniel Ricciardo and this guy won't be able to do it. Like they will just actually just give up on him and they will get another guy. This Theo Pocher that is in F2, that guy is looking for his seat right now. And the guy is very, very good. So if even if the Bottas that we expect him to lead the team is not doing well, so they will just you and so let's move on. That's our future. We don't want him again. So that's the thing. And what you guys were saying, Bottas, to be honest, the guy actually did for me. I would say like he didn't put up a fight with Lewis throughout his career in Mercedes because fine, maybe it affected him sentimentally, all those stuff like that. But on his day, fine, on his day is good. On his day is good. But he's not that guy. So that's just the thing. He's not that guy. So don't let us actually just maybe just be giving him some preferential treatment. He's just not that guy. So if you're not that guy, you're not that guy. So that's it for me about Bottas. So that's it. So for the like, I just like sorry, I took my time talking about Bottas. So for the race, I really enjoyed the race. Like to be honest, I enjoyed the race. Mark, that guy, the guy needs to like what happened today. Like, normally, yes, he was careful at the start, but I was not expecting him for like. I have high expectation of Max. Maybe that's why I'm actually saying this. But he did well today. But those starts, the second restart also, I was like, sure, that's for Max. He did well. 37 wins today. His 37th win. He's and he's still young. So I expect him to do more in his career. So this championship is looking great, sir. So that's for Red Bull. Red Bull did well. That's my team. So they did well today. And all these chaos that happened today, I think it made the race more interesting. Race 3, we expected like what we expected last season, Ocon and Gasly. So they already gave us a show. So that's quite great, sir. And for Ferrari, those ones, maybe they should go and wash their head at the sea. I don't know exactly what's going on with them. They like their luck, it's just somehow clear opening lap, signs, penalty. So that's it. And for Mercedes, to be honest, maybe people are just saying that Mercedes is fighting with Aston Martin. It's just that that Red Bull car is just too powerful. The car is just too good. So Mercedes is catching up, but with Aston Martin, they are catching up. And I feel like that Aston Martin car, the car is draggy, straight line speed wise, it's not that great. It's not that great. So, and maybe they might even, like, I'm not sure, they might, but performance wise, they might able to reduce that drag. And if like the car is, that Aston Martin car is so good, like if they have that straight line speed, I'm sorry, like today, Alonso would have caught up with Lewis. It's because of that straight line speed. Because if you look at where Alonso was actually losing to Lewis, it was that second sector. He was losing quite massively to Lewis at that second sector, and because the car is quite draggy, doesn't that straight line speed is not that great. So, but the car, I think that car is very good. If they bring updates to the car and if they develop the car, like I think that car will maybe I think maybe they will actually finish that second, or maybe they will finish third because Ferrari is not looking like a reasonable team right now. And for Mercedes, they did well today. Lewis, congrats to him. He did well. Actually, he did well. And those mind games between him and Alonso. So it's just like the old days. Like they did well also. And for Russell, my man, Russell, that guy, but he to be like if not because of his own luck also and engine failure, he like maybe in the points or finish on the podium also. So I just know those the people that had like a very good race today. Gasly also had a very good race today. So like he was even able to keep up with Sainz until the second restart and everything just blew up like that. So and Checo did well. To be honest, this track is not like the track is quite hard, and to be able to overtake is not that like it's not that easy. It's not like at Jeddah whereby you can be able to close up with the guy and on that pit straight you just blast past him. There's score like different either like different corners in Australia. So but he tried he dived bombed and he gave us some like he tried to this he finished this from 20th. And even that 20th, he even had a pit stop at the beginning of at the beginning of the race. So actually, he did well today. So that's it. And the Alpha boys, they need to wake up. I think the whole team, I mean Alpha Tauri, the whole team needs to wake up. So that car is not there at all. It's not there at all. The car, like Yuki, is just dragging that car. It's just dragging it. So, but that car is not there. So, but yeah, they did. So I'm looking forward to Baku. I'm looking forward to Baku. So that's it for me for now. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. Thank you very much. Okay. I think I see some hands up. I think because of time, maybe we should be a bit quick because it's been a long day for some of us. But yeah, okay, let's have what is it? Fem shot. So okay,
Yeah, fem shot, fem shot, fem
yeah,
shot. That's fine, no problem. Okay, I would hate to take us back because I didn't have the opportunity to speak in the heat of the discussion. But just a quick one. Redo me this though. I don't know, but you guys, do you actually believe right after Mercedes lost the whole fire and tension when Nico retired, the best they could do to actually bring a competition to Mercedes with all the available drivers then, the best they could do if they actually wanted to bring a competition was Valtteri Bottas. Just redo me that. You don't need to answer. But anyways, what I really want to speak on is the fact that we're all saying, we're all putting so much attention on Bottas, like we've established he's not that guy. He's not really that guy, okay? But the way we're putting attention to him, like, he's not offering anything to the team at all. And quite frankly, you don't know that. You can't say that. I don't think if there was if they could just pick, anybody, any new person, it's not like another Verstappen is lying in wait that they could just go and pick off and he would come into F1 now and be balling and all that. So I feel it might even be maybe helping out in development, helping out in strategies and stuff. And, we all know this competition, this sport costs money. And you wouldn't want to bring in a driver that, maybe pushing the car too hard or, having wreckages and all that and having to make the team, lose money. And that loss of revenue isn't really, putting them anywhere significant in the map of things you get. So I wouldn't want us to think he is absolutely useless to the team, and they could just, do away with him and bring in one fresh young legs like that. I'm not a Bottas fan, and I don't think any of us really is a Bottas fan like that. I don't know if you are, then that's fine. But we can all appreciate as someone has said earlier, to be in the sport right now, it takes talent, and we can all appreciate the fact that he has the talent, he has a bit of experience, and I believe he's offering his team something, and that's why they're still, keeping him on till now. And just if you want to reference it to the whole uh, uh, Daniel Ricciardo situation, I don't think it's so on par, because one thing with Daniel was also relationship management. I think, if at all, that was probably what made Daniel exit the scene quite early, not actually his declining abilities or mentality or whatever. I think his ability to relate with his teammates, relate with the organization at large and everything was becoming too feisty for anybody to deal with, and that's what probably caused his exit. But Bottas is a cool guy. He has very good relationship with people, as far as we all know, and I'm very sure he's offering his team something. So we can't just come on here and say, this. It's not so easy for these guys. That's just my take on it.
Or Bottas has found the team has found themselves in a situation where you are already here with Bottas. There's nothing more that you can do. You might as well just manage him to the end of the season. The silly season comes and we find somebody else. That could be it, sha. But I just know that, however, yeah, that's what
You are
it is.
sure dragging
You
this
can
guy.
see, you can spin this matter all you want.
You
I
are sure
die on this
dragging this
Bottas
guy.
agenda. I'm here.
I give up. I'm not here to argue. I'm just here to say what I wanted to say. But it's all fine. It's
Me,
all good.
I love the Bottas agenda. That's what I just want to add to it.
Okay, can we have Kingsley next, please?
All right, thank you for having me. Yeah, what I wanted to say was this. First of all, I personally think the conversation around Bottas in this space is disingenuous. That's my personal opinion, because the stats doesn't lie. If you last year he finished 10th. I don't even want to compare Bottas and Guajus. They're not in the same class. Let's go back to, if I want to go back to Mercedes years. He came to Mercedes what 2017. That first year he finished what third position. Then the worst year Bottas had at Mercedes was 2018. We know what happened with the Ferrari engine 2018, 2019. From 2019, the rest of the years that he spent at Mercedes, he was finishing behind Lewis every year. Even in 2021, he finished behind Lewis when Max won the championship. So even when he left Mercedes, he actually said, at some point in your life, you can raise up your hand and say somebody was better than you when you give everything you had. If you remove Lewis from that equation, Bottas would have won what 2019 championship and 2020 championship. Does that make him a bad driver? It's not. Or make him a sludge? I don't think so. So in this current season, he's what now? He's behind Charles Leclerc of Ferrari, for example. If you want to use that to judge him, he's still ahead of his teammate. The best person you can measure a driver with is first of all against his teammate. He's ahead of his teammate. I don't know why we've kind of just come with this conclusion that because he didn't win championship, for example, therefore he is somehow not good enough or something. I don't think he's not good. I think just Bottas is actually a decent driver, but he was driving for Mercedes in an era where Lewis was there at his peak at the end of the day. So he could do what else can he do? If you have a driver that's better than you and he's consistently winning races ahead of you, there's nothing you can do. You just raise your hand up and say, this guy's better than me. That's just my opinion. I don't think whatever conversation we're having here, I don't think is fair to him. As far as I'm concerned, I think he's not just a sludge as a driver. He's a decent driver. That's my point I was trying to make.
I think that if you joined the conversation earlier on, you would see that all these points that you have made, we've made it. So, it's just both things can be true at the same time. We've all
That
made
he's
these points. We completely agree with you. But,
oh,
again,
because
the tone of
what I'm hearing
consensus
is
is not,
that he's declining or something. I don't.
well, I mean, we can agree to disagree on whether he's declining or he has plateaued. That's a different conversation. But I think that we all agree with you in the sense that Bottas, we think he's the same driver, but we think that over the years, let's just agree to disagree on this Bottas issue. But the truth is, no one is saying that Bottas is trash. Nope. We've given him, cred where he deserves cred. And again, to re-emphasize, we are talking about the Bottas right now in Alfa Romeo with the car that he has against his teammate. That's all. Not his Mercedes
He's
days, his
ahead of his
Williams
teammates.
days. Huh?
He's ahead of his teammates.
Okay, now we'll see now. December.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right
we'll see.
now, the statistics we have, he's ahead of his teammates. That's the best you can measure him against. If at the end of the season, Guan Yu beats him, then fine, we can have this conversation again. But right now, he's just 2 points behind the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. You can't say that is it.
Someone that Joe would have beaten like a thief last season if there are no reliability issues. And it's fine. You know what? It's fine. Let's just see what happens at the end of the season. Let's agree to disagree, right? At the end of
It's
the
fair
season.
enough. Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys. Can we have Abasia Kemen? Regis,
Admin, once
were
I
you
just wanted
next?
to ask, what position did Joe finish today?
Ninth,
P9,
P9. So okay, and Bottas finished 8th. So
P11.
no, I
11th.
mean as in the race that Bottas scored points, he finished 8th. Yeah, that was in
Yeah.
Bahrain. So he's ahead of Joe actually. Yeah, I just wanted to be sure. He's actually ahead of Joe. So he was 8th, Gasly was 9th, and my Williams guy was 10th. Yeah, he's still ahead of Joe. So I agree with the last speaker. So let us chill. Let's allow Bottas. Thank you.
Regis, I think when it comes to you, you tend to give people a bit of leniency. Leniency is not the way forward. Though. That's why you say we should give the race 10, is it 10 races or
We
20
need and
races?
at 10. I did not say 20. Give him. He's a remember
10,
he's a
20.
rookie.
Rookie. A champion is a
Yeah,
rookie.
he's a rookie in Formula One.
A whole
You mean,
Formula E champion.
Shebi
A
they
whole
said it.
Formula E champion, Regis.
He's a
I
rookie.
was even thinking. I was thinking something. I said, huh. When this whole race was going on, when I started struggling with Bottas, I was like, if I'm Latifi right now, yeah, I would just be like, let me just go and try my luck in Formula E, because there's hope for me to be a champion. Because because look at a Formula E champion. So what are they driving without their Tesla there? What are they driving? Huh. Okay. Uh,
The Alfa Romeo car is not that good like last year. I think we're missing that part of it. This current car is not as good as last year's car, honestly.
Kingsley,
You
is
know,
there any
admin, let's put this
indication?
conversation on. Let's put Bottas and Alfa Romeo competition on hold. I feel like we would
Yeah.
not agree until the end of the season, right? Or as we keep going, right? Let's
I
see, so that people will not
And Albon, I
preoccupy
agree
us.
with you. Please,
Let's
have
put
we
it on
talked
hold.
about Williams and Albon? I don't know. Sorry, I left for a minute.
And no, we have not spoken about
McLaren, we
Williams.
just talked about how McLaren, God has helped them today.
I think for the last 1 hour we have been on
I beg,
Bottas,
let us leave Bottas alone now.
which is quite unusual. So, but yeah, let's just go to Alpha Tauri, please, because I think they are another team that one needs to look at in terms of.
You just want to destroy the Vries. No problem. Let's go.
Well, at the end of the day, we are here to analyze. So,
What was their finishing positions again for the AlphaTauri, Gasly and
the is P15. Sorry, no, not P15. Sorry.
I think he was 15 actually,
The
DNF, but he didn't.
is it? He DNF.
Yeah, he didn't finish.
When? How?
If he followed, I
When?
think after that he followed. He was among those that missed out from that restart.
Hey, so he just chucked himself in there. Because I did not see him in this. He just chucked himself in there. Oh, I even thought he finished it. Oh, wow.
So Debris was a DNF, and then Gasly was
Champion.
what?
Gasly.
Gasly was a DNF too.
Gasly was a DNF. Both Alpines were DNF.
Both Alpines
But
DNF. That one is not a fight, so there will be no problems with that one.
yeah, no, I don't.
It's a mistake.
I don't think. The Alpine was more of a racing incident for me personally. Because Gasly had gone off track earlier on, but I guess we'll come to that in a bit. But when you look at this DeFries of a fellow, me, I thought that DeFries, when you just see that someone just behind you, I was like, oh, I thought he even finished the race. I didn't even know DNF. How did someone that's been at the back? How did he get caught in all this mishap? I don't understand. was that not open? How did you get caught that he had DNF? Like who? Please, cause I don't even know. I need to go and watch John. But who did he even hit?
You said
Because
something
I don't
about
know.
Logan Sargent being in there. I don't know. I know he DNF'd.
Oh, man, this is a bit of a shame. I'm just pitying this Nick DeFries, man. I'm just pitying him because the way he's looking now, at least bring the car back home. That is the most important part. Bring the car back home. The way he's looking now, they should just hope that Helmut Marko is just in the best of moods this year because this next 3 weeks, well, anything we hear from Marco and Toast, we know that we should be taking it seriously, especially Marco because Nick DeFries, this performance for a team they want to sell, doesn't he want to race? If they sell the team, where is it gonna be? Mickey has taken his position as reserve driver and back handler. Where is he gonna be? Okay, no problem. Let's carry on. Sunoda, team leader, congrats to him. Always try. I believe he scored points today. So, credit to him. Credit to him. Just 1 point, but as I said, he's leading the team, and hopefully, he'll be able to carry the team further. Is glad to see that he has stepped up with Gasly leaving. It's not just about age. Age is just a
And he
number in this
actually
life.
had a
It's all
good
about
race. No, like,
It's all about mentality and mindset. Mindset is very important. Lewis Hamilton said this a couple of days ago. Mindset is very important. Anyways, okay. Abasia, can you please go ahead? Thank you.
So I read my hand doing the whole podcast thing. Nobody wants to go back there. Forward matching. Let's
Okay. Okay, Regis, please go ahead.
yes, I raise my hand again when it comes to Nick DeFries because I'm one of the people who, for some reason, I don't know, I believe that there's something in the tank for Nick, but 3 races in, I don't understand. Like today, I totally understand or agree with what you're saying. We were talking about yesterday. He's a bit conservative. He's the driver who doesn't want to push. He wants to be like, don't touch me, let me not touch you. I'll do my thing. I don't understand how, upon the whole, don't touch me, you still did not bring the car back home. I was watching this race. He was from that 17 when I joined the race on lap 17. My man was back at the bottom, him and Valtteri. Like when you know that somebody's racing, like let's say for instance you're at the back and you see that somebody is pushing to say, okay, they'll tell you stop pushing your tires. This guy is just calm out there doing nada. I'm wondering, brother, what is going on? Like I understand it is his rookie. He's a rookie. 3 races in, Logan Sargent in Jeddah, he pulled up some moves. We say, okay, this guy wants to race. Piastri, I think Piastri is not even in their class. He's not that Piastri is showing. I'm not here for this rookie thing. Just one. I'm learning this car. 3 races. I'm still going to using this platform and standing on all existing protocol, especially with you, admin, and everybody here. Please let us give this guy 10 races. 10 races in. Let us now judge Nick DeVries because for some reason I feel maybe he's not when you drive a Formula E car for too long, I feel like it gets you, he's not yet acquainted with the thing, with the machine, the machinery under him. But I believe he's going to come through. He's 27, I'll be 28. He's no longer he's a big guy. So let's give him 10 races and big ups to Yuki Tsunoda. Like Yuki finishing in the points, I feel like everything that happened towards that end, it happened for him. He was deserving of points today because those guys, Crofty and Co, were saying, imagine finishing 11th, 3 races in a row. It's to be devastating, and to get home with something, scoring the first points for AlphaTauri first this season. Nah, I give it to him. and I don't see Nick battling him this season at all. He is team leader. He can even be team principal as long as him and Nick the Freeze are on this grid together. But please, let's give Nick another. Let's give him 10 races, especially when we get into the European stints. And if he continues like this, can somebody just carry Danny Ricciardo or somebody and put in that AlphaTauri? Thank you.
Let me quickly say something. You see that um there was a schedule they put Yuki Tsunoda on when he first came into F1. He was just doing anyhow. I feel they should apply it to Nick De Vries, regardless of his age. If he's not carrying the dumbbell, let him carry it well. If he's carrying 10, let him start carrying 15. You understand? He need to get less comfortable with his situation. He's too comfortable.
Okay, but admin,
What
can I ask
what
a
I think
question?
because
wait, hold on, please. What was he doing in the simulator? Was he the one doing simulator work? Okay, I don't think he was the one doing simulator work for Mercedes because I don't think so.
But can I ask
You
here,
know.
is it better the way
Mm.
he's driving? I want to be conservative than going the Yuki way of pushing, and then when nobody's even touching you, you have a spin. If
Was he
Hey,
even conservative? He had a
uh,
clash with Ocon from the beginning, and then Logan Sargent ran into him later. So I don't know where the conservative is coming from. He wasn't conservative.
no,
He was
no, it's
driving.
just today.
The
But
first,
his driving style is conservative, and I agree with somebody said that
okay, because
yesterday.
today,
I don't understand driving style is
No, I
conservative.
totally agree.
Either
That
you are
guy, he
driving or
exactly.
drives,
you are
don't
not
stain me,
driving.
don't stain me. That's how he drives, don't stain me.
Where is he in Lagos? Which
I
one is
don't
his
know.
driving? Is he in
I don't
Lagos
know
State?
that
Which
one
one is
though. Me, I don't know. We
what
have
is
to
he?
ask him. But they drive, don't touch me.
Hey, okay. Oh.
But what I'm asking is it better? I know Yuki. Yuki is the guy who pushes, and then he'll lose the rear or something, and then he spins. Nobody's touching him. Is that driving style better than, at least he's showing that he's pushing and he wants to go up there, than being
I,
driving like a snail in a and say bring home the car.
I think one of the, I don't even know whether to call it slogans or one of the phrases of this sport is you push to the limits. So I don't understand the conservation. What is he conserving? He should not conserve. This is not electric car. You don't conserve battery here. You push. You don't conserve battery here. What are you doing? You are conserving.
but you conserve battery to
This
overtake.
is not your Android car that you are conserving battery. No, you don't do that here. It's not when you are doing 10%, 2%, 8%. No. Push. Let us see what you are capable of. This is not. He needs to get out of that Formula E mindset. If you are beating the car, at least don't understand that, oh, you are pushing, you are beating the car. You understand? That was all Yuki was doing. He was pushing the car, he was beating the car. You understand? And that was how he was learning. Which one is conservative? Conserve what? Is he here to be conservative? Is he the way? So they are paying him salary to be conservative? Is conservation going to bring points? This ain't no green energy. This they are. Huh. Who is the
Stop killing me, man. I'm laughing at you. Stop killing me.
who is their this thing? Who is their energy the person that's supplying them for mobile? Are they here for conservation? Mobile should not even, they should not even be in conservation. They should not be happy that driver is conserving. What is he conserving? Why? You have to push to the limit. Push. That's why you are here. So is conserve. Do you conserve to win? Oh, hey. Okay.
if,
Me, I don't
if,
know. Me, I don't understand what's going on, Sha.
if,
But
it's,
yeah.
if it's about this race you're talking about, he had a damage when he and Ocon
No,
came
no.
together to
He
his
he
front
he,
wing.
he conserve in Bahrain. He conserve in Saudi Arabia. He's just conserving everywhere.
But
What's he
today he wasn't
conserving?
today that he wasn't conservative today when he ran himself and Ocon came together. So
He
you can
was
say
obviously when
he
he ran.
fenced.
It was already too late. It
But
was
he
already
had
too
a
late.
damage on his front wing that affected him majorly. Then later with Logan
No, let's
Sargent,
no
so
no. See, the
either
damage on the front wing came towards the
yes
end
with
of the race.
Ocon with the contact with Ocon first. Yeah,
Last. See. Let me tell you what happened. You see that damage that came. He came from the restart. Abi, good. Now you don't. Do you know what Frank Toss have told him when the red flag? Do you know what they've told him there? Maybe they've told him that he should sit up. Malcolm must have walked there to tell him that Sit up, sit up. He went there to boom. She says conservative. Let's be, please. I don't believe in conservation when it comes to Formula One. This is not an energy saving sport. Where they are not conserving energy when they are flying to 23 countries. It's now you only want to be conservative. You should please sit down.
Daniela wants to come and roast.
Daniela, please go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. I want to cook. Please, speaking of, are they paying him salary? Please, I hope, I don't know, somebody should check for me because I hope they are not paying De Vries more than they are paying UK. Because this one is really, is giving, I don't know. I agree with you because Formula E is used to fan power up. Maybe he's expecting that we'll give him one power up and then his engine will start, going faster. But alas, that's not how it works, Please, Regis, this 10 races is a very long, it's too far, imagine. It's too far. Imagine 10 races.
For
No, maybe we'll give you seven,
for a
5.
rookie to score his first
A
points.
rookie, please. Let's remember that De Vries did not enter this sport as a rookie. He entered with. He didn't come quietly. He said, "I'm bringing maturity." So that with that kind of level of confidence in yourself, then there is a greater expectation of you. Nobody sent him. He's the one who said he's coming to be team leader.
That's the only
Team leader,
problem
no
now.
points.
That's the only problem. He was backing himself. That's his major problem. I don't know where to start. I don't even know.
Please, me, I don't know how long he will be in this team. Like admin said, team that they are looking to sell. Hey, no. It's not going to work out. The risk, I don't know for him. But I just think that he should just look for one newspaper article, one journalist, and just say, "Oh, I'm very sorry. I'm a rookie. I'm learning." Maybe backpedal some of the arrogance that preceded the season, and just see how he will help the team because it's not giving what it's meant to be giving.
Daniela, let me just say something. Whether I want to backpedal, whatever I want to retract, all those one does not matter now. The most important thing is that are you performing? It not offend anybody. Yeah, I'm not offended. It not offend me. It not insult me. It not insult anybody. He's the one that he came out to say, oh, he can lead the team. Fine. Now they don't want you to lead the team. Just match your teammates. Simple. They don't need, I'm not sure now they even need him again to lead the team. God will lead. Match the
Admin, say who will lead?
match Sunoda. Simple. Is that easy? Man, okay. Let's be here now. We'll see.
It's just 1 point, guys. It's not that
Okay, it's just
far to
1
make.
point.
Yeah.
Whether you don't know AlphaTauri, okay. We'll be here now when we'll say, Nick De Vries, he didn't put in the work. That's why he's not here again. Okay. We'll be here now.
If Sonoda is still there, then I think they will give him 1 more year. Otherwise,
Who?
Sonoda will be gone a long time ago.
1 year.
Who they give?
You don't know Afatari, Tiara Russell. You don't remember them? Team of replacing mid-season.
Sonoda is spending what? Is this not his third season here?
Yeah, Sonoda. This
exactly.
is yes,
so if you're saying if it's the AlphaTauri of whatever the name was before they would have fired Sonoda by now, especially when they don't even have that agreement with Honda anymore. But the guy's still there, so if they can give Sonoda a leeway, I think they might give the Vries the same leeway. That's what I think.
I think Sonoda entering his third year in F1 is second. Okay, first year wasn't so good. Second year.
This is third year, yes. This is third year.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's been there with all the performances and crashing. He's still there after 3 years and they didn't fire him. So they can as well give the Vries that one.
No problem. So first year wasn't so great. Good. Obviously you give someone last chance. The last chance he met up to expectation. You understand? Scored some points. And with Gasly leaving, I don't think it was even I don't think it was even the right decision again to even be taking out Tsunoda and be replacing him with another.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, they needed someone to join him rather than take him.
Yeah, and still they needed that stability, and still Honda is still with them till they part ways in the end of 2025.
They've already bought that IP from them already. I don't. If Honda was still staying with them the way they were before, I can understand why they would want to keep him because they were the one that brought Sonoda in Honda. But Honda doesn't sponsor them that way. That is Red Bull powertrain that you have at the back of that car. So in a way, I would think if it was the way they were ruthless before, after that first year, they would have taken him out completely. The only reason why he remained was because Red Bull was still, Red Bull, Honda was still sponsoring that team, so they had to keep him there. They don't have that motivation to do that. But like I said, if they really want to be fair, they will give the Vries this season, and then maybe next one if it doesn't perform. They are known for being ruthless. They might just tell both of them to get out and then find new drivers to drive their car, basically.
Okay.
All right. A point with AlphaTauri, the driver lineup that we're not considering is the Red Bull junior team. At the moment, because I'm a Red Bull fan, so of course I follow across the entire team. Liam Lawson is like the next big thing. I mean, he's not anything generational or special, but he's, I'll say, the next in line. But the issue is
Who
before
is the
this
next in line?
season,
Sorry, who? Sunoda.
Liam
Okay.
Lawson. Liam
Liam,
Lawson.
in F-Pit, yeah.
Yeah. So before the season, there wasn't really anyone. So like, you were taking Sonoda, who were you going to take him out from? Sonoda's first season, first half was not really good. The second half, he ended really strongly. Remember, he finished 14th, Abu Dhabi. So he finished really strongly in the second half. So there was reason to give him another chance last year. And last year, he didn't. I mean, it was quite disappointing, but it was more of the team's failures. I mean, the team failed more than the drivers failed. Let me put it that way. I thought I were terrible last year, and Gasly and Tsunoda were not their best, but tried to make up what they could do with it. So there hasn't really been. If there was a Red Bull, in previous years, we've always the Red Bull junior team. Verstappen has been waiting, Kvyat has been waiting, Gasly has been waiting. They've had those kind of, but in past 2-3 years, hasn't really been like that sort of talent that are really called to question that anyone who's not performing, you're going to leave after a season. So that this is the first time in maybe 3 years where there's that sort of talent with Liam Lawson. So personally, as a fan, I believe anyone who doesn't step up this season between Tsunoda and De Vries, which I expect to be De Vries, I don't think they're going to be given a second chance. Because Liam Lawson is not in Formula 2 this season. He's taking part in, I've forgotten, but one other Formula series in Asia, just for licensing points and to rack up experience, because he's done really well in Formula 2. Last year, he was among the best
He's in
4
Super
5
Formula.
drivers. Yeah, Super Formula, yeah. Last year, was among the 4. I would say he was in top 5 best drivers last year, but a lot of bad luck and some reliability issues. So, personally, for me, I would prefer for him to be the team than Nick De Vries, because I don't know, Nick is the Formula 2 champion, Formula E champion, but he's that sort of champion that nobody really. There's people. Charles Leclerc was a Formula 2, Formula 3 champion, and the buzz about him was there. George Russell was a Formula 2, Formula 3 champion, and the buzz was there. Mick Schumacher was a Formula 2, Formula 3 champion, but yet the buzz wasn't there. It's the same with Nick De Vries, he's a Formula 2, Formula E champion, but there's no buzz around it. Nobody expects him to be special. And it's early in the season, yes, but the first 3 races haven't been anything to write them about, and I don't expect it to change, to be honest. I think Tsunoda is a better driver. If he doesn't step up, he might not get his second season, is what I'm saying, because Liam is waiting, and there's a lot of young guys too who I don't think they'll rush next year, but there's a lot of young guys who are coming up. Zane Maloney, Dennis Hager, some Red Bull guys are really doing good so far, Formula 2 this season.
I'll feel so bad for him, but I don't think. Yeah, I agree with I agree 100%. And when you say there was no buzz about it, is there anybody from his set, that Formula 2, which people he raced with in that Formula 2 that currently on the grid? Then we can compare and see if this guy was really racing people. Like Russell now, you can point and say, oh, see people this guy raced with, they're on the grid. But I don't know. Is there anybody? I don't know who. I need to go check now who he raced with in that Formula 2. If they're even driving now, sir.
Who? Liam
No, I
Lawson.
mean Nick De Vries when he won his championship in Formula 2. Which who did he race?
But it's the backing. Sorry to cut you off. It's the backing of who you have, like your sponsors and everyone else. Because when you look at all these other Formula Two drivers that come in, it's who their sponsor is and who their mentor is. That obviously then, like, that's why they're in the pecking order to say, right, you're going to be next to come into our team. Marco's been very generous this year or the last year or two with the way that he's not sucking off drivers, like the way that he just sucked off Kvyat and everyone else.
Now I think if you're good, you get. I think if you are good, you get a spot in Formula One. That's what I feel. Like if you're good, forget backing and whatever you have. If you can do this thing, you.
Money talks, though. Money talks, and I
Bro,
think with these
but
Absolutely,
boys,
did you
money
hear the
money
talks.
George?
Yeah.
Did you
And
hear George Russell's story? Like I've listened to this guy on. I don't know. Maybe he's not saying the entire truth.
he was with Lando, though. If you want to compare the
That's what
drivers
I'm
that came
saying.
up, I
That's why
mean,
I say
look at him.
Russell
He
was a
was with
good drive.
Lando.
Like you can see people he drove with. Lando is on the grid. I'm saying in this guy's own situation in De Vries, I'm trying to see is there any person who he competed with that is actually on the grid right now that is good enough? Maybe he was competing with.
no, no, no,
Maybe he was
no.
competing with
Charles
Yeah, all the
farmers.
Leclerc now.
no, no, no. All the good drivers already left F2 by the time he won the championship, so there were
Okay.
not really like much competition
So he
right there
was
for him.
competing with
So it was
farmers.
just yeah, complete farmers. Those guys
And he
there
was the
now,
reserve
yeah,
driver
the
for
reserve driver for
Mercedes.
Mercedes Benz, and he
Yeah.
won the FI Formula E championship. So it must be good for you to win an FE title. So yeah, it's good though. But this year's AlphaTauri is just crazy. Yeah, that's what I suppose. I think he's a good driver though.
Let's not forget that his last season in
Sorry.
Formula E was horrendous, terrible. I don't rate him at all.
Yeah,
Sorry, I think
Yeah, that was Stoffel
um
Van Don's year anyway. So
hold on. Hold on guys. I read this to answer your question. Who was there when that is currently racing
when the
on the Formula One grid when Nick De Vries won
Formula
his.
Two championship.
Yeah, so you have Guan Yu Zhou and Mick was there, but Mick is no longer here. He's not the back. Who
So
else
Mick was
again?
there and he won the championship.
Yeah,
yeah, I don't
so
think
yeah,
Mick
Mick
was
was.
fully
Okay,
there now. Like, wasn't it his
Yeah, Mick
second year
was.
in F1 or something?
Yeah, he was.
For second year in F2, I don't think Mick was fully there because if Mick was there, there's no way this guy
Mick
would have
was there
won.
because he was.
I
Mick
did
was.
watch a YouTube video that and this guy was telling me that talking about Nick DeVries that why Nick DeVries won that title was that all the great drivers have left that they were like rubbish F2 drivers there, so that's why he did win it. He won it in style, by the way. It was like with so much ease that he won that title.
You
So
can
I
you
don't really
can't beat
think
what's
yeah.
in front of you. You can't argue that. You can only beat what's in front of you.
Mick finished that season P11, had a couple of retirements, and was barely in the points. So
That's
uh,
last season you're talking about, right?
I'm talking about 2019 F2 Championship.
Yeah, what team was Nick DeVries on? Because if it's Prema, then I know Prema is so good. Any car, even if you're a bad driver, Prema gives you so much hate to win the championship regardless. So you have to look at the team he was. It's supposed to be a
It was
Mercedes
in
back team.
ART.
So yeah.
It
Oh yeah,
was
it's a
in
Mercedes team. So of course, that's a very nice team to be. Prema ART. I mean, George did win with an ART badge. So yeah, so it's good. So if you're with all those kind of teams, you surely win. But Drogovic stood out for me last year. He was not with one of the best teams, but he did win the F2 championship last year with one of the lesser teams. So yeah, that guy's performance was good.
okay. Okay, where are we again? Um yeah, okay, we're still on Avatar. Okay, does anyone have anything they want to add on Avatar? Okay, I
Yeah,
see
yeah, I want to
people
say
answer.
something. I've been on Twitter for like the past minute, and no one is saying anything about Mercedes engine going blow up. Like it just blow out. Like last time that happened was Malaysia 2016. That kind of fire, fiery, blowout, And last time that happened was 2018 Austrian Grand Prix when the star fell, and also the German Grand Prix. I think 2018 as well too. But nobody's mentioning the Mercedes engine. I'm a little bit scared. I mean, their engines are power reliable. Everyone knows that, but nobody's talking about the engines. Is it because of that? Like we know that they'll come back. Maybe so they were testing something. You know how Mercedes are, but we know they have lost their engine guru, engine megamind, Andy Cowell to a Red Bull. Is it that the reason why their engines are no longer the best of the best or something?
I think when you look at a Mercedes engine, I mean, look at what Christian Horner says. You rather have a fast, unreliable car compared to a reliable car. The concern to say that, shall we be concerned about the Mercedes engine? I don't think it's a concern right now. They're literally trying to get their car up to spec, regardless of side pods or no side pods. But I don't think every team will have reliability issues. I think when you look at how far in the development that this team has done, I don't think you would want to question their engine right now. Yes, you can question it, but I don't think it's a question to be asked right now.
Yeah,
Um,
I think they
um,
actually
I
they
mean,
actually made a
last year
decent.
Ferrari.
Please, let's have one house. We can't have everybody just talking at the same time. You understand? If you want to talk, let's raise our hand up, please. Thank you. Okay, sorry. Ridwan has been raising his hand up for a bit. So, Ridwan, please go ahead. And then, so guys, please just raise your hand up because I know Chin Wuba was speaking and we had P speaking and we had Kingsley speaking. So, I just need everyone to go turn by turn, so that it's easier that way. Thank you, guys. So, Ridwan, please go ahead.
Okay, okay. So about AlphaTauri and Nick De Vries and UK. So the thing is that like yeah, for Nick De Vries, even for me, I don't see the sense of them bringing Nick De Vries into AlphaTauri in the first place because number one, he's not a Red Bull junior driver. He's from Mercedes, so maybe they thought. So during 2021, I think they had Liam Lawson, but I think he's not yet ready for Formula One then. So I think the two options they had then was Liam Lawson and maybe they should recruit from outside. So based on the Monza like the monster that Nick had. So after that, because he also said that when he was looking for it, when he finished on at Monza, that he met Max, like Max at the airport. The Max told him that he should phone Elmot about a seat, so that he might be able to get a seat because there's an empty seat. So I think with Max influence and sort of that, and with maybe his experience, his age, and F2, F3 champion, FE champion, something like that, Red Bull, Elmot give him a chance. But right now, the chance is given. To be honest, I can't see anything. And well, like the thing is that we all know how Red Bull is so strict with their driver. If you are not performing, you're out. I won't be surprised by like the second of the season. You're already hearing Nick De Vries is leaving. Is leaving out at AlphaTauri. Because right now, there's Liam Lawson waiting for that seat. There's even Iwasa at F2. The guy is also waiting for that one of those seats. So if he's not performing, Helmut will just send him out. Was it not after Bahrain or Saudi Arabia that Helmut also is already saying that they need to look at themselves, like they need to do more? You're already saying this, that man, and you know that man will just be giving you like small until you just send it out, and he doesn't care. That man doesn't care about it. Is either you man up and you drive well, or you're out. So that's for Helmut. So for Nick De Vries, to be honest, this is first time in Formula One. All those, yes, I'm not a rookie, all those ones, he shouldn't have said that. That actually just complicated his issue. Yes, I've driven FT Formula E, something like that. Like, man, you are actually just at the back. Do you know the funniest thing about this week? Both of them, both Yuki and Nick, had a new floor specification. Yuki actually broke his during free practice, so he had to use the old spec. Nick DeVries was actually running the new floor, and this guy couldn't even do anything. So my one about Nick is that I might be harsh on him because this is the third race of the season. But by the time we go for the summer break, I think that's Hungary before. I don't even know because I think the calendar is not like last year. So like let's say like last year before Spa after Hungary, there will just be rumors. Another rumor that no, this not Formula E, man. You have to pack a bag and leave. And I'm sure all these media people, they will actually say many things about it because they are in the first place. They are the ones that actually just like they are the one that gave him that so much hierarchy of that stuff like that. Him staying beside Toto, all those stuff like that. So and him analyzing with the Sky Sports people. So they thought maybe we just come and start because this they're already saying even before last year, before when they signed him, all those guys are already saying that maybe will come and lead the team, all those things like that. So the hype is already there, and it's not living up to the expectation. So and Formula One is like it's not is so Formula One is a very hard place to be. So for me, it's just that if you are not performing, you're out. So Nick, he needs to watch himself. So like he's on, like admin said, he's on a fraud watch. I won't put him on a fraud watch because he's a rookie. He's a rookie, but with the hype and everything he has said, is like if he's not living up to expectation, they'll bounce him out. And even with all these things that is even going on with AlphaTauri, all those stuff, and even the young drivers. But I feel like even the car also is not actually the car is not good. The car is not good. And for a rookie to come and drive a car that is not that good, and this is first time also, I'm still looking at that part also that maybe it's affecting him. Is maybe some all those stuff like that because fine, he drove in Monza. Well, like fine, he drove in Monza. Even even I think there was something like when Max saw that he was the one at the back. Max actually when Max was lapping him, Max gave him some DRS, all those stuff. You know Monza now. Monza, like fine, I'm not a Formula One driver, so I can't say I can drive. I'm not like admin that can drive a Formula One car. So was for Monza actually just gave him that hype of a thing. So but for me right now, because last year when people were actually shouting that yes, Nick drove in Monza, people were actually waiting for him that he should actually drive in Singapore until Albert came back to actually see that is this guy that good. But he was not able to drive in Singapore because if he had driven at Singapore, you'll have known that man, this guy is not that good as people has named him. So the car also like so for AlphaTauri, for me, they seriously needs to look at themselves. And for me, what is affecting them is that as the senior, as the second, as the sister team to Red Bull, they are maybe the investment that is going into that team is not that much like the investment that is going into the Red Bull team. And I think was it not after 2021? I think there's a rule that you can't buy many things from from other teams, all those stuff like that. So that affected them that you can you that as a team you have to build your car by yourself, except from I think gearbox and the engine. So that's it. So because if like at 2021 they had a very good car. Yes, a very good car. Yes, they had a very good car. So 2022, nah. 2023 today, like that car is not good. You can actually see like even when Yuki was at eighth position, he wasn't able to build the gap at the front. Even like the McLaren that we know that car is a tractor on the streets. The car is actually just closing on Yuki. Yuki was not able to pull away at all. And you can see that is a driver's like error or a driver's skill. It's just the car. The car is not good. So I just feel like internally internally with the management,
One minute.
it's not looking good. So I just feel like they need to maybe all these like they need good engineers and the drivers also. It's affecting them. The car is just bad. That's the slowest car on the grid. The car is bad. That's just it. So for me, AlphaTauri need and that there've been rumors that they will sell all this stuff. So I think if maybe after this season, maybe when they look back at the season and they see that, yeah, this, like, the team, to be honest, the team is actually very good because it's a pathway for young drivers. So for them to sell it, I don't think that's right. But the investment, they need to invest in that team. And for, like, because you can't have a junior team and that car is not good. It won't show the juniors, like, the driver's talent at all. So I think there is problem at the management level. There's problem at the factory. There's problem with the drivers also, and the driver is not that. Those, like, Unique is still is a rookie. He's new in Formula One, so all those Formula E stuff, nah. So that's just it. And I feel like, but I think the plans that I'm hearing about them is that they will actually take them away from Italy, that from their factory from Italy to England. Maybe that will actually still help them.
Hold on,
But
20
let's
seconds.
okay, so let's see what Elmot will say about them, because that man will be giving them back to back, I'm sure. So thank you.
Thank, thank you very much, Ridwan. Okay, let's have Rex, because I know Rex has been here. And guys, we've been here for a while, so we'll be looking to close this space very soon. So if we can just try to keep our opinions or thoughts a bit shorter, and then yeah, so that everyone can go through, or rather get to speak, and then yeah. Rex, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, hello guys. Oh, okay, sorry, Kanya. Yeah. So about the Yuki and the race stuff, apparently I found out that the race is actually being paid more than Yuki, $2,000 versus $1,000. I mean, sorry, $2 million versus $1 million for Yuki. But that's just my contribution about that. I don't have anything else to say. Then about Mercedes engine. If you guys follow Scabs on Twitter, Scabs Tech is a technical guy. I'm going to share the tweets right now. It's just mainly talking about the special cars. Yeah, okay. I think someone already shared it. That the engine issue was actually like a turbo failure. Then someone commented in that tweet under that tweet that Toto said that it was like a cylinder blew off or something like that. So that's also my comment. And the race has been crazy. I didn't watch the full race. I watched part of it, but I wasn't able to watch the ending because of church and all that. So it was a very nice race. I think that's what I have to say. A very bad day for Russell. I heard that he pitted just before the red flag. Then the engine failure also after qualifying P2. That was quite bad for him. I was happy to see Hamilton lead the race again, and he has been on the podium for his 17 years in the sport. That's just amazing. And I was privileged to be watching the race when Hamilton was leading the race, so that was very special. I'm a big Hamilton fan, by the way. Anyhow, I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rex. Thank you. Okay, let's have a Chinwaba, please. Thank you.
Thanks again for having me. For one, I want to speak on the Alpha Tauri. I don't think that car is actually bad the way people think it is. One, my verdict is that Red Bull uses their wind tunnel to test their own cars. Like I did see a rumor, on Twitter that someone was like talking about how that car was Red Bull uses their wind tunnel to build their own car, and ever since the pink Mercedes saga that happened in 2019, no one could copy cars anymore, and Red Bull they're using AlphaTauri to test parts before they ship it out to their main cars. That is why they're not really complaining that much. And new Red Bull boss doesn't really care about his AlphaTauri. That's why he's eager to sell this the team, because why are we having $1 million advertising to advertise our clothing brand and it's not really performing? One, I suspect Honda could buy because well we have Yuki Tsunoda and the Wassa is coming up soon. Nick DeVries, secondly, is not a bad driver at all. I saw his performance when he drove that Williams. For you to drive that Williams like that, extract that performance he did, in Monza. Although Monza is a straight, you need to have straight line speed to win there. But the Williams is low draggy, is like the fastest car on the straight. We know that. But the way composure, he kept his calm, drove into it from. He didn't practice. He didn't do FP1, didn't do FP2. I don't think he did FP3. He just jumped into that car, and my God, he was crowned like a top driver. So I think we should give him some time. The Fatari is a tricky car to drive. He's not used to the engine mappings. I want to pizza this guy a little bit. I want to just give him the benefit of doubt. He's used to Mercedes engines. Honda has a different power mapping. So yeah, let me just give him that. But I think just give him some time. He will pick up. I think so. But Yuki Tsunoda is not the greatest of driver to judge Nick DeVries with. But yeah, I think Nick DeVries could pick up pace in the coming races. He's just having time, coping with this the, the the craziness of the Red Bull, testing out parts secretly for Red Bull, those kind of things. He won't say it in public, but we know, I monitor those things closely. And other Russell is not a team player. That guy is crazy. I mean, I've been trying to like this guy. I'm not beginning to like him at all. I don't know what he's doing with him. Like I one of the team radios like how was he managed when Lewis is like hunting him down. This guy is not a team player at all. And he's talking about the race is not favorable to him. That when it's not your day, it's not your day. Remember last year, Lewis was supposed to get that podium. The red flag. I saw the safety car came up and just like it took the podium. And yeah, Lewis was calm about that. But this one, he just I don't really like. I don't know his motive. He's trying to be the number one or something. Yeah, but yeah, that's all I have to say. Nick DeVries, one, is a great driver. We should just give him the benefit of doubt. He drove a Williams. My God, look at Logan Sargent. He's driving a Williams, and I don't know. That Florida man is not living up to the expectation I believe he will live up to. As an American. But I know Logan Sargent, as an American, he will still get on that year. That's his mandated because his passport. But let's remember that Nick DeVries drove a Williams in Monza. He kept calm and he didn't even get to test the car. He didn't even know the feeling of the car. He was a little bit taller than the seat fittings was not right for him, but he coped with that. So yes, the Alphatauri will get better in his hands. Yuki Tsunoda is just he's not a right driver to like compare Nick DeVries with, but just give him some time. I think coming races he will get it straight back. Nick DeVries is a great driver. Mercedes owed him with so much esteem for you to win FE championship. Although that year Mercedes were secretly testing their battery technology, but yeah, he won an FE championship. How competitive that is. So yeah, come on, he's not that bad of a driver. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, boss. Okay, let's have P then Regis. Then we'll just quickly touch on Williams and McLaren.
Sorry, just to the previous speaker, when you Chinoba, sorry, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. When you say George is not a team player, I just wanted to clarify on that point. I mean, obviously you said what you said, but do you mind just explaining a bit more? I mean, when you say he's not a team player, I mean, obviously yes, he moaned because his team player was catching up with him, etc., etc. But what are the reasons would you say that George is not a team player?
Please quickly, can we not just because of time, let's
Okay,
not
yeah,
more than
fair enough,
two,
fair enough, fair
not
enough.
more than
Okay,
two,
yeah,
three
let's move
minutes
on, let's move on. No,
on the topic.
100%. I completely agree, 100%.
No, you can respond to the question, Chinwuba.
Yeah, is we've seen that like in 2022, like okay, yeah, the way he behaves, his attitude, like he's commanding, like what are we doing here? Like guys, are we actually, those kind of questions and the team are like begging for team order. Are we racing or going out? So he's not a team player. I've seen that this guy's a PR shit. I mean, he handles the PR very well, in public. The Woody, that's his nickname ever since I think on Friday we started calling him Woody. But he's not a team player, yeah. We've seen that previously, the way it is banter, the way even today he said he could have won that race if he was staying it. Like, dude, how are we gonna win that? I see where it's coming from, the strategy. I mean, if Mercedes had two cars out there, they were able to play with the strategy, but the Red Bull was so quick. I mean, mighty quick. The DRS hated them, and I don't think it would. I don't think he would have won that race today. I mean, like I'm like a Lewis Hamilton fan, and I maybe I'm being biased or something, but it's something that I don't get about this guy. He's trying to claim number one status like immediately, but he's not a team player. I can't remember countless times in the races last year when he tried this. We already knew it was not a team. Like in Netherlands, yeah, the Dutch Grand Prix, the way he just like, destroyed that strategy, like, I'm going my own way, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, we agreed that I'll help Lewis win the race, but the moment he saw the race was no longer, going in favor of Lewis, just like, I'll do my own thing. He's not a team player. I've seen that countlessly. He's just all for himself. And if he wants to lead Mercedes Benz one day, we are going to be a team player. And Lewis Hamilton has shown us time and time number that is a team player. I remember back in, was it Hungary? 2017, Lewis Hamilton did what I thought it was like impossible, and he did that. The way he just like he gave Bottas back the position, I was like, wow, that's a sportsman. But yeah, he's not a
No,
team
fair
player.
enough. I'm not here to justify for George. I just wanted to hear your opinion, and like the host says, we want everyone else to speak and have an opinion. And but yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that reply. That was really good.
Thank you very much, guys. Regis, please.
Right, yeah, I'm back again. So, personally, I hear what the other speaker was saying, but trust me, that is what I'm seeing it and I'm loving it because that is just signs that George Russell, there's a championship in him. Let's go back to when Lewis Hamilton was 23, 24, 25. He probably would have been doing worse. And he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing to let them know, guys, look, when you're making those decisions, look, I'm going to speak for myself. And I'm not buying so much there. And there's something you said, maybe you're being biased. I'm putting it on you, brother. You are being biased. And that's the fact. Because if he's doing his own race, as a racing driver, they tell you you have to be selfish. Number one. And what he's doing are signs of what a world champion or a world champion in the making is going to be doing, and he's doing it with his full shoulder and full chest. It's not the one Charles will be doing on the radio. Can I pass or should I not pass? If you're doing it, do it. All of us are seeing it. And in 2 years' time, when this guy is going to be fighting Max Verstappen for championships, we'll be saying, no, George Russell is the real deal. He went to his Instagram to say, I could have won this race. I sat down and thought about it. I'm like, is this guy is he being cocky here? Or I said, man, it's borderline being cocky and it's being confident. The Red Bull drivers or whoever is there is going to see, oh, look at this guy. He thinks he was going to win this race. When they see him on the grid next time, it will send some shivers, whether we like it or not. They will think about it. So, yeah, not being a team player, he's personally, if you ask George will say, I am making decisions for myself. I'm making calls that I feel will be good for me. If the team wants me to do something and I think it's going to benefit the team, I will do it.
Regis, 1 minute,
Okay.
please.
Well, that's all I have to say. I feel that is the position of a man who wants to be a world champion as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Okay, so we'll be rounding up this person around 20 minutes thereabout. But yeah, let's quickly look at McLaren. Just very quickly from my end. I don't believe McLaren brought in any upgrades this weekend. I believe their car is more track specific, So, and probably I believe it worked out well for them because you have both drivers in the points, So Andrew Stella has been hinting for weeks that they're going to bring significant upgrades in Baku, which is roughly a month or so from, or yeah, roughly 3 weeks from now. So um I think is I think we'll just wait till then, to see where McLaren really are, and yeah, we can judge from them. But yeah, if anyone wants to quickly chip in on McLaren, and then we'll just go in.
Yeah, that was an interesting one with McLaren. I think today they did very well. I think with the points, they needed it. They needed it, that boost for them to, because they haven't been performing. And we know that that car's not great. But I think the overtake that Lando did today, what was it, 3 times that he tried? That was very interesting. The fact that he was so persistent, and he kept on. He didn't leave it. And I think But I think it's still a long way to go for McLaren. For me, I think they still have a long way to go. And when you look at what Zach is doing with the team, he's not really invested in the team because they've got so much going on, with the Indy as well. Zach has got too many fingers or too many hands everywhere else. So he's not really invested in the F1 game. So that's where I'm just thinking, okay, where's the investment with the F1? And how long where's Lando gonna go after this? And I think that's another interesting one. Obviously, Piastri's come in. He's doing quite well. Well, I wouldn't say well, but he's coping with it. But it's going to be interesting to see where McLaren land up. But they've done quite well, and then obviously they've sacked off the other guy as well, which was interesting. But let's see.
Thank you very much, P. Okay. Does anyone still want to chip in on McLaren?
Yes, please. One thing.
Okay.
Do we now know that Lando Norris is the full-time boss of the team and Oscar is a learner or a rookie? So that
I think we've always known
no,
that
there was a
that
day,
Lando was
there
the
was
full
a
time
day, or there
boss.
was a time that we were here saying Oscar Piastri, blah blah blah, Norris, and I said, look, Lando is heads and shoulders above Oscar Piastri, and today see that move on Nico Hulkenberg, that is Lando in his full, not even his full. I believe. See Lando. Lando is the guy. If you give him the car, he will fight Max Verstappen on that grid. Lando, George Russell, those are the guys I don't want to talk too much. But yeah, my own is I'm happy for them. The incident made the homeboy to get some points. If not for anything, he would have been out of the points. But he'll sit back, sit down and think. And remember, his first points in Formula One was in his home Grand Prix. It might give him boost and ginger for next years and years to come. But I'm going to maintain Lando Norris is the guy, and Oscar is not even going to come close because of that thing that they say that allow Oscar to pass. They say they are now giving Oscar Piastri hand over Lando Norris. Please, Lando is boss. Thank you.
Hmm. Okay. Regis, you are the one that said we should give Nick the Freeze 10 races, but Lando is the boss after one race. Interesting. Okay, no
I reserve
problem.
my comments.
Yeah, listen, I don't have comments now. But yeah, okay, moving on. Does anyone still want to add anything on McLaren?
Sorry,
Okay.
one question. There are just a few points now of their rivals, Alpine. I think with these points they gathered today, so it's going to make for a very interesting championship. I think Alpine has got literally maybe there are 6 points or something, and they've gathered some points today. So moving forward, it's going to be on chokehold. Let's see.
I think if I'm not mistaken, McLaren is ahead. McLaren is now P5 in the constructor. So
You see how this new era, whatever this cost cap thing is, has made even people are now fighting for fastest laps of the race. Like you pit just to collect fastest lap from your opponent, and it's so nice how only one race has turned everything upside down. So, man, this season, um,
okay. Okay. True. Is it on McLaren?
Yeah, as on McLaren. Yeah, McLaren one. I think they could get back up. Just that it's just a little bit of hiccup from them. And Lando Norris, I fear he's going to still remain with McLaren till that happens. You know that the McLaren team principal, I forgot what's the guy's name again. He left to Sauber now. How they have gotten their guy, and that team principal will also get Lando Norris because Lando Norris is fed up of McLaren's promise and fail since 2019. I don't think they promised in 2019, but 2021 since that winning car, they told him they're gonna give him a championship winning car, and 2022, well, no, 2023, no, the car's a dog, and one I blame it on their wind tunnel because of if they could get that done in 2024 or 2025. I think they could be competitive once again. The Toyota wind tunnel they're using is not helping them. It's not really calibrated to this errors of aerodynamics. but I think they could pick up pace. And secondly, I hear they're join getting the RBT Ford engines. That is good. I heard a rumor that Mercedes is no longer not going to supply McLaren engines as from 2026. I don't know if that's true, but I think all things should align. We got Zach Brown. Zach Brown, I don't think he's concerned about cars. He's concerned about advertisement. A lot of sponsors. Great. 47 now, I think. I think we need to coach Oracle last year when Red Bull cheated the reached the cost cap. But McLaren, yeah, they will come up together. These are championship winning teams. I think previously back then, but they will come back together. I think they'll get their hacks back together. They'll put some guys from Ferrari. You know, they put some interesting guys like there's one interesting guy they poached from Ferrari. I've forgotten his name. The guy is very good. That's gonna help them get back up there. And this cost cap era is gonna help a lot of teams that could spend money, especially the Mercedes Benz. If you look at them like 2019, they would have thrown in a new car concept. I don't like the cost cap for once because it's not help. I feel like it's financial stalking. I'm allowed to spend any kind of money I want to spend. If other teams cannot spend, what are they doing in Formula One? For McLaren, this cost cap should be where they should be. They should get an advantage from. Look at Aston Martin, the performance jump they got, although they got Dan Fallow, who is Adrian Newey's boy, apprentice anyway. But McLaren, yeah, in the long term, I think they will get it soon. But the all factor is Lando Norris if it's going to be with the team before they get their shit together because we all know McLaren how they are. But with a guy like Zach Brown that is not thinking about cars, thinking about the money, I mean, that guy, you have to give him hats off. The sponsorship deals is getting like, wow, that's great to see. But the sponsorship deals, I hope is bringing in a lot of money to facilitate a championship winning car. Maybe 2025 we could see, McLaren back again, that'd be fun.
Just on that one, I'm not doubting that McLaren are not bringing the sponsorship, but then when you don't see that team or you don't see the team in top five or top three, I think it does question the sponsors. And I think that's where Zach now needs to understand how to then manage that team because he's got so many fingers in different pies. And that's where I think, for me, I have an issue that, if I'm an investor, if you're investing, or, I would pose that question to anyone on the group then, if you're investing in a team, how then would you invest in McLaren right now? McLaren F1, not the Indy series or not all the other kind of series, but then would you invest knowing that this guy is just getting all these other teams to advertise on the car and everything else, but they're not delivering the results?
Just very quickly to answer your question, I think sponsors when they go to all these legacy brands like Ferrari, they go to McLaren. I don't think they're in as much as they are dealing with the F1 teams. I still feel they consider the whole brand as a whole, and they don't just feel they are okay. They are just dealing with McLaren F1. They feel that they have a deal with McLaren. You understand? So that's just my
But
take
I
on the
think it's
question.
quite specific, though, Mr. Admin, that like if I'm going to invest, I'm investing in F1 McLaren, and that's why it's quite subdivided. I mean, you've got so many subsidiaries in the McLaren brand or any other brand. Like you look at Red Bull, you just don't look at Red Bull as an energy drink, do you? They're so invested in so many other aspects, and I'm not saying that you're absolutely right, but I think as the sponsors and where Zach is quite good at that, he's good at getting so many different investors, but then I think it's then the investors that are investing in the F1 and it's not performing in F1, but it may be performing in the other aspects of motor racing.
Well, sorry, I don't think the sponsors care in any way because one, you get an advertisement from a car moving 200 miles per hour, to see your branding as F1. I don't think they care. I think I finally saw understanding of Zach Brown. Saudi Arabia, who got the most view out of the entire team on the grid? McLaren. I mean, that is amazing to see. I don't think because they are not performing well, they're at the back of the grid means that most sponsors will come. They got the most views, like they were like Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri were just moving around, and you could see the sponsors flashing. They got more views than any other teams on the grid. That's amazing to see. Secondly, let's not forget that they invented this LED stuff that could change sponsors, and that's amazing to see. I don't think McLaren are into this racing anymore. Maybe advertisement is what they want to do. And I saw a meme that said, "Yeah, McLaren for the advertisement." That's great. It's a fast moving billboard. That's amazing to see. I don't think even this race, today's race, Australia, we could see that McLaren they still got more they got more views. I mean, I don't think a sponsor will be like, well, you're not doing well, I need to leave. But one, you have to come and think of it. Formula One, my brand, my company is like I put my company, my sticker is on the side pod of a Formula One car. Like, wow. I mean, I'll be so happy. I don't care if they're performing well. I don't think so because
So
if we
wait,
look
you're
at that,
telling me that if you're being charged £1 million and the car doesn't even finish the race, you're gonna be happy with that?
Guys, please 1 minute on this topic. Thank you.
yeah, I should go ahead and speak. Or are you saying something?
No, I said 1 minute on the topic. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, what I meant, like, one, I will be very happy because one, I don't think a team like McLaren, all those sponsors is attracting. I don't think they are really concerned about performance. They are performance-based sponsors. They're sponsors there just for the franchise and everything that follows Formula One. Now, when you talk about performance-based sponsors, look at McLaren sponsors. 47 of them. Out of that, 20 are performance-based sponsors. If I remember correctly, we have Oxus, we have other sponsors. I can't remember. I saw it on they posted it on Instagram. I cannot even remember how many sponsors they have, but I knew there were 47. One, I don't think I would care because my brand, one, Formula One team, a car like that moving 200 miles per hour, a billboard, have my branding, my company is pasted, the sticker is on the sideboard. I don't think I'll feel much ashamed because one, I think there will be some kind of contract. Is it a performance based sponsorship? Is it just a sponsorship just for that kind of privilege to have your company's name on a Formula One car? So yeah, so that's what I have to ask because those teams, I don't think Zach Brown is being pressured by all those guys. Like, hey, you need to perform because I think Zach Brown would have made that clear. Hey, I don't think you're here for performance based. You're just here for the sponsorship right. So yeah,
I'm not a marketing strategist, or I'm not someone that is into marketing where you then get to see those statistics. But I think, like you're saying, that I think at the end of the day, I've got my name on a car or my brand on a car, and that's what matters, and people can get to see that. But I think for me, it's just more the investment that I would personally make, and for me, where that brand is not performing or that brand is not giving me what I personally want, yes, in terms of the Formula One world. And that's why I'm saying to you that McLaren, where Zach has got his fingers in so many different worlds, that he's not really concentrating on a particular brand to then push it to be like, oh, this is what I want out of this team. McLaren, the name, the history. And, yeah. But good point, though. Good point. No comment.
Okay,
I,
thank
maybe they
um
could build some great cars next year. I mean, if they have gotten Oracle as a sponsor, when they poached Oracle from Red Bull last year.
sorry,
Yep.
please. I think we'll spend so much time on this
Okay.
topic. A lot of us have been here for a while, so please let's just move on. Thank you. Just quickly on Williams and Haas before we round up in about 10 minutes. So well quite unfortunate what happened to Magnussen with him touching the wall. And then I don't know, for some reason I think he's trying to blame the car and not him, but except I didn't really correctly. But Nico in the points has lodged a protest. I said that earlier because they felt they could the FIA should have stuck to the previous order when the incident occurred. So yeah. Um on Williams, also Alex Albon is also quite unfortunate. Pushed too hard and then Bindika, Sergeant as well. Unfortunately, got caught up in the um red flag restart. So overall, Williams, will I say they might not have scored any points today, but they've shown a bit of progress. Because Alex Alba, I believe it was up in P6 till he crashed out. Sergeant, I can't really remember what it was, but yeah, I believe Williams have there's been progress from last season, and then it's evident as we go track by track. So let's see what happens in Baku. Okay, which what other team again? Okay, Alpine. Just quickly on Alpine. Obviously, I think both drivers were having a very good race till that whole red flag incident, and with Gasly being out fourth, I'm sure he'll be he'll be he'll be when I say he'll be a bit sad because now he doesn't know if he's going to be race at Baku, because he might get a race ban, and we're still expecting the result from the FIA on that, and unfortunately for Ocon, it's just I believe it's just sad that it's his teammates, that um drove into him, but I guess it's one of those things, is it happens. But yeah, that's just my take on these three, and then I don't know if anyone wants to quickly chip in and before we round up. Thank you. So if you want to chip in, please just raise your hand up. Thank you.
Yeah, just to Button, sorry. There's no further incidents from the Gasly Ocon crash. They just released it now.
Oh, okay.
Racing incident. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I think it's when I was speaking. So yeah, okay. No further action. Okay, so I guess there we have it. So I guess it still gets to race in what do you call it, in Baku? So yeah. I think for Pierre that should be more of a relief, and yeah, let's see what Alpine can bring in 3 weeks. So Imadi, are you going to add any other thing again?
Nah.
Okay, Chimoba, please go ahead and then yeah.
Oh my God, was I waiting? I think I kind of waited too long for the French impact. I knew that was gonna happen like races or so. But that's good to see that. I mean, Gasly and Esteban Ocon, they don't really like themselves, so they grew up in was it Normandy or something? I can't remember, but they don't really like themselves. To see them crash like that, and Otmar Safna trying to be a great boss when Crofty asked him, he was just like cool on the radio, but I know doing a debrief will not be as cool like that. And secondly, you already mentioned that he won't get a race ban. I know that the FIA kind of readjusted that point system to so that no driver could get a race ban or something. And Alpine, yes, Alpine, they got a great car, straight line speed, and the car was fantastic on the straight, even without DRS. Esteban was proof of that. And the French government are just like Zach Brown. They don't want to invest in this Alpine, this their team like that. They just care about the advertising
Sorry,
side.
sorry, Chimoba, 1 second, please, 1 second. Please, when we are discussing, please let's not talk about to bring any political party, please. Just talk about strictly F1, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it's strictly F1 because the French government partially owns the Renault, everything about it.
Yeah,
So, it,
but you could say the Alpine management. Please don't say the French
okay,
government.
the Alpine management. Okay, sorry, the Alpine management. They don't really care about this. I don't know. They're just concerned about the advertising processes, about just like Zach Brown, the marketing. That's all. But I think they got a great car. One, if you fix the engine this year, they switched over to the Mercedes split turbo concept. That has been, I think I've seen some performance doing that. Their car design is amazing. Even Mercedes copied that kind of F3 Euro Formula, that kind of way I don't know what it call is it Gondy, the way it goes down to the diffuser, and also the railway. Everyone is copying their railway design. That was the flap. That's such great innovation from them. One, I think if they could improve the management could invest more, bring some guys. They lost brilliant engineers like Budowski. My God, I mean, losing Budowski is a shame for this team. Like, how do you lose a man that has worked with the FIA? He knows everything that's going on. He's worked with a lot of teams. Like the guy is an engine guru. They just fired him. I don't know why they did that. But Alpine, one, they got Esteban Ocon. He's a great driver, and Pierre Gasly as well too. They just need to adjust their management, and maybe 2026 we could see them fighting for the top spot. But Alpine have always been like this since the last time they won a championship, 2006. But yeah, that's my take on Alpine.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Does anyone still want to add anything just before we close the space?
Yeah, just wanted to say that I'm looking forward to Baku because apparently they're changing the format. They're trying to change the format, and they're having a discussion around sprint race, and that might be exciting. I think I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to Mercedes gaining well doing some sort of development. Hopefully, I know they said they're not going to get it till Imola, but I reckon they will probably come up with something before Baku. So
What
that's
do you mean they're trying to change the format? Obviously, we got a sprint race for
yes,
Baku.
but apparently they're trying to change the configuration so that they don't have the practice.
Yeah, reverse grade.
Um,
That's what you're looking for. Reverse grade.
sorry, no. As in, instead of having P1, P2, they want to do this. They said they're going to be discussing it over the break. I think they're
Reverse
thinking of
grade is reverse grade. Yeah, reverse grade.
yeah.
Like P20 gets P1 automatically. That's crazy.
Oh, really?
That's
I
reverse
didn't
grade.
think they
Yeah,
said
yeah.
that.
Reverse grade. Yeah, yeah. Reverse grade.
All
I
Everyone is
right.
thought that
saying
was
that.
eliminated. I thought they weren't going to consider that in F1
I
though.
thought they weren't going to do that.
Yeah, this guy Dominicali Stefano, I don't know what he's thinking, but he's discussed that. He said he's going to do it reverse grade in Baku. I think he annoyed Mark Verstappen. He said he was going to leave the sport if they tried such
Yeah.
things like this. Yeah, so it's reverse grade. We're going to try it in Baku. I hope it doesn't succeed because that would be crazy, man. Williams being on
But they've
pole, come
already
on.
tried something already in Australia where they did a quali that didn't work out in Australia. I think it was 2016 or 2015.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't remember what it was. And they tried to change the quali format and it didn't work out. And I just don't get why they would then try do that now.
No, I'm not sure. The reverse grid is a discussion for probably a different season, but I think they still wanted to change the format so that they don't have three practice
Sorry,
sessions.
sorry. True, but this reverse grid. Where's the source, please?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
bring the source.
No,
I think
because
they do that in
no,
FP2
because
or
if we're going
FP3,
to
do they
discuss
not?
something, let's know the source. You understand? Let's not be speculation, because
Yeah.
you understand. So
Yeah,
um,
so that's all I wanted to say, that I'm looking forward to Baku and whatever comes out of that, because of the long straights, you can see some cars with long very high speeds on that long straight. I definitely want to see that. Discounting Red Bull. Red Bull will be way ahead, but everybody else.
I
Yeah,
think don't
Baku.
discount the other teams, man. Don't discount the other teams.
No, but what I mean is everybody else will be fighting for between second to third and then midfield. But I still think Red Bull are going to be way ahead.
I
So,
think the Ferraris will be quite strong because they've always been quite strong in Baku. And then when we look at all the other teams, and especially with who's had to lose today, the
yeah.
gains that they're going to bring to this street circuit. And again, Baku's one of the fastest ones as well, street circuit wise. So hopefully it's not going to rain. I don't know what the weather's like because it's rained once or twice in Baku. But yeah, let's see what happens, Luke. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean the scary thing is Red Bull's DRS is just unbelievable. I mean the way he left Hamilton for dust is just amazing. So that's the only thing. I just don't see anybody touching Red Bull. Not this season.
okay. Well, thank you very much, guys. I guess it's been a very we've been here since when 9 o'clock. So and then it's almost 2 o'clock. So it's been a very entertaining Grand Prix. You know. Congratulations if your team was on the podium. If your driver drank champagne, congratulations. If your driver being the car, he needs more stamina, and he needs to up his senses. Obviously, when I mean up his senses, is I don't mean common sense. I mean senses, his senses around him. If you get what I mean. Yeah. Um, we'll be back again. Okay, so the next race is in 3-4 weeks. So yeah, um, we might have another space if something very interesting is meant to happen or happens, or if there's something worth conversing about. Yeah, if not, I guess it will be back again. Quali Prince Quali Baku if they don't change the format. So yeah, I guess if they even change the format, we'll be back again to discuss that, because I know many of us don't like some of the formats being suggested. So yeah. What else say? Again? Fantasy League. Yeah. So I know this round three has just concluded. So if you'd like to join the Fantasy League, you can click the link in the bio. And there's a there's a cash prize at the end of the season, so you might be lucky. So yeah, sorry, our next race is meant to be sprint quali as his squad. So yeah, sorry, not race, space. Yeah. So I guess that's it. Does anyone want to quickly add anything? Not a conversation starter, just a remark, comment.
Oh, just to say thank you as usual, admin.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much, Lukman. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, I guess we'll be back again very soon. And yeah, thank you to everyone. Have a great week ahead.